Morning, folks. How are we doing? We're back here. We're back here already. I'm so excited. Can you hear in my voice? Oh God, this has just been a nightmare. So earlier on today, I decided to watch the Marvels because I wanted to quickly do a re-review of it because it's something I've been interested in Marvel for a while. And I thought, you know what? I'll review this because it might be the last Marvel movie. It's all falling apart, everything like that. And Jesus, just everything just falls apart. I come back and everything has absolutely nuked. I'll say hi to everyone who's here early first. Channel, Primer, Kyle, Big Pimp Jones, the Warbler, Egg Buns, Songanada. You can be my sweatshirt, why not? Writers, Big Boss, Aussie, Heretic, Andrew, Fireproof Flame, Writers Redux, I think I already did you, but you get two, why not? Hello everyone, how you all doing? Hello cousin, how are you? Oh god, it's been an absolute nightmare. Fireproof Flame, I was talking briefly to Fireproof Flame on Twitter there, and I described this as it's almost like an evidence bukkake. I don't remember like what movie or what that was from, but it was a description of it's an evidence bukkake where it is pretty much there's so much evidence in a crime scene of whatever movie it was that it's just like, okay, this is fake, okay, this is absolutely fake. There's too much evidence to go with here that it's hard to actually sort through everything. And then it's just like, okay, is this what Boogie's doing? He's either doing one of two things. It is like one of the most monumental meltdowns he's had in a little while, or it is, I have no idea, or it is just him being him and trying to like downplay everything and change everything and twist everything. Crazy. Doombull Dev, Will, Ella, first of all, thank you very much. Super Chop, happy Friday, thank you very much for that. God, it doesn't feel like a happy Friday to me. Yeah, oh god. Oh, okay, Sailor hello Sad Dog. Double Jump Video Games, hello everyone. So, yes, I'll run through a couple of little brief things first here, just to get them quickly out of the way. First one I'll pull across here is the Lolcoy podcast. Sorry, Lolcoy Live. I keep getting the name wrong because, of course, Lolcoy Live is experiencing a major issues. Fantastic. Behind the scenes between one host and the management. Will update if resolution can be made. Okay, so pretty sure we all know that's to do with Boogie, because Boogie has been doing non-stop meltdowns ever since. Oh, Andrew, thank you very much. Seed for a new PC. New PC may or may not have already been organized. Thank you very much, though. Yeah, it's good because everything, unfortunately, is falling apart with that. I'm very sorry that it didn't really fall apart. Have I seen the Muta video about Biggie? I have. Fortnite with a potato. Hey, do you know what? Maybe Fortnite with me some point if I once I get the new computer set up and it actually works and everything like that, and I'm not running off Windows 7 or whatever. Because every time I log into like Steam, I get a wee notification. It's like, you have 37 days left before Windows 7 no longer works. And I keep going, okay, well, I gotta have a time limit here. And that's what's that. Honestly, apart from me streaming and doing video editing and all, that's one of the biggest reasons, because I don't really use the computer for a lot else, honestly. Because it still runs like, I don't know, like Minecraft that I play occasionally, and like War Thunder. That's all I play. So that's the first bit of information. The second bit of information, probably more impressive, is these posts are protected. Do you know what? When I showed up and I had a wee look at it earlier on, I thought, okay, Boogie has blocked me or something like that. Whatever, but it wasn't actually. It was because he has actually privated his entire Twitter. He's privated his entire Twitter because I think he's upset that people have been digging through and finding evidence. I mentioned the other night that I've been going through and I've been getting evidence. So, of course, he suddenly privated. He originally claimed he was going to nuke the Twitter and just start again, but he has exactly the same number of posts as he did when he privated it, so it doesn't look like he is.
If you're in a position where you only have like a buck or $5,
super chat that to me, guys.
Super chat.
Oh, Lisa Bear, how are you? So he's nuked it. He's posted up another thing that it pretty much just says, I was going to nuke it, but you know what? It would cost me $15 for this app to clear all my previous tweets, and I'd rather keep the $15. I'm just going to leave it private because it's so much better, and it's cut out so much drama for me. Honestly, if he does keep it private, it will cut out a lot of drama for him, because his tweets are usually where he catches himself in lies, and his tweets sit there. Not private for you. That's the thing. Anyone who's following him is not private, but I don't follow him because I don't want to follow him. So, I don't know. I'll rely on Kiwi Farms. It will pop up. Egg Bun, do you remember?
That darn Irishman is one of the best YouTubers on fucking YouTube.
You heard him? You heard him?
That darn
You heard him. You heard him, guys. How could I even disagree with the man himself? How could I disagree with that? Ozzy, don't spend this on hookers, or do up to you. You know, I might after tonight. I might. But Egg Bun, to answer your question, unfortunately, no. My memory isn't the greatest thing in the entire world, so I'm sorry. Joshua Graham, thank you very much again. Here, you know, have my last fight, JK, but for real, it's crazy. Muta crapping on Boogie is comedy. It is fantastic. It is fantastic. Yeah, Muta absolutely shreds him. I'm sure a bunch of you have seen the Review Tech USA thing. It's obviously, I have the link for you, Review Tech USA. Go there, watch it. It's like 5 hours long, but I think Boogie and Muta is only this 36-minute segment where Muta calls in. Boogie had been in. I don't know what he was saying beforehand, because I know he had been in earlier, but I don't think he'd been in for too long earlier. I think maybe about 20-30 minutes he had been in at max. I haven't watched that bit yet because it's just too much. So I decided to watch this. Very funny, very interesting, because as people have said, you've seen people quoting it already. I think it's going to be quite quotable for a lot of people because it is so incredibly silly. At one point, he gets like so upset and so triggered, he just tries to do the Monday and Matt argument. You know, like, if you haven't watched me do a review of his Monday and Matt confrontation, where he just screams over and over and over again. We'll make a documentary on you now that we're friends. Do not maybe, Ben. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll eat a burrito in the bathtub just for him. But yeah, it's just, he goes crazy, and at the end he rage quits because he gets caught in a lie, and he tries to like say, oh Muta, you lie about me all the time, so I'm just used to it. And Muta's like, okay, when have I ever lied to you? And Boogie obviously struggles, and then eventually he goes like, oh, well, you lied last week when you said that I was dating an 18-year-old. And Muta's like, I never said that. And he said, oh, you did, and you made it public. And he's like, I didn't say it, and you made it public first. And then eventually, Boogie it was live streaming at the time. I have the live stream downloaded and all. I watched it. So you see Boogie's side of it, which is probably one I'm going to work off for like including it if I include it in any videos or anything in the future. But Boogie, like literally 6 seconds after he rage quits the stream, the Review Tech USA stream, he rage quits his own stream. Like it's 6 seconds.
If you're in a position where you only have like $1 or $5,
oh my god!
You can super
what was he
chat
screaming
that.
again when
Super
Muta called out the whole?
chat
He just kept saying, "Oh." Oh God, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Like, I never did. I never did. I never did. Over, it's like something like that over and over again. Because Muta pretty much said, "Well, you told you." I'm saying that you told people that she was 18. Well, I never did. So you're lying. And it's like, well, no, that means he isn't lying. It means whoever said that you said that is the one lying. But we'll watch it and then we'll do the official podcast. Honestly, the official podcast one might be the least interesting bit of the two because I'm assuming it's going to be them being quiet and polite and talking about it reasonably, whilst this is kind of just a shit show. So we'll get into it. This is Snort Hogan's one because it's just that bit like broken down. So we'll just get into it, guys. I guess.
Let me tell you something, brother.
I need to run defense for Boogie. I always do.
Snort, Hogan. Snort.
RCC Clum was involved in that Jimmy Lee documentary featuring H3H3 until it was scrapped. Makes sense. He's already in Ethan's circle doing a doc on his sister-in-law. Well, yeah, because I know he's doing one on Trisha Paytas. I don't even know who Jimmy Lee is, if I'm being really honest with you. I'll have to have a look into it because I'm doing some like background on the documentary for my video, and part of that does include the T channels and Trisha Paytas and everything like that. So I'll have a look at Jimmy Lee afterwards. I'll stick that in my memory bank there. Will ZXQ, thank you very much for chat. This was more entertaining than the presidential debate's little ultimate Muta Chad moment. Yes, it is so good. It's a great time to have got back into Boogie. Like I fully think, because he mentions this at one point, that Muta pretty much calls him and says, you clearly thought this like documentary was going to go well for you, and Boogie's like, no, I didn't, not at all. And it's like, if you watch him, it is so obvious that he really did think this was going to go well for him, and this is going to like relaunch him, because he keeps talking about how this is going to put all the drama to bed. He says that directly. This is going to put all the drama to bed, and it's like, well, it doesn't seem to have. It's like when I said you saw him reacting to it himself. Some of the bits that people really heavily criticized, he just was like nothing. He didn't react to him. Like the whole rubber ducky bathtub scene. He thought that was totally normal. He just kind of just ignored it and just went on. The whole him getting like ripped apart in the comedy gig. Is all he had to say about it was, well, that comedian really set her back and ruined her self-confidence. He had nothing. The job interview thing, he's changed that 17 times. And if it's a mock interview, in this he claims once again, I was just being Andy Kaufman. Which by this point, Boogie, just so you know, that doesn't count anymore, okay? When you keep saying, oh, I was being Andy Kaufman, but I guess that didn't work out, and everyone thought I was being an asshole, but I wasn't, guys. I was just being Andy Kaufman. Once you've realized that, you can't keep doing it and thinking it was a funny comedy bit. You just fucking can't, okay? Jesus Christ. Did Boogie realize he insulted his ex-wife when he made up the Arkansas 8 comment? Well, the fact that Boogie thinks that he was getting 8s anywhere. Like, he wasn't even getting Chernobyl 8s. Like, I'm sorry, fuck off for that claim that you were getting 8s anywhere. Dez is not even an Arkansas 8. He's not even a bad
Mad Darn Irishman is one of the best YouTubers on fucking
He is.
YouTube,
He just
okay?
is. He just is.
Mad Darn.
I can't. How can you argue with that? How can you argue with that? I'm sorry, it's just absolute cringe. It is just Boogie, because Boogie can't admit I was sleeping with 5s or 6s or whatever like that. He can't even admit that. He has to be like, well, usually I sleep with like 8s or 9s, but they're not like LA 10s, you know, so like that's where I'm being humble by saying I only slept with Arkansas 8s. Did you fuck? Did you fuck? Oh, God. Jimmy Lee is a cringe lord from Ethan's glory days. He still keeps around. Some come reshot some scenes on another documentary, but it's now rage seeing Boogie shoots. Oh, okay. Said have to have a wee look into it.
Listen, so yeah, I'm trying to
What's
see.
the audio like?
Zoom has been weird tonight. I sent Muta the link.
I'll pop it up a wee bit.
I know he was just here, and Muta is here. Muta is here. He is, or I admitted him anyway.
There you go. Pop that up a wee bit.
Connecting right now. What's up, Muta? I am glad you are here, because I am not equipped to handle
okay,
this right
song and out. I don't know. I'm going to quickly address that. Could Boogie even get an erection? Wings of Redemption, when he was doing his reaction thing, part of the thing that he called out Boogie for was he called out Boogie for the testosterone thing. Because he asked him, like, why were you doing it, everything like that, why were you taking testosterone, all that kind of stuff. And Boogie claimed, oh, it's because I was trying to lose weight. I was trying to lose weight. Is Ivana Lynch, and I don't even know who Ivana Lynch is, sorry. Lucy Fox is in LA11, okay, sure. Oh, God, so Wings called him out pretty much about the testosterone thing. Boogie said, well, I needed that to lose weight, because I needed that to build muscle. Because if you build muscle, you burn weight faster, which at Boogie's size, that really isn't that big a difference. He makes it sound like, because if you're like a thin guy with muscles, you need higher calorie, just a normal caloric intake, just to maintain those muscles. It's like you're a machine running on full at all times instead. Boogie is 400 pounds. He does not need to have muscles to burn fat. Walking 50 meters burns fat for him. But that's what he was claiming. And obviously he said he stopped it last November when he got the cancer diagnosis. However, when he was talking about the medication bills in this, which obviously were filmed around, I think, May-ish, kind of June-ish time, you know, really depends when we're playing with here, because the timeline's all over the place. He was talking about how he needed $200 each time for testosterone. That was during his recap of it. And then on another tweet that I got screenshot, Boogie claimed, I think this was back in May. I think it was at the end of May, he claimed that he had to spend like $1,000 on testosterone. When I say $1,000 of medication, including testosterone, it's something along those lines. And it's just like, come on, bro. It's just like so like bizarre that he was like trying to claim about testosterone. But it's like, but you said you stopped that back in November. So why are you still talking about like paying like fucking testosterone and everything like that? It's like I said, evidence bukkake. It's just so much of it. Queen Claire, you have been noticed. Boogie is a Tyrone County 7. Do you know what? Yeah, I can't even argue that. It might even be an 8, honestly. Tyrone, well, we don't talk about it too much over here. Yeah, it's so really weird that he's talking about that. But Wings pointed out, well, testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, is not really used for building muscles as much. It's more for sex drive. He actually said that outright. And Boogie like said, no, it's 100% for muscles. I think if Boogie is still on testosterone, he is taking it purely to try and have a sex drive with fucking Dez too.
Oh. Hello, sir.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello.
How are you? And
Boogie
is here as well.
Just working.
He sounds so excited.
High or something?
Well,
I received zero contributions.
Zero contributions.
Dr. Sex E Coco donated $15.
I'm over on Twitch
You
playing,
missed my
Mario
$50
Wonder.
super
Wow.
Have you played this
chatalization.
mood? It's excellent.
I'm sorry.
This is so Boogie. You know, like at the start of the Turkey Tom interview, like podcast thing that Boogie tried to organize, like immediately he starts sucking Turkey Tom's dick just violently at the start of it, sitting talking about how it's like, oh, I'm such a big fan of your work. You might not think highly of me, but I'm such a big fan. It's straight in. Then all the drama they've had, the first thing Boogie says, because he's playing to his audience who are watching, I'm playing Mario Wonderland. It's so much fun. Oh, Muta, have you played this yourself? It's just like, come on. We all know why we're here. It's so weird to try and make small talk.
It's so good. This is like contender game of the year.
There are
I'm a big
things
fan.
I'm assuming that Muta wants to discuss.
He's getting naked, boys.
As I'm getting shirtless to be the professional
I keep forgetting he does this constantly, because I remember Boogie talking about how he does this too with him.
So you did not give a heads up, or Muta didn't give you a heads up, Boogie, because you blocked him,
Yeah,
apparently.
wait,
no,
how
what
could
I'm
you
saying
say, how
is,
could
like-
you say that I gave you a heads up? That doesn't make any sense.
Because you've been mad at me for like a week. I knew it had to be coming.
I'm not mad.
He does this all the fucking time. You're mad at me. Oh, well, you're upset. Oh, well, you're triggered. Oh, well, I rubbed a nerve there. Boogie does this all the time. When Boogie is like the fucking, I'm going to say queen of getting triggered. He is so triggered by it. He's not even a king off it anymore. He's a queen off it now. He is so fucking triggered. And he always tries to project it on everyone else. He's like, whoa, you must be upset. Bro, if we could skip forward 30 minutes, tell me who's upset here.
You. I
We're just like disgusted with my behavior.
To be mad at you would mean that you would have to like matter to me personally.
Well, that's true.
I don't
okay.
get mad at you. I can't.
all right.
I don't have the time. It's just like I think you're a compulsive
Sorry,
liar.
Claire.
Is sort of the,
I respect that. I understand that. I've definitely been an unreliable witness.
how can you say you respect that? Like this is the thing that I don't.
You're a liar and you manipulate people. I respect that. Huh? Just, what? How does that even make sense? Why would you ever answer something like that? Wouldn't the point be like, no, I'm not? Because the next time someone says to Boogie, you lie and manipulate, it's like, no, I don't. I'm very honest. There was a clip I saw not too long ago. I think someone had done a compilation thing, and I was just like watching random Boogie compilations to kind of get back in the groove for starting to talk about him again. And he randomly just was talking about it, and someone asked him, when was the last time you lied? And he goes, oh, when was that? I don't know. I don't really lie too often. Maybe I lied a little bit about my divorce, but that's because Des made me. She made me lie about our divorce for a little while, and it's just like, bro, I remember your divorce. You were live streaming. You were telling everyone about your divorce with Des texting you, going, "Please stop, please." I remember that fully. So it's so weird. But yeah, like, now if you ever say to him, "Will you lie all the time?" He will argue he doesn't, even though he can respect your opinion that he lies all the time.
Get like you respect that somebody believes you're a compulsive liar.
That's a very
You can't
respectful. That's very respectful.
That's not
No,
respectful.
they don't.
That's not respectful. Like you should be learning to better yourself instead of
Well,
just
I
saying,
am,
"Oh,
but
that's respectful." What are you
so
doing?
What I'm
to
saying is, I
yourself?
have.
Muta sounds so sad. What speed? This is at 1.25. Muta sounds so... I listened to this 2 times earlier on. Muta sounds so sad and talking so slowly so Boogie understands him that even at 1.25 speed, it is like slower than me. I'm like 0.5.
Lied in the past. I'm doing my best to not lie. That's
But
pretty
you
simple.
literally okay, so you've lied in the past. What have you done very recently? Because like in the last few months, you literally like blatantly lied. Like that whole boxing fight thing. It's funny because catching you in a lie is the easiest
What is the
thing.
what
in
is
the
the what did I
entire
lie
world.
about the boxing fight thing?
You said that you had $1,500 in boxing, like to pay for boxing.
Oh no, Mike
lessons.
Klum said on my live stream he fudged those numbers. He fudged those.
Actually, Mike Klum did not specifically say, I fudged those numbers. Mike Klum said, we ballparked some figures. He didn't specifically say, oh yeah, I lied about that specific number like Boogie is trying to portray here. That's just not what happened in the situation. I'm sorry, it's just Boogie being Boogie. He goes on about the fight thing. I'll let him go for a little bit more before I talk more about it.
Numbers. He didn't get those numbers from me. He'll openly tell you.
And Unlimited, I agree with you entirely. With the Lol Cow podcast, I do not understand why it is just not filmed live. I honestly think there's probably stipulation, probably from Boogie, because it's Boogie. Boogie has apparently been the most annoying part of this. Like, Tommy C even had, like, fucking Boogie is an N-word or something like that as the title of his live stream that's going on, I think, right now. And he just is talking about how Boogie is so difficult. It's so difficult. And that's where, like, it's obviously coming from. With that, there's an issue with like one of the hosts and one of the management or something like that. Like Boogie apparently has just been nothing but difficult. Tommy C thinks Boogie is deliberately trying to sabotage the podcast now so that they can just say, "Oh well, I tried and it failed, guys." Remember, guys.
Boom,
guys,
Iris! I just got you a subscriber.
He just got me a subscriber. I've got more of those. I've got more of those if I wanted. I only made, I think, 2. Oh, who was that anyway? Who was it? Thank you very much, whoever it was who subscribed. I didn't even see the pop-up there because I was too busy looking at something else. Oh, God. So, yeah, I think it's probably a stipulation put in by Boogie. Because, remember, Boogie claimed that, you know, because they're talking about the boxing fund here. Boogie claimed, oh, yeah, well, I got 10,000. But Muta claimed, actually, that apparently Keen confirmed it was actually 11,000. That he got, but Boogie claimed that he spent over like $11,000. I have tweets of him saying this. He spent all that money, and his reasoning is ridiculous. It's even more ridiculous than the $1,500 boxing. He claimed he spent $1,000 on Ubers. $1,000 on Ubers. Hi, what the hell? Oh God. So like he got the $10,000. Suddenly, Daz appeared in his life. Very suspicious timing there. But he also apparently got, however, tens of thousands. $50,000 for, because that was the original figure we got told, was $50,000 for each of the talent for him, DSP, and Wings for the Lol Cow podcast. So has Boogie already got his $50,000 and now he's trying to like sabotage the live stream so it doesn't go ahead?
And so
You
hold
don't
on.
have-
You
don't
watched
have
this
the-
documentary before it came out in its entirety, and we're okay with that then?
I didn't pay attention to the numbers like most of the text. Like, for example, he
Why
said that I was on
wouldn't
a
you?
drug that I'm not on. Apparently, one of the drugs he wrote the name of. I'm on like a muscle relaxer called
Oh,
Boogie or
Iris,
something like
I
that.
got
He
you a
wrote like you put
subscriber.
He just got me a subscriber. Jesus Christ. That's never gonna stop. Yeah, so this bit he talks about the drug. The drug is actually stunning, because I actually looked it up and it is written down in my notes that I was gonna say, like, what he said during the live stream does not match the exact wording, but Boogie is like a mushmouth like I am, so, you know, he could be just wrong. Hi, Danny. So he could just have said it wrong. It could still be that. But I've heard other people say you can't take that with a narcotic. So it wouldn't actually make sense that he's on something to get him off narcotics addiction and also a narcotic at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, Sarah, $1,000 in Ubers in London, even though I am sure that when you're traveling to official events, they would, like, pick you up. Like, why wouldn't they pick you up and take you there? Because they want you to be there on time. And there's no way they would trust Wings and Boogie to get themselves there. So, like, I don't buy the 1,000 in Ubers, like, whatsoever. What muscle relaxer is he on? I can't remember exactly what it is. He tries to say it here, and he probably messed it up, because then he messes up what the thing he's apparently is on. But I looked up what I thought I heard him say. I can't remember what it was exactly. It's in my notes somewhere. But it was like an antidepressant to do with major depressive disorder, which is what he claims he has. So I was like, oh, that's probably going to be it. He probably messed up, and it's actually his antidepressant for his major depressive disorder, which he claims he has. But now he's claiming it's a muscle relaxant. So this is like even more. I'm like, bro, I was actually getting ready to throw you a bone. I like to be fair. I like to come in and I like to be fair. I don't make up stuff. I think everyone knows that. I'm generally trying to be like fair enough. But then I was going to be fair and say, actually, it's probably an antidepressant. And now on this, he's saying it's a muscle relaxant. So it's like, bro, what I thought it was, it's not even that anymore.
Promazine, which is a drug people take to recover from opiate addiction. Oh, thank you, baby.
So now you're implying that the documenter that you worked with is a liar. So
No, I'm
that
just
brings up
saying
his.
it- No,
that
I'm just
brings his
saying.
entirety into that brings his
Yeah.
entire like integrity
It
in the
does.
future
Yeah.
of this channel.
No,
into
I'm
question.
just saying that he made a couple mistakes when it came to the numbers, and he made a couple
So
mistakes when it came
before
to
that,
the text.
before that documentary came out, why didn't you call him up and say, "Hey, can you fix that mistake? It's pretty fucked up."
Because I didn't
Because
get
it is
it.
pretty fucked up.
I didn't really read any of the text. It's not something I was paying
kind
a
of
lot of attention to.
important.
We watched it together on.
And the funniest thing is, it's not even the text, by the way, too. You said it in the documentary. You talked
did I
about
say?
the boxing training, didn't you?
Oh no, I know I did spend more money than I got paid. It's just not that particular way. I could break it down for if you want to know.
Okay, but
I would, do you know what I actually wish, Muta, just so I said, right now, top of your head, break it down for me, because I guarantee it would contradict everything he's said ever before. That is so bad. He said major anxiety disorder, which is not a real disorder. Yeah, Michael, do you know, I don't know. Mike didn't type in Suboxone. He typed in buprenorphine or something like that. I can't say medicine. You all know this. I can't speak generally English. So like it was that, and it was like it didn't read like what Boogie said, and then when I typed in what I thought Boogie said, I got an antidepressant for major depressive disorder, which is what Boogie claims he has. Yeah, that is Suboxone. I know that, like, but I'm just saying that's not what was typed. It was, you know, the buprenorphine or something like that. So I was trying to give him like okay, do you know what? This actually might have been a little bit of a mistake, because medication sounds similar enough to untrained ears, like it does for my ear. But then now he's claiming it's the muscle relaxant, so it's not even what I thought it was, which would have made sense with what disorder he said he had.
But in that clip, Rich, can you put that clip on again where he's discussing his like boxing match, like his the $10,000 and like all the expenses he got? We're all here, so we might as well just watch it together.
Yeah.
Where do you know the point it's in your video? Also, Boogie, do you still have 30-something thousand in crypto right now?
Oh,
That's
God.
No, I did at the beginning of the year. I've got crypto's up right now, so I'm up to about 9. But about last week I
makes
had about
sense.
6.7. I got about
I don't
9,000
understand why
now.
you don't cash that out.
That doesn't make sense.
Because you only take the loss when you sell it, and like I guess the $6,000 could disappear tomorrow, but that's not really going to make or break me. But if it goes up, I could definitely use the money. You know, if it goes down 1,000, it's probably not going to make a huge
But
difference.
do you
But if it
understand
goes
how
up
fucking
10,000,
wild
that'd
that
help.
is? Like
If it goes up, like, who expects Ethereum to suddenly jump $10,000? Who expects Ethereum to suddenly jump like that? Also, the figure he is quoting there, that he has, like, I have, what do you say, like 9,000, like he has like $9,000 in it. The problem is he recently tweeted that he has 8,000 in Ethereum. When I looked at his breakdown in his like separate extended version of it, he showed his breakdown. The vast majority of the money he had was in Bitcoin. Like out of the 30,000 he claimed, like 21,000 of it was in Bitcoin, and like 7,000 of it was in Ethereum. It's something like that, just off the top of my head. I don't remember the numbers exactly. But now he's claiming he has 9,000 and 8,000 of that is Ethereum. And by the way, it has gone up a very small amount. I actually checked to try and see what kind of amount it would have gone up. And based on how much he had claimed he had in Ethereum, there is no way it would have got to 8,000 unless he specifically put more money in. So there's literally no way he could have jumped from what he had to what without putting more money into Ethereum. Which means that Boogie is still, if this is true, putting money into Ethereum and also just isn't just pulling numbers out of his ass.
Complaining about money and how much is it worth right now in asset wise, like according to your app?
About 9,000 or so.
So $9,000, right?
Cash it
how
out
much
as I
is your
need it.
mortgage?
I cash it out as I need it. So at the beginning of December, I'll pull out 2,000 and pay my mortgage. It's like a savings account. I just treat it like a savings account.
Why would you
Except
ever
this
do
savings
that?
account makes me money sometimes.
It's not a savings account because it's literally the most negatively volatile asset you have.
I don't know. It's held really steady for the last 2 years.
Yeah, because it lost 99% of its fucking value.
Right,
so,
so-
how low can it go?
Yeah.
Like, what do you
Exactly.
mean?
That's why I leave it in there. How low can
Joshua Graham, thank you very much for the super chat. Why are people asking a self-admitted pathological liars questions? That is what I was going to end this segment, but I'll say it now because thank you very much for the super chat. I was going to end the segment by saying, I hope people are seeing what I said ages ago. When people said, oh, you should interview Boogie, oh, you should talk to Boogie, you should get Boogie on, you should do a sit-down debate with Boogie like you did with Turkey, all that kind of stuff. And I said, no, why would I? Because if I start like owning him
You're in
in
a
a
position where you
debate,
only have like $1 or $5. You can super chat that. Super chat.
I was like I said, if I got to a
If you're
point
in a
where I
bit-
was like totally owning him, and the problem with owning Boogie, as you'll see in this, is he's a slimy boy. He's a slimy boy. He tries not to let you pin him down, so he just like wobbles and wibbles and changes his wording and changes your wording during it. So you have to remember, no, wait, what did I exactly say? Because he's changing what I said in his argument against me. That is what he does. It is what he did to Monday Man. It's what he tried to do to Frank Castle. It's what he tried to do to everyone. But if you do pin him down, like Muta does later on, he just starts screaming at you. Just like he did with Monday Man. There is no point talking to him. He is a pathological liar. And no matter what you get, he will lie to you. And because you can't fact check him, like, on the fly. There's no way to fact check him on the fly. Like, you need to have a Joe Rogan podcast with his little fact checker guy there, fact checking him as he goes, checking his Twitter. And that's why he privated his Twitter. Because he's upset because people being able to go on his Twitter and see that he's already lied about this kind of stuff. Because he has already lied about this kind of stuff. Like I said, I have tweets where he contradicts stuff that he says during this very thing.
it go? That's exactly my point.
Why wouldn't you put
Fireproof Flame, like you said, Boogie for All's Faults is very talented at warming. He's way out of spot questioning, get it with the turkey top. And he's very good at manipulating people as well. He's very good at like raising something up to a point where he like gets past your argument by just screaming at you. And then he tries to bring it down and act all buddy-buddy again. He does it during this. But the problem is, Muta doesn't give up. And he thinks it's gone away. He thinks he squashed Muta's argument against him by screaming, and then bringing it down and being friendly and nice again. But the problem is, Muta, like a minute later, pulls out the evidence and then Boogie's rage quitting. Because he just has nothing.
Couldn't take that money out and maybe put it into
Hey,
like index
Goku.
funds or
Well,
like
if
move
I
that
take
shit
it,
around?
well, no, I'm going to need it in like 60 days, roughly.
So here's what I don't understand. You have $750,000 and you just decide to put all of it into crypto when that money could have went into
No, I did not have
$500?
$750,000. I had $250,000.
That's what literally the documentary that you were
I
on
understand.
said.
That's
Did
the
you not catch
most
that
I
either?
had was 700,000. When I initially invested in crypto, I had 250,000.
So why did you let him?
See, that doesn't make any sense when you say savings. Because no one thinks crypto is a saving. Because it said like savings, $750,000. Crypto losses -600. You know, I don't see anyone. Boogie is claiming, oh, it's a savings account because it serves his narrative here. But no one sees crypto as a savings pool. That doesn't make any form of sense, like whatsoever. Also, he said he put He had $250,000. I think he says
Right,
here.
you
Put
lost
into it.
$600,000 in crypto.
Because that's about how much I lost. My max amount was about 700,000. And so if I sold that
So not 700,000, not 750,000.
day, I would have had 700,000.
the math doesn't make sense?
It
Well,
doesn't.
the math should
literally
make
doesn't make
sense.
any sense.
Well, let me walk you through it, okay?
Okay.
Now, let's
Let's walk
imagine you
through
have
it.
$250,000, okay? Which
Sure,
is what I
no.
had. Now, you invest it, okay?
Okay.
Now, it goes up to $800,000, okay?
Nice, $800,000. Okay. Now, have you guys, you dum-dums, have you kept up to date with this? Where he had $250,000, he invested it, he got $700,000 by $750,000, which is $800,000. How would you guys not understand this? He said 3 sentences. The number changed each time. I'm sure people out there have like done trading and stocks and even crypto, and I don't know, maybe some of you are mad lads and you did NFTs. I think at some point you probably knew what you had in that. I think you could have just like known what you had in that, and you wouldn't have a variety of $100,000. That is his variety right now on what he has. Also, he said he put $250,000 in. That is what Boogie just claimed there, which I'm going to argue probably doesn't make sense when you look at how much money he claimed he had in the bank, because he claimed that he was nearly a millionaire, and then he had to give half of it to Dez in 2018, and then in 2019 is when he invested, but he also changed that to 2021, so he has changed it a lot, especially when he also claimed that he put in his money into Ethereum at $38, which was 2017, so he's all over the place. He is all over the place with this crypto thing. That's why, in my little video I'm just going to say to you, it is up to you. It is your personal preference now to believe Boogie or not on how much money he has in crypto. Because I have no way of proving it to you, because he has changed the story so many times. I can't even disprove it, because he has lied and changed the story so many times. So it's up to you. It's your personal belief now. What he has in crypto, how much he still has in crypto, what he lost in crypto, everything like that, because it doesn't make sense. But I also have tweets of, I think it was actually during his live stream reaction, I think it was something like that, he claimed he put like seed money of $170,000 in, which is very different to what he just said. He put $250,000 in. It changes every time he says it. Every time. It's like when I started losing interest in him with the begging bit, where he was like, he uploaded the begging video with the $1 to $5. As you guys have heard several times, thank you very much for the super chatters, by the way. But he's like, I never said that. It's like, bro, it's literally here in the video. Nope, didn't say that. It's like, no, but it's here in the video. No, I didn't say that. What?
Now, if you sold it, then how much money would we have? $800,000.
No, right? $750,000. That's what you said.
I sold it when it was considerably less than that.
So you're telling me you put $250,000 in, you made like $750,000. That was your peak, right? Like the asset that was valued. So why the fuck wouldn't you cash it out then? Or you just like greedy? Was it literally like a gamble? Like it literally sounds like you're playing fucking roulette.
I went to, I mean, it was kind of like gambling, honestly, Muta. But I went to bed one night. I was invested in a small shit coin called, it was either Uni or, I don't know, Michael Green could tell you the other one. But one of them was Uni, one of them was, I know. But I went to bed and it lost 60% value overnight. I woke up.
So that's what Boogie's claimed. Even though Boogie had previously, like I said, just claimed that it was in Ethereum, and we have tweets of him saying he put it into Ethereum at at $38 per pop. But now he's saying, oh, it was actually in a shit coin called Uni, or there's another one. Now I went and had a look here, okay? Because this is Uni, okay? This is Uni ever since like it was launched back in September 2020. Had a big old peak, went up to about 31-ish a pop, somewhere around there. The only time it's ever had like a 60% drop off was like here. This one point. And like it was like an overnight fix. See, it's even hard for me to try and get, like, to figure on, because it was like a 1 day thing. It was like a market correction. It dropped all the way down there before popping right back up again. Not to the peak it was at. So if he bought here, he would have a loss, but it's not like that big a loss that he was claiming. It wouldn't have been that big a loss. But the problem is, Boogie also claimed that he lost the money, not here, which is, like I said, this one has a big drop, was in storage. That is where Boogie said he lost it. He said that on Reddit. Now, the problem is, Boogie is cryptic as to when he sold, because of course he is, because he doesn't want you to know, because he's lying. Because he keeps changing the amounts, the dates, the times, everything, so you don't know. So when we couldn't talk about it, I think it was about August, he said it had a 60% drop. Where are we seeing the 60% drop? Where are we seeing the 60% drop? That to that, that's not a 60% drop. That to that, it's not even a 60% drop. Like, where's this 60% drop? Is it like there? Is it this very specific, this specific one here, which immediately like bounced back a lot of the way? Like, not all the way, but it bounced back a fair bit. Did he sell the second it dropped? Like, what are we talking about here? This is why I say there is no point trying to go through and argue Boogie, Review Tech USA claims Boogie made millions. He did. Boogie has claimed 1.1 million in ad revenue. Well, sorry, in total income. In total income, he claims he has 1.1 million in total revenue since starting his channel 17 years ago. I don't believe that whatsoever, especially with the number of sponsorships he used to have, with the paid partnerships he used to have. He had like Mike Nelson from Xbox in his living room filming skits. He was offered jobs by Sony Entertainment, I think it was, to do work for like EverQuest. Oh, I can't remember what the MMO was called. But he had jobs like that offered to him. In no way do I think he only made like $1 million. Especially because the start of the live stream said he has made like millions. Millions is plural. Oh God, sorry.
The next morning, I sold what I had, but that didn't really matter because I lost. I went from about 700,000 back down to about 200,000.
Bend over. Oh no, I'm not watching Review Tech USA's reaction to the Muta video. I'm watching Muta and Boogie talking.
I mean, this is just. I don't even really first off, the math is incredibly weird. I feel like
what's weird about that? We'd probably 250,000 doubles, and then and adds another 60%. It goes from 250,000 to.
What the fuck? What did he just say? 250,000 doubles, and then add another 60%. What? That wouldn't get to 750. Like, it'd be an extra 50% to get to 750, wouldn't it? Like I said, he has changed it from 700,000 he made to 750 to 800,000. He changed it from 250,000 he put into like 170,000. I think he said the seed money was. He's changed it constantly.
700,000. And then I went to bed, and the asset lost 80%, 90%. You know what a market crash is, I'm sure.
And now now the asset lost 80 to 90%. What was it a second ago? 60%. This is the thing. Like, the math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. This is what I just said. It's like, Boogie is just like, I don't know, just vomiting information. And you're just thinking, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Because in this, like, what, 7 minutes we watched, he's changed it 40 times.
Market crashed, and you know how your stocks are worth a certain amount at one point, and they're worth different at another. So I woke up the next day.
Yeah, I know how the stock market works. You're in the crypto market. This is a completely degenerate operation, but yes.
Well, I understand. You know,
so after you got so hold on, you put in 250,000, you got up to 750. How much did it drop to?
About 200,000, 250,000 over.
And you didn't fucking decide maybe I should cash out then? No, you let it go all the way down to 30 after that.
Well, I did. I did cash out then.
So but you cashed out $200,000?
Yeah. What do you think I've lived off of since 2000 or 2020? I've had to live off.
So 2020 now. So he sold in 2020. But weird, he was talking about like 2021. Like, oh, God's sake, what are we talking about here? So lived off since 2020. What is he talking about? The coin that he's saying has only gone up since 2020. There was no major drops in 2020 unless he bought it the first day and it like the next day drop, which is only 50% still, not 80 to 90% like he claimed. This is the coin he's talking about, and he said he sold it in 2020 now. So what's he talking about? The biggest drop, like I said, was here, which was in May 2021. This is why I say there's like it's personal preference. Do you know what? You guys choose. You guys are free to choose. Free country. You guys choose what you want to believe with this because everything he said here doesn't make sense.
Something.
So what was Mike showing in his documentary where you had 30,000 an hour?
Fire per Flame, can you remember when Boogie claimed the minimal crypto investment was a shot in the dark before he ended himself? What happened to that? Yes, exactly. During the documentary, he's suspiciously not talked about ending himself, which is kind of weird because it's been like such a big part of his brand. He recently claimed he hasn't felt like that in a long, long time, but I guarantee if I look towards the end of last year, he has 100% thought about that or mentioned that or whatever it is. Yeah, but that was in. Well, that's the problem when he changes it, because originally that was in 2019. He made it sound like it was the start of 2019 was when he made that idea up, but then no, he got cured in July 2019. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. He didn't want to do it anymore, and then he went on. He improved himself, but then it was like 2020 this apparently happened, but also 2021 this happened. So I don't know. This is what I say. Just whatever you guys feel, just believe it.
It's still remaining in a crypto account.
Well, I put it back into Ethereum, which is a really safe investment.
Is it?
Ethereum and Bitcoin are really safe investments.
No, it's
not.
Is it?
The
Bitcoin crashed like
massively years ago. Investment. So now you had $200,000. You couldn't put any of that money into like the index, the S&P 500. You know, literally buy the average of a tech stock and like let that fucking raise year after year. I mean, this isn't financial advice, by the way, but most financial advice is.
No, I could have, and that obviously would have been the smart thing to do.
Or maybe you could have put it into the house because that's clearly a very safe, appreciating asset.
Yeah, one of the things I really regret. I mean, at this point, and I'm very lucky, and I've.
That's it. Okay, so we're talking about that. So where did the money for sugar babies come from? When he spent $200,000, which he also said is an exaggeration now because it makes him look bad. It's also an exaggeration now. So where did the $200,000 for sugar babies come from? If you put all your money into crypto.
Open about this. This house says it's worth probably, and people pointed this out after the doc. I wasn't aware of this, but this house's value is closer to like 450,000.
It's actually closer to 500,000. This is cringe because I didn't realize this until people mentioned it after the doc was out, fully out, so I couldn't change it, so it made me look like more of a victim during it. But I actually didn't know my house was closer to 450, 500,000, guys. I was surprised. Boogie has been claiming he has been trying to sell his house, well, at least considering selling his house, since last year during the begging video. So it's like, how would you not know what your house is worth? It's not like it was $250,000 a month ago and suddenly jumped up to like $500,000. It wasn't like that. It has gone up ever since he got it in like, I don't know what, 2015 or something like that. It has gone up entirely. It is bizarre. It is such a silly, fucking weird claim because it is just Boogie lying. He is just lying.
paid $250. I owe about $150 on it. So theoretically, after closing costs, I could
the math that you just told me makes it sound like you put in a value of money into cryptocurrency, it raised, and then you lost, but you cashed out roughly around the same value you put in. So it doesn't really sound like you lost $600,000.
Which podcast was it where he was tearing a host a new one for apparently saying he was abuse? He's so different with other people. He's been different with pretty much everyone on every different podcast. He was on Monday and Matt. He screamed at him the entire time. God, what was it? He's been on a whole bunch of them. I can't remember. The one you're talking about, I think it's one where he spent like 2.5 hours with them. It's like Josh and Lucas, a podcast or something like that. Can't remember what it is. It's one I had saved because I intended to do a ramble off it at some point, but it is like 3 hours long. So I was like, that's probably a bit too long, even for me to go through. But yes, it's. Yeah, I've heard he's gone crazy. I think it was that one you're talking about where he went crazy and was saying he would give like Sammy to the shelter and it was like a kill shelter or something like that, just going nuts about it.
For some crypto then, right? It just sounds like you're
so
gambling.
again.
What's the valuation of your house right now, Boogie?
Well, like I just said, I've got about $150,000 left on the debt, and it looks like that I could sell it. Zillow tells me I could sell it for $450,000. So it looks like.
Forget Zillow for a second. Have you talked to a realtor or something too? This is the thing about like my video. This is the thing about the video. Why don't you?
We're not there yet. Again, why are we not there yet? That just doesn't make sense.
And maybe there's like a sentimental thing to this house. But
and yes, he still has his parents' house, Nate.
Why don't you downsize to like an apartment or like a smaller property?
Well, unfortunately, if I want to stay near my doctors and I want to stay near my medical centers, I need to stay in Northwest Arkansas.
So
Northwest Arkansas doesn't have any like apartments.
They do. You can get apartments here for as cheap as $900 to $1,000. But then I would have to kick out one of my roommates who's very close and dear to me. We've lived together for 25 years. He's my best friend.
Why don't you just like, I don't know, sell your house and use what you have as a down payment on like a new house? Because if you manage to do that, then you wouldn't be like paying $2,000 a month on a mortgage. Like, why wouldn't that make sense? If you find a place that was like, because if he sells it, so what does he owe? He said he owes $150,000. His house is worth $450,000. He has $300,000 to just put on a house. He could buy a house outright. The house he bought, if he had $300,000, he could have bought it outright and had 50 grand left over. So him suddenly talking about like, oh, I'd have to rent. What are you talking about? You'd have to rent. Just buy a house. Or if it's like, okay, maybe it's a $350,000 house. Put $300,000 on it, and then you're paying off a tiny ass mortgage.
Like a brother to me, I don't want to lose him. So then we're gonna have to pay more for a second bedroom.
So again, why don't you and him split the rent with each other?
Yeah,
I don't talk about that. He's got his personal life, and
I don't talk about that.
He's got his personal issues.
I mean, but it sounds like you feel like
you literally have like a leech, like 2 leeches living with you currently right now. You have a girlfriend who apparently can't work because she has anxiety, but she can like get naked for a documentary. You know, that makes 100% sense to me. She can appear in your videos, but she can't work. She could which is like technically work. Is her appearing in your videos? It is technically work because she is playing a character in your videos, but she can't actually do a job, which is bizarre to me, if I'm being really honest to you. And you have Chad, who, like, by the way, him saying, oh, I don't talk about his thing. He's only started this fucking nonsense ever since people started questioning the $1,500 he claims he gives to Chad every single month. Which mysteriously he dropped out when people asked him about that during his reaction to the documentary. He's like, I don't talk about that. I don't talk about that. And I said, well, you did. You told us it last October. So obviously you do talk about it. And like I think it was June, during Retropalooza, during his panel, he said that Chad was disabled. Is Chad even there? Chad is there, yes. Clum confirmed it, everything again. I think you saw him in the background of one of the shots of the documentary. But like, no, like Boogie outright said, Chad is disabled and he is looking after him now. Like, it doesn't make sense, especially when he then later, a couple months later, claimed that he was paying Chad to basically look after him, to work around the house. So it's like, why are you paying Chad to work around the house now when you have Des there? And Des is apparently working around the house. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I can't be stupid, right?
You want to support this person, and it's great and all, but you can't afford to keep yourself afloat, and you can't. So how can you add on a dependent as a thing, right? That's a big problem.
I mean, at the end of the day, he does bring in.
Yes, he did.
Again, his life is personal. Let's leave his life personal. It's very important to me. It's very important to him that his life is personal.
So. Well, it's unfortunate that you keep bringing him up online and you use them as part of your excuse as to why you're broke and why you need money. You know, you used him for that. During your monthly breakdown video you did last year, you outright said you paid him. You called him your employee. So you can't suddenly go like, oh, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. But you're using it to guilt trip your audience into paying more money to you. So I think we kind of have to talk about it.
But it's part of you. But it's part of your equation that you're discussing right now.
He's currently a null-sum game.
He's not.
I don't spend any money on him. And so you don't need to worry about it.
That's not true. Boogie included his costs And, you know, because he showed the grocery costs, Boogie included the grocery costs for the two of them, quote unquote, in his monthly breakdown. So Chad is not a null sum.
If I had,
especially if he's also paying him $1,500, definitely not a null sum.
To move into a smaller apartment, though, I might have to and have to work something out. But if we can keep this house to $2,100 instead of paying $1,100 somewhere around here, I think it's nice to build equity rather than just give it all to the landlord. And also, renting in Arkansas sucks. You guys may not be aware of this, but landlord
renting anywhere sucks.
I'm pretty sure Mutahar knows that since you absolutely went fucking boogaloo on him last year about it.
Yeah, but especially in Arkansas. In fact, you can Google this. It is the worst state in the nation.
But just think about it like this, okay? You how much is your current like home mortgage? $2,200. $2,100. Okay, so $2,100 versus like $900. That is fucking slashing your like that is slashing your housing costs by at least 50%.
And if and when the time comes, that's obviously something I'll do. But
he's been saying that for a full year now. A full year. Oh, you know, I'm considering selling the house if I have to. I'm considering it, guys. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Oh, I'm looking into options. He's been saying that for a full year.
But here's the thing: live stream more. I'd rather try to make more YouTube videos.
If you don't do it now, then you don't really have an option. You don't have that leeway in the future. That's the thing, right? Like this is like somebody who has $200,000 in the bank and no income, and they want to be adamant in living in their mansion in Los Angeles. Yeah, you can do that for like 4 or 5 months, but when that time comes to downsize, you know, your options to downsize are incredibly difficult because you have no fucking liquid assets to deal with.
So you may not know a lot about this, but the audience may not know about it. But I've learned about it a lot. I've had this loan for a long time. And so when you have a loan, you're building equity, and it's a 15-year loan. So a huge chunk of what I'm putting into the mortgage is mine to keep.
What is he trying to explain how buying a house works? Is he actually sitting there? Based on first services, a gigolo jerking him off, sure, fireproof. Like what? It doesn't make sense. Hey Duncan, that doesn't really like make sense because he's trying to explain like what buying a house is. It's like, well, when I buy a house, I buy it and it's mine, so that's better than renting. It's like, yes, it's obviously better than renting. You're seeming to dodge this part where if you just sold your house and made $300,000 in your pocket for it, you could just buy a house outright. You wouldn't need to rent. I don't know why he suddenly is solely focused on, oh, renting is really bad. Oh, landlords around here aren't very good. It's like, cool. Then just buy a house. That what?
And so once you sit down and do the math, it's way less of a savings than you're thinking.
No, it's not.
So if I can keep this house and keep building equity, it's my money to keep.
Okay, but how much is your house's value raising year after year, though? You live in Arkansas. It's not Los Angeles.
It went from 275 when I bought it in 2015 to 450 now.
You can't
Northwest Arkansas.
You can't fucking flex that when you pretended during the documentary that wasn't the case. You sounded like, well, it's increased substantially. Apparently, a week ago you didn't know that.
Popping off. We have the home of Walmart. We have the home of Tyson.
Oh yeah, Walmart's going crazy up there.
3 largest companies in the world. There's 2,000 small businesses.
I love he's sitting there trying to flex. He's sitting there trying to flex that my house is a great investment. When like a second ago he thought it was worth like less because he was claiming it was like 250,000, but he bought it for like 270. So he was during the documentary he was trying to claim it was worth less than what he bought it for. But now he's trying to like flex that his house is worth. Did you know I'm near the headquarters of Walmart? It's like, well, that didn't matter to you a week ago, did it?
Want to deal business with Walmart, they have to keep an office open in Northwest Arkansas. Tyson just moved 6.
No one cares. Boogie, no one cares.
I'm not going to quote it because I don't want to be wrong. But like several.
Well, Boogie wouldn't want to quote something just in case he's wrong, guys. You know, he's a man of upstanding moral character who never wants to quote something and be wrong.
Hundreds of jobs to Northwest Arkansas, which caused a huge spike.
Sure.
And a huge chunk of my money goes directly into equity because this loan is so matured at this point. So at the end of the day, I would rather keep the home as best I could, take care of the people that I can take care of, keep building equity. And I honestly think it puts me in a tightrope situation where it makes me stream more. It makes me make more YouTube videos. It makes me try harder.
See, I don't really see.
But no, it wouldn't. Because if your argument is that by having this incredibly huge mortgage, which is like ruining me, it makes me have to stream more. Well, you weren't streaming. You streamed like twice last month and like once the month before. You don't stream a lot. Like, it's weird when Boogie says, I wish I could go back to streaming 6 hours a day when he just could. He just chooses like not to. So like, I don't get this argument because it's not actually forcing you to work harder or do more. I remember, I think it was during my last recap, which admittedly was like February or March this year or whatever. I think I counted he did like 3 live streams in total, and there was like an hour total worth of content with all of his videos put together. I recently did like a sum, and out of his like most recent 12 videos at the time when I did it, it was less than 6 minutes per video on average, meaning he doesn't even work hard enough to get a mid-roll ad. Like, it's just like, what? It's like, but then a second ago you were arguing that if you sold your house and rented, it's actually not that good a savings. So it's like, well, why don't you do that then? Because apparently that would force you to stream even more.
You've been on a tightrope situation for the last couple of years.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's never been this tight.
Well, shrug.
This is as tight as it gets. You know?
And see, this is the thing. Like, yeah, sure, it's cool, but like, how can you ever expect anybody to feel bad for that? It sounds like you just.
That is literally what he's doing with his audience right now. Remember that he is live streaming this right now. This is him playing to his audience about, ooh, woo, I'm so broke, guys. This is entirely for his audience.
Away your money, and that's what it is. You know?
Right. If you look at his
Abigail,
documentary we made, does that look like a documentary that was designed to make somebody feel bad for me?
Yes.
Of course not.
It does.
It honestly, it felt like that was the intention, but because you're somebody that I believe.
No, obviously it was.
No, it looks like that from its intention. I mean, do you not understand how bad this documentary makes you look when you were out doing
That's my point. That's exactly my point. Yeah.
But no, it's because you didn't realize it. You thought it made you look good. You thought you were being heroic. You thought it was like he genuinely, guys. When Des 2 shows up, he specifically says, before we start the happy part of the documentary, he thought Des showing up was like the documentary was like on the upswing. That's when it was like everything was good and his life was improving and everything was getting better. That's what he thought. He said it himself when he was doing his reaction to it. But he's like, oh no, this is meant to make people like me or feel sorry for me. The entire bit with the girlfriend was. Because that's what Boogie thought it was. Boogie doesn't think his relationship is weird. He doesn't think his relationship is creepy. He thinks his relationship's amazing, and we're all weirdos for thinking it's weird. So, like, obviously, he thinks it's meant to make him look good.
Whatever, get a radio sub, you're not going to go like this.
When you were out trying to get a job, when you were out trying to find this job or whatever, like, what happened with that? Like, why did you absolutely throw away that opportunity? Like,
so we went in.
You took a dump all over that.
We went into the job interview. That is not a job interview. It's a staffing agency. To be
okay, exactly. You're doing a marketing.
Hold on.
Cool, exactly.
So it's a staffing agency.
So
and we talked a little bit beforehand.
You got to be.
Maybe staffing agencies are different in America, but like I remember when I was like really young, you would go to like places that were just like you went in and did like an interview and like talked to people, and they would like go out and find potential jobs, which is what it seemed to be for this. It seemed to be this person going out and trying to find him jobs, and that's what they were meant to do because they tried to get approval by corporate to see if they could run with him, and they ended up they couldn't get it. Like. Isn't that what a staffing agency does? Don't they still interview you? They don't just show up and just go like, "Hi there, want a job?" And they're like, "Okay, sir," and then they just try and find you a job. Don't you have to do some form of interview? Does that make sense?
Staffable though.
Right. We talked a little bit beforehand and made it abundantly clear that there was not anything this company was going to be able to do for us.
See, I can talk.
So, we decided
I
decided to have fun with it, and I just went into my Andy Kaufman mode, tried to have fun with it.
I went into my Andy Kaufman mode. Remember this, like. A trigger word should just be, anytime Boogie says Andy Kaufman mode, know he is just making shit up. Just know he is making shit up at that part. The second he says Andy Kaufman mode. When I was at Barry 3K saying YouTube pays aren't eating that shit, clearly highlighting the disparity between this cunt and 4 million subs is my favorite hour. Well, to be fair, that's the thing. The biggest thing coming across from Boogie, I honestly hope it didn't pick me up saying the C word there, because if I say the C word, it obviously he's just like, nope. He hates that word so much. Boogie is lazy. That is what I've come to realize. Boogie is lazy. When I look at his figures, like, and I said, if you calculate my figures up to be his, my view count up to be his, I would make considerably more than him, which is true. But then you start looking at it and you go like, oh wait, Boogie puts out a lot of videos that are under 8 minutes long, that are like 3 minutes long, that are 4 minutes long. So he gets like one ad for each of them, and it's like actually he probably does actually earn pretty low. He probably earns pretty low per video, per view, because he doesn't get like 2 ads, 3 ads or whatever if you get one of my longer videos. So he actually probably does get paid, like in terms of per view, less than I do, because my views are more, because my views might be an average of 40 minutes watched, 30 minutes watched. Well, his is like an average of 30 seconds watched. So there is a disparity there, but I still don't believe the figure that he is saying, especially when he's trying to say all these numbers are fudged and all the numbers are messed up. You know, it's kind of just like, how does that make sense? So is it fudged in the good way or the bad way for these ones? When you're saying every figure doesn't just, you can't hold us accountable to any of these figures, how are we meant to believe anything you say with your YouTube income?
And that's what we put into the doc. And the extended scene, I hope, shows that very clearly. But walking into that staffing agency in the first 5 minutes, we knew there's nothing this company could do for me.
So
why not have fun with it? I also did the same thing.
Is that like the attitude you have when you walk into anything that could change your life? It's like, this couldn't happen.
I think it
nothing
is.
to do it.
Well, no, once they tell me that it can't, then sure, yeah. Once they
he changes so many times, because he previously has said as well that he was designed, that it was like a skit. He was basically meant to go in there and torpedo it, to like do a bad interview so she can correct him and tell him this is how you do a good interview.
Tell me that.
No, in that video, like she pretty much said, "Hey, if you have the mentality of I can't, then you won't," and she was right.
Right, but that's after she told me.
Sure.
It was after we were abundantly clear. There's nothing this company would be able to do for me.
So you walk into an interview.
If that was true, she wouldn't have gone ahead and tried to get corporate approval for you.
And you tell them, okay, listen, this is all the negative things about me. By the way, if you look up me on the internet, you might hear me beat my wife. I'm a pedophile and all this shit.
Right,
it's like,
yeah,
you're not, like that's gonna fuck. Like that is. That
right, I would never have done that. I would have never done that if there was a chance that I could get a job there. Obviously.
See, the biggest reason, because Boogie is trying to... Boogie thinks he is doing well here. He really does think he's doing well here. But the biggest problem is, Boogie thinks he's doing well last year, when people, after the begging video, told him, get a job. And he was, like, gloating about how unemployable he is. He was so happy about how unemployable he was. It was embarrassing how over the top he was. Saying, well, if you know anyone who hires heavily disabled, PTSD-ridden, depressed guy who thinks about ending himself, felon who can't do more than this many hours a day, oh yeah, sure, send me their number. And then obviously anytime people said you could do this type of job, you could do this type of job, he just ignored them, obviously.
What about the time when Meta PCs offered you a job? Why didn't you take that?
Because that was a bit. How does people not realize that was just a bit? He never.
I remember that.
I'm one of their affiliates, man. We were trying to sell PCs.
How would that sell PCs? How would that sell PCs? Like, it doesn't make sense. Okay, see, I remember that bit actually quite well. The thing was, but this is during one of those threads on Twitter. Boogie doing this big boohoo. Literally, I am unemployable. No one can hire me, guys. I'm basically unemployable. Smirking the entire way, like high-fiving himself at his great idea. And then Meta PCs came in and said, I'm sure we could find something for you to do, Boogie. How about you come out to our offices? And Boogie's like, yeah, 100%. And then later on, Boogie came out and said, oh, well, the thing is, that was actually a bit, and it was just a joke to get more people to buy PCs. I was like, what was the bit? And then Boogie said, oh, well, the thing was, we had planned that bit, so I would then go out, and I would do Francis, and I would pretend to try and get a job at Meta PCs as Francis, and I would try and build a computer, but then it would be me smashing it by accident. And it's like, none of that happened. So how's this a bit? That bit sounds like a bit. The bit where they offered you a job doesn't sound like a bit. Like, maybe they were offering you a more permanent role. You being an affiliate doesn't rule out being a bit. Fireproof Flame, thank you very much for the super chat there. The equivalent of a Twitch sub. I'm just gagging for the VTuber emotes. Like, get on that crack. Up the Irishman. Thank you very much. Yeah, see, I think it's... I wouldn't do memberships on my channel. Like, I'm sure it could get me a couple extra pounds a month or something like that. But I don't know. I don't really do enough where I think memberships would be a good idea. So, yeah. Because then what can I offer members? Like, unlike Boogie, who, like, said, if I get 100 members, guys, I will do monthly members-only live stream.
That darn Irishman is one of the best.
He's one of the best. He's one of the best. He's one of the best.
That darn...
No, Boogie claimed, I think it was weekly he claimed, he would do weekly members-only live streams on YouTube to thank his members. That didn't happen. I think he did like 2 or 3 members-only videos, which he then apologized for because he's like, oh, people don't like me doing it. I'll unprivate them all, and then I'll stop doing them. And he pretty much just stopped doing them. But it's just to blame his audience. He worded it in such a way where his audience is obviously going to say, well, we don't want you to paywall content. And he's like, oh, well, people were unhappy and I had to stop making members content, but please still send me the money. And it's so deliberate. You can see it coming a fucking mile away from Boogie.
You guys have to know that, right? Like, ask Zach. Ask Zach. That was never an offer. Zach will confirm that.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck the bit was, so I can't say.
Yeah, it's like these are like some insanely like...
It's Boogie is on Cameo. Boogie's on Cameo. He's on Patreon. He's on OnlyFans, of course, like the good ones. What happened to his podcast? Which one are you talking about? The Power of the Universe? The Power of the Internet, or what the fuck it's called? He did 3 episodes off it. No one cared. Then he did one with Turkey Tom, which he got such a negative reaction for because he looked so bad that he privated it and pretended he did it because, like, oh, it's because it was demonetized. So I had to private it, even though Turkey Tom's version of it was monetized. So I don't get what he was going for there. And then he sneak unprivated it later on and just kind of ignored it and never did another one because that's just Boogie. But his Patreon is for the Power of the Internet podcast. He just doesn't do them anymore. So I guess he's kind of ripping off his Patreons a bit there if they're meant to be doing it for the podcast and that's not happening anymore.
Retarded bits that just fly over everyone's head for some reason. It's kind of cute. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. It could very well be a bit.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I didn't take it as a bit.
Which is why I respect the opinion that people think I'm a compulsive liar because sometimes this stuff is because Zach wasn't actually offering me a job. We were trying to sell some PCs.
Sure.
I wasn't actually getting offered it.
Where was the sell? Like, where was the sell? There was no bit where it was like him advertising any PCs or advertising anything. Get paid memberships going. Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Nah. Like I said, I wouldn't be doing enough, but thank you very much for the super chat anyway there, dude. Like, that's the thing. Where's the bit? Where is the funny haha bit? where he's like marketing, like yes, like you said, Mark, bet equals being caught in a lie. Where's the advertisement? They said that offer you a job. You said yes, okay, and then people kept asking you about it, and you're like, oh no, I was just a bet. No, I wasn't going to do that.
Job that day. If I did, I would have taken it very seriously. But we knew there was no job to be had here, so I decided to Andy Kaufman it a little bit. Why not?
This is what I wanted
Andy
to bring
Kaufman
up. Classy Tech actually brought up a very good point. You realize the housing bubble could burst, right?
Yep.
And what happens if it bursts, and then your housing price?
People keep telling me it's close.
You actually.
Right, but like I said, if I sell tomorrow, I clear up $225,000 after repairs, closing costs, new carpets, new paint, all this stuff. And I
thank you very much. Rabbits Huggers. That's it. Thank you very much for the super chat there, dude. Appreciate it.
You need that money. I'd love to have it. Where do I go?
You downsize into like an apartment or something, man.
Like
something small.
Like I said,
yeah, like a condominium.
Review tech is shirtless because someone donated $50, and that's just really does like an hour. I think if someone like donates and you go shirtless for a while.
Exactly. Like a 2-bedroom condominium. That's not going to be too much.
But if you
fucking spend the $300,000 you would make and fix up your mom's old house and move there.
Look in Northwest Arkansas, there's not a lot of options.
I guarantee there would be if I looked. I'm not going to, but I guarantee there would be.
That makes a lot of sense. We sat down. I know you guys.
It just sounds like you
hold on.
Hold
on.
No, Boogie cannot claim this. If Boogie is about to claim that he has sat down and looked at what is available in his area, he would have realized that his house was not worth $250,000. That is a blatant lie. That is him catching himself in another fucking lie. Because it's like, well, I sat down and I looked at the pricing in my area. It's like, well, did you not wonder why every house around you was $400,000 and yours was $250,000? Did that not click at all? What the fuck?
No, you guys don't believe I have friends.
Oh my God.
I believe you.
Who said that?
A lot of people. Like, people, every time I mention I have a friend who has a job, they're like, you don't have a friend?
Oh, no, it's not
Who
that.
says that? I don't say that.
Well, like I had a friend in PR, and they're like, you don't have a friend in PR.
Okay, no, okay. People say that because like no one says that Boogie doesn't have friends. Like he have people who might use him, but no one says he doesn't have friends. Like we even saw a documentary, saw his weird friends. Like people don't say, oh, you don't have friends because they appear in his like Francis videos and all. People say you don't have friends because he goes like, well, my friend in the FBI advised me to make a video on the Salmon Tulkey subreddit, and people are like, bro.
If you're
what are you talking about?
For $5,
you can super chat that. People are just like, bro, what are you talking about? Your friend in the FBI told you.
That darn Irishman's one of the best YouTubers.
He's one of the best. He's one of the best. I can't even buy it.
That darn.
My friend in the FBI told me to make an expose video on Salmon Tulkey. What are you talking about? That is just bizarre. It is so silly that you would even claim something like that. But okay, sure. But I have a friend in PR. But the PR information he got is like stupid, like genuinely like ridiculous. Especially because like the friend in PR at one point was his YouTube manager or some nonsense shit there. It is all over the place. He is just constantly fucking changing it. That's why people say, oh no, you're not telling the truth here with his friend in PR, the friend in the FBI, or the fucking Delta Force guy who's going to go out and take out your trolls or whatever the fuck claim you make.
I have a friend who works for the feds. You don't have a friend that has a fed. So when I tell
you,
I know,
we're not those people.
Yeah, Fedora?
So I have a friend.
Well, I do have a CPA friend
who's
been helping with some tax shit, and we sat down one day. And we've discussed a bunch of different things. The most promising thing.
So you have a friend who's like, really good with money, and like he helps you with your taxes and stuff like that. But at no point did you ask him, hey bro, should I invest $250,000 in crypto here, and then when it hits 800,000 or whatever he pretend number he was saying there, should I take it out of this like Ethereum, this like really solid one, and should I just put it into some random coin that apparently has been open for a day?
This is something I don't want to do, and I talked about this when Tom was here. He wants me to get on a disability trust because I am disabled. I've been disabled since 2007, and I can draw benefits. The problem is we'd have to take
Fernando, you're right. You should get on
trust, and then I could get back on Medicare and I'd have health insurance again.
Yep.
So that's something we're considering doing.
Stop it.
But on top
anytime Boogie says that's something I'm considering doing, I'm like, oh, okay, sure. Because he was considering selling his house last October. He is considering doing more live streams last October. He is considering doing more videos on gameplay and Magic the Gathering and stuff away from the drama last October. That's something we're considering. Is just like, I'm saying this so you can't come at me for it. That is purely what he's saying. Is just so you can't come at me. I'm going to make a claim here.
That we sat down and we crunched the numbers, and we've not found a lot of things that make a lot of sense other than just.
So I also crunched the numbers too because I like to research these situations and get down to the bottom of it. With Tom, actually, you said that your best earning month on YouTube was 30 grand.
Chad works for the CIA. That's why Boogie never mentions it. Imagine he's like, well, I don't actually pay him $1,500 to do my laundry. I pay him $1,500 to be my personal bodyguard. It's just in case Frank Castle comes back. That's what Chad there, because he did claim that the gun he shot in the air was Chad's gun actually. But Millie Boogie also claimed that they had an AR-15 in their house and shit like that, and that's what he's going to use to shoot Frank Castle.
With sponsors?
Yeah.
So. Explain to me real quickly. So in 2000, and I think it was 18 or 19, whatever, when you made $5,498,000 US specifically, even if you multiply 30 by 12, which is like some real utopian ass accounting, that's still not even coming close to clearing 498,000. So like, what is up with these weird discrepancies in like income? Like that's at least $110,000 discrepancies.
I don't know, man. Like if you need to see my taxes, I've got them all on my hard drive. You can see them. I don't know.
Sure.
I mean, a lot of times when I quote,
do you know what the easiest thing Boogie should actually do or could actually do? Like I said, I don't particularly care. It's like when he was talking about the what was it? The God, my head is just totally pickled there. I'm fucking knackered, boys. When he was talking about the cancer, and he's like, people want me to show my medical records, and that's crazy. And I actually agreed. Said, yeah, it's kind of crazy. People shouldn't be asking that because obviously if they're not going to believe you, they're not going to believe you. But then you're just like, if you're willing to just like share all of this stuff with like anyone, apparently the easiest way for you to show what you're currently making on YouTube is literally just to show your monetization screen. Like there's a monetization screen for me that literally shows for the last like 6 months how much I've earned every single month in like ad revenue on my individual channels. Like, because remember, Boogie has like 3 channels. I'm sure the other channels really aren't making very much a month, but they might be making a little bit. But it's like you could easily just show that. Like, would people believe it? Probably not. But if he's willing to show it to everyone, that'd be something he could easily just show is his ad revenue history, and it would just show his full AdSense account and like what he's earned. If he's just this happy to tell people it as if it's fact.
But what the fuck? Like,
admittedly,
like,
a lot of times when I quote numbers, I'm not expecting that level of scrutiny. But you're welcome to see them. If
I said this. I joked about this on Twitter. This is a guy who claimed I had like a Reddit thread militize and spent thousands of man hours to pick apart my entire life, and every time there's a new post on live stream fails or anything to do with the internet, they would spam hundreds of posts with the Salmon Talkie subreddit and talk about how I was an abuser and ruin my career. But now he's like, I've never really been under this amount of scrutiny before. What, someone asking you to confirm your numbers because your numbers just blatantly. Not even like you have to go through with a fine tooth comb to fucking like check. It's like, oh, I've noticed a small discrepancy here. You said 53 cents, but it was actually 54 cents. It's all that. It's just like blatantly obvious, not correct numbers. Isaac, I never thought people would scrutinize it that much. Boogie, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's a documentary.
Dude, yeah, it's like this is a documentary that you.
Well, wait. So I thought you were talking about a conversation with Tom.
What? Yeah, with Tom.
Did somewhere in the documentary say I made $30,000?
Yes, with Turkey Tom, a couple months ago. 5 months ago, you said that your best earning month was 30,000 with sponsors. Yeah. In the actual documentary,
it might have been closer to 32. It might have been closer to 35. I don't know.
32 and 35 isn't going to fucking dramatically give you 110,000 extra shortfall. So what the numbers are so odd. Nothing in your math actually adds up. Like $500,000 in 1 year.
Yeah, like you said, this is the max he made in 1 month was 30,000. He goes, well, maybe it was 35,000. And it's like, but yeah, you even forget Muta is taking that as if every month in a year was that. And that still wouldn't make it. So if you had your best month ever, 12 months in a row, it still doesn't add up. That is what Muta is saying. Boogie just seems to not be able to understand this, like, whatsoever. Like, I was expecting him to go for a different defense here, but I'm not even going to say it, because I'm worried Boogie will say it and be like, aha, well, that's my new defense here, because there is a different defense that is kind of a bit more obvious to go for here. I just don't get it. Tadas, thank you very much for the super chat. Just saw the stream and cashing up. I'm going to read it like you said it. 1-1 for me. No problem at all, dude. Thank you very much for the super chat, mate. Appreciate it.
And then there's tweets of you saying I paid $114,000 in like taxes or something too. So it's like,
well, if you want to see these numbers, it will bring you peace of mind. I'll just send you everything. I don't really give a shit.
I'm not your accountant. Like, I'm not the IRS.
I'm saying, like, if it's that important to you,
if it'll bring you peace of mind, if
that
it's that
Irishman
important to you,
is one of the best YouTubers on fucking YouTube.
If it's that important to you, if it'll bring you peace of mind, this is just standard manipulation tactics. He is trying to make out like Muta is the unreasonable one here for seeing that Boogie has said just ridiculous fucking numbers, and has called him on it. And that for some reason Boogie's like, oh, you're sounding crazy here. Do I have to show you my full tax record to make you happy?
I'll show you the numbers.
I think the truth is important, right? Like, I think being factual. I think when you have a
well,
fan base, because
I one of my it might have been 35.
One of my issues with you
so it doesn't make any difference.
Is this guilt tripping you do to your fan base?
Yes,
especially when it comes to money. Right now. Especially when it comes to money, it's like I'm about to lose
I made that
house.
mistake last year, and I haven't mentioned it since.
He doesn't. Guys, Boogie hasn't mentioned money issues since last year. Since last year, guys, he made that mistake of mentioning money issues last October. He hasn't repeated that since, guys. What are you silly billies talking? What the fuck is he talking about? Every single Twitch stream, he takes minutes at a time to beg for money. So much so, I remember in in February when I was doing my recap, I specifically said, I'm not going to cover this anymore because it is so frequent. It is so boring. He does it every stream. Constantly. I remember saying that I was just refusing to cover it anymore because it was so fucking repetitive. And it was so every single stream he takes a minute, and he still does. I watched 2 or 3 of his streams to get ready for my video of like the run up to and the immediate aftermath of the documentary. He still does it. Every stream, he takes times to do long begging sections. But he always just passes it off. Oh, this is just a joke, guys. Tee-hee. Suspiciously, it's the only time people donate to him, when he's doing this whole begging shtick thing. It's like I said, back with the Tesla thing, I used to say, you know what, it does come across as a joke. But seeing him now, the Tesla thing is what he does now. And it's not a fucking joke. That is him begging.
When it comes to money, you're always telling your fans, I wish I could do better. I wish, like I wasn't on my dire straits.
Yep.
And now when we're looking at your revenues and you're talking about your earnings, there's such a discrepancy there. So am I supposed to believe that?
I can fix these discrepancies for you. I'll set you down and you can see them.
Am I supposed to believe that you're at your financial wits, or maybe you have more money than you let on? Because nobody has any idea. You're not.
See, that's kind of where I'm leaning to. Because of how little effort Boogie puts into doing anything. Like I said, there's nothing that stops him from doing even a weekly live stream. Like I said, there are some months he does 2 live streams. There's some he does 1. There's nothing stopping him from doing weekly live streams. He has an OnlyFans. He basically doesn't touch it. But he still wants people to pay for it, apparently, even though it's a tee. That was a bit. Remember the OnlyFans? That was a bit, even though he's getting people to sign up for 6 months. And he still has it open. Even though he doesn't go near it anymore, it looks like. But that was a bit as well, guys. Even though he was telling people, I'm actually going to do adult content. Oh, but that was also a bit. Even though you're promising people, adult content on it. You're saying you're filming adult content for with a sugar baby or, a woman in your area. And then people obviously are going to go and sign up for it. And then oh, no, I actually was just joking about that. You can't do that. That's false marketing. You're falsely advertising your OnlyFans. It was when I was looking at it, because I was just going through some basic-ass numbers for his claim last month. Last year he claimed, I made $26,000 last year. That's his claim. His total amount made $26,000 last year. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever when he made, in March alone, I think he made over $1,000 in t-shirt sales just for March. That's when he released the Frank Hassel shooting t-shirt. OnlyFans, he claimed he had made over $1,000 in just November for that alone, over $1,000. What else was it? Whatnot, his October and November Whatnot streams, he did 4 of them, got about $1,000 each per time. That's about $4,000. So we're sitting there, this is all adding up very quickly. So how are we getting to the point where he only made $26,000? That means I got paid considerably more than Boogie, not on YouTube, obviously, but it means I'm sorry, Boogie, I guess I'm a baller compared to you now, because I make a lot more than fucking that. It's just how are we here? How are we here with him making that claim, when it's from just those few things, those 3 examples I pulled out, what is that, $6,000? 7 grand or something like that he has potentially made from just those 3 separate, not even including his Twitch income or his YouTube income or his TikTok income. I'm sure he probably gets paid for the TikTok creator fund because he uploads in TikTok plenty. What? It doesn't possibly make sense.
Giving factual numbers.
I literally posted.
And then you get a little bit angry. You get a little snippy with me when you tell me shit about this. And I'm telling you right now, these discrepancies are not something I literally
posted my bank account info and my crypto info in the locale chat. You can see how much money I have.
I'm not in the locale chat.
You were.
Can I imagine Boogie versus the Punisher? Fuck. Well, at least the Punisher actually would have shot back. To be fair, it would have been an old school, Wild West duel at that point, as opposed to him just pointing a gun at an unarmed man. My favorite bit of his entire reaction to the documentary still is the bit where he pauses on that drone shot of his house and he points at the school in the background. And he goes see guys, people are trying to claim that I shot the school zone. I'm actually 1 street over from the school zone. He claimed that wasn't a school for 2 miles. And it's literally 2 streets over or something like that. It's like 200 meters away from his house. He actually paused to point at the school, and it's like, bro, why the fuck would you? This isn't a win. This doesn't help you. You actually proved that the school is like 200 meters away from your fucking house.
But I posted it last week.
You think I'd look through every single thing on there? Like, I'm not even a paid member of the local podcast.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're still in it, you can go look right now.
I'm not in
Unless you think I have like a stack of cash laying around, that's everything.
Yeah, I think you probably do.
I'm not in that right now, nor do I see your...
His claim, like he said, he showed off the his bank accounts during the documentary, and it's like, that's all I've got, guys. It's like, but that doesn't mean I have multiple bank accounts. I'm sure a lot of people have multiple bank accounts. Maybe you have because you've reached the maximum interest limit on one of their accounts and you've moved money to, you have a separate account to use. Or maybe you have this is my holiday fund account, this is my general expenses account, or this is my bills account, this is my general expenses account. People have different banks. Different bank accounts for loads of reasons. So maybe that bank over there allows you 0% on international payments. Maybe something like that. So you have a bank account over there and you keep some money in that in case you want to do an international payment. Like, it's so weird that he is acting like, I have this one bank account, guys, and weirdly they never mention the $1,000 he has in like a savings account. They just never kind of mention that for like some reason. But it's like there are other accounts. You bet offshore accounts. I don't imagine it's like an offshore account. It doesn't have a Swiss bank account or something like that. But I'm sure he has other accounts. I can't believe he has one account. That was just, to me, that doesn't make sense. And I wasn't a millionaire YouTuber like he was.
Tax information. What do I need to see it? I just need to explain. I need you to tell me, for a man who's watched this documentary before its release and you stood by it, how could you stand by such glaring discrepancies?
They weren't that important to me, and I forget how important.
So you're telling me the exact amount of money you make when that's such a big part of your like complaining
of this whole thing?
Yeah.
Well, I know how
His
much
entire
money I
bit.
made. I don't care what you guys know or think.
You literally did this documentary to prove it. Like, so much of this was about your bad finances. But I don't care. Boogie literally said this documentary is to like prove a point and to like put all the drama behind him, and it's like the actual like honest version, because you're speaking to the real him, not like Sonny V2 who doesn't even interview me. He takes all of his research from Kiwi Farms. Disgusting. And now he's just like, I don't really care. I don't care. I know how much I make. I don't care if it's accurate or not. In a documentary about me that I said is like the one true showing of who I am as a person to hold me accountable for everything. I don't care if it's accurate.
It's not that important to me.
So you're willing to give us false information when we try correcting you on it?
It's a documentary.
Yep.
Well, again, like I said, you got to take that up with Mike. Unfortunately, he ballparked the numbers.
But you
wait, you gave the information.
You were the one who.
No, I did not give him that information. I did not.
What do you mean? He had access. You were the.
Is he your friend in the FBI? Did he like government subpoena and like hack your bank account to get the? You give it to him. You're the one who showed him the information.
And yes, Taylor, he privated his Twitter. You were in your tub showing him your bank account.
Hold on a second. Okay. Let me call Mike. Let's get him in.
I guess Mike is like the biggest fucking liar then, right?
No, he's
like,
not.
Holy shit.
That's what he's
again.
implying.
Well, apparently he's not used to the level of insane
more.
scrutiny that you guys feel you need to have.
I guess Mike must.
Insane scrutiny. Remember, guys, this is the dude who claimed that Sam and Tolkien was a militarized organization against him to ruin him, with thousands of man hours being spent per month to ruin him. But he's not worth. He didn't expect this type of scrutiny, where someone would say, "Hey, that number doesn't make sense." That is these guys aren't even going crazy on him. They're not even going super hard on him. Like, they're not even pulling out, here's a tweet where you said this, here's a tweet where you said this, here's a tweet where you said this, here's a Sonny V2 video which outlines your entire financial breakdown, how you lied about this and lied about this. It's nothing like that. They're literally saying, this number doesn't make sense. Explain it to me. And he can't explain it to him. Oh, I didn't expect this amount of scrutiny, guys.
Like, absolutely, what the fuck?
Oh, thank God.
But if anyone else made a documentary like this that had big financial discrepancies, they'd be...
Yeah, you'd be fucking mad. You'd be yelling at us. You'd be like,
no, I wouldn't. I'm so used to you being wrong about me, I'm numb to it at this point.
I have to pause here because this is before he starts to go fucking full meltdown mode, because he has nothing. He was hoping to phone Mike to get Mike to take the pressure off him, but instead he gets the answer machine because Mike probably's like, nope. No, Mike has I think there's a guy on Kiwi Farms posted up that Mike had responded to like Instagram message or something like that, where he pretty much just said, yeah, some numbers are not 100% correct, but they're bit fudged in some places, but they're within the amount of accuracy I'm happy to, the variation of accuracy that I'm happy in. Okay, so this is the temper tantrum coming here, and yes, I want to quickly point out that Mutahar and Rich are 100% correct. If Boogie had seen a documentary on him and it had any form of discrepancy, he would go nuts. Remember with Sonny V2, where it started off by him saying, Sonny V2 saying, Boogie makes bad financial decisions, and the first thing that shows up in that entire documentary, not a documentary, like a video, is the tweet where Boogie says, I just bought a Tesla. Boogie freaked the fuck out about that when he did his live reaction to it. Said, see, he's already lying. He's already lying. I've already caught him lying about me. I never bought a Tesla. He never said Boogie bought a Tesla. He showed Boogie's tweet where Boogie said that he bought a Tesla, and Boogie said, see, he's lying here. He's already lying. That's a level of scrutiny. Boogie gives videos about him where he said about me, he's wrong about me. Oh, he's very wrong. Well, actually, he's very wrong very often about me, but he can't point out any particular reasons. The same thing with Turkey Tom. He said, Turkey Tom, he's always wrong. You're wrong all the time. Turkey Tom, I wanted to confront you on some things that were wrong about your video. And Turkey Tom's like, okay, so what was wrong in my video? And it took him a while before he could get one. And then he said, well, you said I was never abused. And Turkey Tom said, that's literally nothing I've ever said before. And Boogie goes, oh, really? Oh, well, I didn't actually watch the video. I just heard you said that. This is the thing. Boogie is happy to scrutinize anything about him and say everything is a lie. Everything is false. Everything is fake. Everything's out of context, whatever. But then these guys, they say, your numbers don't make sense. Whoa, I wasn't expecting this amount of scrutiny in this professional documentary that I signed off on as being the be-all and end-all.
How am I wrong about you? I called about these discrepancies. That's what I'm
talking about
you.
In the past, man. And
how have I been wrong in the past? Please explain exactly how I've been wrong in the past.
My 18-year-old girlfriend's a good fucking start when she's not 18.
I never made a public statement.
You tweeted that fucking last week. You tweeted that last week.
When did I tweet?
You said you're telling people she's 18. I never fucking
no,
did.
because
I never did.
Was the one that talked about it in that leak.
No, but you tweeted it. It's on your fucking feed right now. You tweeted it.
What do you mean?
When you tell people your girlfriend is 18. When you tell people,
I kind of just want to let this go a little bit because I don't have anything to add because Boogie just felt himself. Boogie felt himself, and Muta doesn't need my help making him look like an idiot.
Never did. I never did.
That's what he told us.
I never did. But I didn't.
That's what he told us.
But you are factually incorrect because I never did.
Did I speak about that publicly until you made?
Yes, it's on your Twitter feed.
Yeah, I quote tweeted you because you were bringing it up publicly.
I love that so much. I never did. I quote tweeted you. No, you didn't. I love that because he did. Because I remember commenting on it at the time because I thought it was fucking hilarious. Boogie, for some reason, shared because some I can't remember what account it was, but some account posted the DM links of them all laughing at Boogie. Boogie, for some reason, quote retweeted that to his fan base and showed them the leaks. For some reason, Boogie decided to do that. Ran defense for Keem. Just said, Keem, I think, was mistaken about it because he knows Keem is the only guy who keeps him relevant. Boogie wouldn't have got the boxing match without Keem. He wouldn't have the Lolcoy podcast without Keem. Keem is the only guy actually keeping Boogie relevant at all. So he has to suck up to Keem. Even though Keem's the one making the claim that Boogie said it was an 18-year-old. But then he just randomly shits on Muta. And I remember making the joke saying, it's so weird that he, out of everyone in the group chat, 12 people, the only person he goes for is the only non-white person. And I made that as a joke. But I don't know. He really seems to hate Muta for some fucking reason. And it's kind of suspicious. But yeah, he just goes after Muta. If for some reason he called him Muta, and Muta responded to him. And then Boogie's like, why are you making this public? Why are you doing this? Why are you picking on me? Acting full victim mode. Even though he called out Muta first and Muta responded to him. It was mental.
Yes,
no, you didn't. That was a completely separate tweet.
You were the one that brought it up.
The point that I'm making is you are still fucking wrong.
Right
the point that I'm making is you're still fucking wrong. You're still fucking wrong. I have her ID in my wallet. I know how old.
Did anyone hear that? I'll replay that bit, guys. Perk up those ears.
You're still fucking wrong. You're still fucking wrong. I have her ID in my wallet. I know.
I have her ID in my wallet. Odd. Kind of odd. Kind of weird. Why would you have your girlfriend's ID? It's kind of... It's like I said. Boogie keeps making things worse. It's like I said last time. I'm never one to call him a PDF file. I never did that. I tried and I said it's annoying because he's making my job harder for me with stories like the Ducky thing and how infantilized Des 2 was when I finally got to see her because I'd never actually watched it before the documentary. And then we got things where him saying, I caught her on her phone. And then he had to clarify, well, I didn't mean like that. I mean, she's allowed to be on her phone if she wants. She's allowed to have a phone. And then people started talking about it. It's like, wait, didn't Lucy Fox make it sound like he wasn't, she was kind of held hostage in his house near enough, and she was not really allowed to leave because he would lose his mind at her. And then people started saying back on the H3, and I haven't checked this, so this might be false. I'm just saying, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't researched this bit yet because I only saw someone talking about it recently. But apparently back on the H3 podcast when he was talking about having girls in his house, he said it was a no phone zone. So it's when you're adding all this stuff together, that's creepy. Why are you saying it like that? It sounds like maybe it's just a slip of the tongue. Maybe it's just a slip of the tongue, but this is really suspicious. It's really weird. Like, and the fact that Boogie has to keep verifying everything he says. He says something, and then, like, literally the next tweet is him clarifying it or recontextualizing it every single time he talks about it. You just at the point where you're like, bro, maybe just stop talking about it. Because everything you say makes it fucking weirder.
How old she is?
You literally just
she's
lied
not. She's
so
20
hard,
years old,
and now you're so mad that you got.
No one is saying
it's not a lie. It's on your Twitter feed right now. Yeah, go check your Twitter feed right now. Go check your Twitter feed right now. It's on there right now. It's on.
Literally screaming like a child. Literally screaming like a child, trying to get like make sure Muta can't win because Muta is like destroying him. Boogie has nothing. You're lying. No, I'm not. I responded to you after you retweeted and showed everyone that. See, you're lying. It's like, no, it's literally, it's still up. Unlike Boogie, Muta didn't delete his tweets. Unlike Boogie, Muta kept his tweets up. Boogie deleted all of his tweets and pretended like it never fucking happened. But another thing, this is so loud. This is him just screaming like an actual child. Like, insane. It just told me you're very wrong. She's laughing in the comments. God damn it, Primer. Well, tell her that she sucks and she's in Arkansas 6. Oh, fucking burn.
Right now. It's on there right now. Go look at your Twitter feed. It's on there right now. I ain't lying to nobody. It's on there right now. Go look at it. It's not there. I'm not lying about anything. It's fucking on there. You said it.
Looking at it. I quote
you said it. You said that I said that, and I never did.
It's on there.
I never did. I never did. I never did.
You did.
I never did. I never did.
I never did. Oh my god, he is losing. It's like when flamenco. It's why I hate listening to flamenco have debates with anyone. It's like listening to flamenco have a debate. And holy shit, this is the one thing that proves to me that Boogie might actually have autism is because he argues the same way as fucking flamenco. Like, holy actual shit. Oh my god, I never did. But I never did. I don't know, should I make that one of my donation signs as well? I never did. I never did. I never did.
I never did.
He never did.
I never did.
He never did.
But you said I did. That's you being wrong about me. That's you being wrong about me. That's you being wrong about me.
I literally just fucking.
That's you.
Oh my god, fucking Muta's just laughing at him. Muta is just laughing at him. Holy shit, Muta. Like, imagine you're doing so bad that the guy you're arguing with is just laughing at you in the debate. He is chortling. It's not even just a laugh. It might not be a chuckle yet, but it's a chortle. He is chortling at you. You're doing so badly.
You're wrong about me. Oh, how's it feel, Muta? How's it feel, Muta? How's it feel, Muta, to be caught in the lie? Woo! How's it feel, Muta?
I can't wait for this.
Jesus Christ. And then I can deconstruct exactly how you're wrong.
How am I wrong? Did you tweet that I said that she was 18?
Yes, I did.
I never did.
No,
I never did. I never did. I never did, though. I've never said it.
He never did.
I've never said it. I've never said it. I've never said it.
He never said it.
Old man, dude. Jesus Christ.
50-year-old man, dude. Jesus Christ.
I've never said it. I never will say it because she's not. She never was 18 when I knew her.
She never was 18, guys. Write that fucking down. She never was 18. Never was. This bitch, she was 17, jumped straight to 19. She never was 18 when I knew her.
Yeah,
so
I
why would I ever say
the fact that you were talking about
how
me
long?
in some
How
group
long?
chat.
How long were you talking to her for?
We just celebrated our 1-year anniversary today. We officially started talking.
What is that?
November 10th.
We celebrated our 1-year anniversary because we started talking November 10th. Imagine this is your anniversary with the love of your life you're getting ready to marry and you're here screaming. Imagine her sitting in the other room. If she actually has social anxiety, I bet that fucking set her off. I bet she's sitting there smoking 3 bongs at once, looking for her ID, trying to escape it. Oh god, he still got it. I've never heard someone say our 1-year anniversary because that's the first time well, it wasn't actually the first time. It was the second or third or however many time. You know, Boogie keeps changing it. Time he DM'd her or received the DM from her or whatever. It's like, that's our anniversary. How the fuck did our anniversary? People do anniversaries for when they started dating, not the first time they texted each other or something like that, or first time they saw each other or something like that. It's fucking insane. It is so silly.
November 10th of what year?
Last year. One year.
Okay.
Oh god.
Which would have made her 19 at the time. We started dating when she was 20, when she turned 20 in March.
Okay, so you started dating in March, but am I right, guys? Did he just say that? They started dating, as if he waited? That sounds weird. Doesn't that actually make it sound more suspicious? Hey, Travis Mutahar. Doesn't that make it sound more suspicious? I sat there and I waited until she was 20 before I started dating her. Even though he was talking about how she, confessed her feelings to him in February. So I'm assuming she confessed her feelings and he just waited a month for some fucking reason or something like that, I guess. Like, what the fuck? Why would, like you're saying, why is he paying attention to her age? Oh, I waited till she was 20 before I started dating her or whatever it is. Just like, what the fuck? Also, then, okay, well, that makes it even more suspicious. So you started dating her in March, like you said. Like, Boogie, you said that. I'm going to work off your words here. So why in May, when you went to London, did you go with a woman who wasn't her? And why did you go up and try and flirt with all the ring girls, like Wings of Redemption said? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? It doesn't sound really nice to your girlfriend. Is that why we had that segment in the extended scenes where she for some reason said that she'd be okay with you cheating on her? Well, it would hurt, but like I wouldn't leave him even if he cheated on me, which is fucking mental.
And we've met for the first.
I fucking loved it. One of my favorite things is because he was like talking to someone and someone said, because people said like, why are you acting so weird if she was 18 when you met her? Because it was during this whole drama thing. And he said, oh, well, because it'd be weird to date an 18-year-old. And someone's like, so it's weird to date an 18-year-old, but not a 20-year-old? And Boogie's like, yes, it's not weird to date a 20-year-old because she's been an adult for a little while. She's been an adult for, a little bit. So it's not weird. Like 18, like the second she turns 18, she starts being an adult. And like 2 years later, that's fine. She's been an adult for 2 years. So it's totally okay and totally reasonable to date her then as a 50-year-old man. That is thank you again for super chat. Muta literally just needs to stay quiet while Boogie sets himself on fire. Also, another pint. Exactly that, mate. Another fucking pint. Exactly. It's just like Muta just sitting there, chortling. And fucking Boogie melting down, revealing himself, looking like a fucking lunatic. No wonder he privated his Twitter after this.
Time in June.
And she legal is legal, and that's all that matters to me. But you don't think?
No, I mean it matters to me. I wouldn't want to date an 18-year-old.
Sure.
Why?
What's the
don't you
difference?
think that's like kind of dumping your trauma on her?
Yeah, I find it so weird that he acts like that, where he's like, oh, I wouldn't date an 18-year-old. Like, I'll talk to a 19-year-old until her 20th birthday and then date her, but I wouldn't date an 18-year-old. It's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's so fucking goofy.
I mean,
he doesn't care. He was sitting there telling her every single health issue that he had, and she started to cry in front of him. What do you think she's going to go through?
So this is my belief. I believe, and you might disagree.
It's going to be a great belief.
But I believe that if someone is going to be in your life, they need to be informed.
So
I want to make sure that she
basically remind them that you're basically at death's door. That's really good.
I wanted to set her down and make sure she fully understood what she was walking into.
What do you think her reaction was going to be? What do you think? A normal person is going to get up and run away, or do you think they're going to get, forcibly attached to you because shit, I'm a real bad person if I run away when this person's dying?
She's got a great place to go. I don't know if you're aware of this.
She has a great place to go. The basement? Like, what do you mean by that? He's so weird when he talks about her fucking mom. He is so weird when he talks about her mom. Because he pretty much acted like, well, I can't be abusive to her because she talks to her.
That Irishman is one of the best YouTubers.
He's so good.
YouTube, okay?
Independent source saying that. I can't confirm it's an independent source saying that. You have to take his word for it. Like, he keeps talking about her mom as if like, well, I can't abuse her because she talks to her mom every day. It's like, how do you think that makes any difference? She talks to her mom every day. Oh, so it means I can't be abusive to her. It's like last year he made a claim that he can't be abusive to women because he's fat and ugly, so women wouldn't put up with it if he was abusive to them. They would just leave if he was abusive to them because he's not attractive enough for them to put up with the abuse. That is actually something Boogie claimed. I will have to find that clip because I'm sure I still have it saved somewhere to play it of Boogie making that fucking ludicrous claim.
But do you know that one of the biggest causes of divorce?
Andrew, it's some ordinary gamers.
Did you know that? Did you know that people who have cancer, their significant others leave them very frequently? Did you know that?
So
yes,
we know this.
One of the most common responses to someone being as sick as I am would be to leave.
Nope.
She chose.
You're misrepresenting that entirely. When you're saying it like that, when you're like telling someone, I am literally like at death's door, I might die tomorrow. That's very different than someone who has like cancer or a long-term illness that requires a lot of work. That the person changes over time. That they're having to go to chemotherapy. They're a lot weaker. The husband might have to do more for the wife. The wife might have to do more for the husband because the other party is suddenly weaker. They might not be able to provide as much. Financial worries might increase. Everything like that. Right now, she is financially entirely dependent on you. So maybe it's more common if, like, for example, we're going to say the male earns more and the wife decides, I have to leave because right now you don't earn anything anymore. And I have to do everything. I can't handle this. I need to leave because I just can't deal with this anymore. That's different. That is over a prolonged period of time. Boogie makes it sound like the second you go up to your girlfriend and say, hey baby, I have cancer. She's like, oh, Well, you also don't have a girlfriend. Haha, loser. And then she's like, Fortnite dances out the door or something like that. That's how Boogie seems to think it is.
Yeah, but she's psychologically damaged, though.
Well, good to hear, Claire, you would not have sex. Who the fuck leaves their partner if they get cancer? I'm sure the stat is real, but it's not how Boogie is portraying it. Like, as if, like, the second you tell the person that you have cancer, they're just going to leave you. Like, it would be over, like, a long period of time where they slave change in their partner, or they have to do more. It's like if your partner suddenly becomes, like, a quadriplegic or something like that. Like, you know, totally disabled, stuck in a wheelchair, only be able to move their eyes. I'm sure for a lot of people, they just couldn't deal with it. It's like people who have children with disabilities and everything like that, where some people just cannot cope with it. But Boogie's making it sound like if she was going to leave him sitting down here and trauma dumping on her about how he literally could die tomorrow, when nothing he listed is really that crazy or insane, honest to God, that she would just be like, oh, really? Oh, I didn't know about that, even though I'm a fan of yours and all you do is complain about your health, so I probably should have known that. But okay, whatever. Especially because she started contacting me in November, which implies she probably contacted him because of his cancer diagnosis. So it's kind of weird. Do you think she would kind of assume that? And then whatever.
Yeah.
He's
got daddy issues. I mean, shit. She even sat there and was like, "If you cheat on her, she'll still let it go because you're a YouTuber."
Yeah, we had a really good moment.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a really good moment on the live stream the other night, and she came in there. I'm like, "Baby, if I ever cheat on you, you got to promise me you'll cut my dick off." And she's like, "Of course." Yeah, she's.
But see why Boogie said we had a really good moment? That was it. That was it. He brought her in and said, "Hey, if I ever cheat on you, cut my dick off." Okay, okay. That was it. That was it. His really good moment where they had like a real strong connection in the relationship, where he showed her she should never let him cheat on her, is him doing a funny skit in the middle of a live stream where he just says, "Oh, make sure to cut my dick off. Oh, go all," and he says, whatever woman that was who cut the guy's dick off back in like I think in the 90s or 80s or whatever it was. He said, "Oh, go all her on me." That he thinks that's like a good part of their relationship. That he brought her in on stream to do that. And that's evidence that it's real.
She's got social anxiety. She's like me. She says silly shit sometimes when the pressure's on. It's really hard.
But I didn't even realize that for her.
But you said she didn't have her social anxiety was fine when it was just her face in the camera. That's exactly what Boogie said. Because people said, "Well, how come she's able to like chat and talk away on your live stream, on your videos, in the documentary?" You know, it's like, oh, it's fine when it's just her and a camera. And so it's like, but now you're using this excuse as to why she said that.
Say that she would still be with you if you cheated. Like it's just.
She immediately regretted saying it, like we talked about it that night.
Sure.
Yeah, but Freudian slips are Freudian slips.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Benjamin, he's gaslighting her into staying with him. She's at an age where she should be out there making mistakes and learning from them, not dating 50-year-old men whose mistakes are well noted. Exactly, Benjamin, but the problem is some people consider, well, this is part of her mistake process. And it's like, but it's just, this is something so creepy. It's just so weird. Lorena Bobbitt, that's it. Thank you very much. Yes, I couldn't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah, it's just, everything you see about it is so controlling, so manipulative. His little slips, what he said about the ID and all, everything is weird. Everything is like creepy and odd. It's just so fucking bizarre. I just don't know why I keep showing it, because nothing looks good.
You know, it just doesn't seem healthy.
Yeah, I get that. At the end of the day, she's got loving parents that'll take care of her. And when she's ready to go, she can go.
Sure.
And I'll be glad to help her.
And when she's ready to go, she can go. This is even more like his little, I'm training you, I'm teaching you how to cope. He keeps doing it like, oh, well, she has really bad self-esteem, but I'm working on that. Oh, she has really bad body image issues, but I'm working on that. She has really bad social anxiety, but I'm working on that. Like, it's like he's convincing her that she is broken and she needs to be with him so he can fix her. That honestly is how it comes across. So creepy.
When
she's ready to go, she can go. What are you waiting for her to leave?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if that's something she decides she wants to do,
you don't think you're necessarily being selfish, taking away these years from her life?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think that she is an adult.
I think that I don't care. I think that he might as well have just said that, because most people would say that. Like, you're saying that if I die in the next couple of years, it will break her heart, because of course Boogie has to make him dying affect other people, because it can't just be like, oh, it would suck if I die in the next couple of years. It's like, oh, if I die, it would ruin her life. And it's like, then why would you be with her? At that point, wouldn't you be like, do you know what, maybe I should let her be free. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this to her because it's like a bad thing for her. But he's like, no, we're happy enough right now.
I think that she has agency. I think that she knows that she has multiple places that she could be. She knows that she's got plenty of people that would pursue her. She's got a loving...
Would she know there's plenty of people pursue her when apparently you're making claims that you are her first boyfriend? So how did she know that there's plenty of people who pursue her if you're her first boyfriend? and like she doesn't really have much experience. Like, so how does she know there are plenty of people after her if she's 20 years old and apparently you're her first boyfriend and you're a 50-year-old fucking 2 out of 10 400-pound man? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Family that would take care of her. That miss her very much. We're going to.
She has agency. She has some free will. It's fine.
And she knows that she has options. If she chooses to be here, then she has every choice to be here. And I'm going to make it an awesome time the whole time she's here. We have a good time.
Are you? Because like, I imagine her. Because like, he keeps talking about how she is like supporting him emotionally and stuff like that. Is that an awesome time? Is that something that like a 20-year-old should have to be doing for like a 50-year-old? Is like supporting you and like cheering you up when you have a Twitter meltdown and then go on to fucking Review Text podcast and have an absolute meltdown? Is that something she should be doing?
We watch her shows. We play our games. We take what little time together.
We play with the stuffed animals.
She's happy and I'm happy. And if she's ever not happy, I fully expect her to tell me so we can solve the problem. Simple.
Hey, Rich, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you something in the chat. You think you can put it in the?
I love this. I just love this.
This is the tweet. This is the actual tweet that Boogie is saying that I mentioned about him 18. I want you to tell me.
This is the thing I love. Like I said earlier on, Boogie takes it high, screams over you over and over and over again to just beat you down, to try and get past the point because he knows he can't beat the point. And then he tries to calm it down and make it nicer and softer and friendlier afterwards, hoping that we've moved on from that point. Muta didn't fucking forget. Muta was in the background fucking screenshotting away.
Who I'm quote tweeting in this? Who started this content? Who started this first?
Tell us. Oh, thank you very much, Super Chat. She can go when we/me agree on it. Exactly. It's everything about it is bad. It's just like, bro, just stop talking about it. Like, but he won't stop talking about it. Even though he said, "Oh, I didn't have my ex-wife in the documentary because I didn't want the evil trolls to go after her." The trolls are still going after my poor ex-wife. 6 years later, will you please leave her alone? It breaks my heart. Even though Clum came out and said it's because she actually threatened to sue him, but we ignore that wee bit there, fellas. Instead, notice that he wanted to protect her from the trolls, but he has Des in everything he does. Everything he does. And he talks about how she's laughing at the trolls and mocking the trolls and stuff like that. It's like, why are you doing this? You're inviting this shit. Shouldn't you just not talk about her? Oh, but you can't not talk about her because she is literally your trophy. You have to show her off at every possible opportunity because you want people to think you're a gigachat. It is all you care about.
Read the tweet.
You sending it Zoom or
I sent it to you in the Zoom meeting chat.
Yeah, read the tweet to us, please.
Yes, read the tweet exactly. And I sent you an image as well.
Read it exactly.
The deleted tweet from the individual I quote tweeted. Just tell me who that individual is.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't start the conversation.
No. Shut the fuck up. Okay. You started.
He's already fucking. Oh, I'm not. Look, I never said I didn't start the conversation.
You were literally hiding that. You were fucking screaming like a baby.
Yep.
Oh, you're screaming at a baby. You said that I said that she was 18.
All right, so there's that. I can't.
How do I see it? Can I? Is there a way to see it?
Hold on. I'm gonna get that too.
Sorry to do this to you when you're high, man.
Sorry to do this to you. Hi, by the way, Rich. How are we doing? We still good friends here? I'm going to, before this information drops and I start looking bad, I'm going to try and get in there and be friendly with the host. How you doing there, buddy? You doing okay? I'm really sorry that this has happened to you there, Rich. The fucking blatant manipulation. Holy shit.
Okay. I was just going to play with the tape deck like a nice little middle-aged man tonight. And here I am.
I feel you, bro. I was going to talk about the Marvels. That didn't work out for me. I was going to make a quick 10-minute video.
To my desktop. Hold on. That's also very boomer of me. Minimize everything. Here it is, I believe.
Here it is here.
And I will zoom in.
Yeah, who am I responding to there, Rich?
Yep. Okay.
Who started this?
Well, there it goes.
What did you say, though? Isn't that important, too?
Is that important, too?
It's all right there.
Y'all expected me to go wild about these Keemstar Muta leaks where they shit-talk me. I wouldn't have expected anything else from...
Okay, he goes on a wee bit more there. Pretty much where he says, oh, well, Keemstar... I don't know why he brings Muta in. Like, Muta isn't, like, the person who talks the most or anything like that. Hey, Sleepy Mate, how are you? But he brings up the Keemstar and he runs the fence for Keemstar. Oh, Keemstar was probably just confused about it, blah, 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 whatever. He's mentioned some other guy. I can't remember what his name was, but he's like, oh, it really sucks to see him talking like that, though. I was a really big fan of his. You know, the very standard manipulation tactic Boogie uses on, like, anyone who criticizes him. It wouldn't surprise me if me and Boogie ever talked. He goes like, oh, do you know what, Mr. Potato? I'm a real big fan.
$5, you can super chat.
I really love your content. Your Girl World, the fantastic content. I really love the Girl World content. All that kind of shit. But then he goes like, but Mutahar's always had a hate boner for me and hate, just crazy.
That type of group or chat. Mutahar quote tweets, but I didn't privately shit talk you. I'm very open about my dislike of you. I think you're one very manipulative person who loves to take advantage of your fans. Creators asked you about your weird relationship when you publicized it, which you very much did, Boogie. Yep. We all thought it was creepy.
Now, again, before Boogie talks over, when he's talking about group chat is a private chat that creators have between each other. This is not a public statement of fact. Under it, I said, when you tell people a girl you met just turned 18, because Keemstar was the one that told us about this in a group chat, and we were kind of a little bit grossed out. But I didn't make a public matter-of-fact statement because that's just Keemstar's word. I'm not going to publicly defame somebody when there's no hard proof.
Exactly.
So before you go, I never did. There you go. That's your lie that you got caught up in. So fucking talk your way through it.
Read the tweet again.
Oh my god.
Your tweet.
I'm so sorry. I'm dealing with some shit.
I'm just dealing with some shit. From what I think it's revealed later on, him typing furiously there is, I think Keemstar is coming in, being like, shut the fuck up. I think Keemstar is coming in, cracking the whip a wee bit here.
Read your tweet again, if you don't mind.
Y'all expect me to go wild about these Keemstar?
No, his tweet, the one where he says that I was telling people that she was 18. Can you tell me that part again?
When you tell people a girl you meet just turned 18, it creeps us all out.
Yep.
You're a gross.
See, I never said that though.
Yeah,
but Keemstar said that. Keemstar told us that.
Yeah, but I didn't.
I'm
that's what's
Brantley.
important. You said
okay. So then why are you getting mad at me? Get mad
You said that I said it. You said that I said it. You just
because Keem said that you said it to him.
But I never did.
What am I going to do?
Well, anyway,
so
Keemstar.
So like that's the thing. But Boogie, this is what Boogie is fixed. Actually, I'll let it finish.
Keemstar. There you go.
Locale chat.
Why do you work with the guy that just slandered you? What the fuck?
Yep.
You're such a bitch.
Yep.
I'm a forgiving guy, man.
Oh my god, you're such a bitch. It's true. He is. He is running defense for the guy making the allegation, but he's going after Muta because Muta said, "Oh really? He said that? That's weird." He's going after Muta for saying that, but he's not going after Keem for fucking actually being the one to make the allegation against him. Brantley also made the allegation against him. There were. It's something I find hilarious, and I cannot keep the wee eye out for it. Didn't see it. Maybe it's changed. I haven't seen it yet so far. But Keemstar came out and said, "You told me, Brantley, and kid behind the camera, that she was an 18-year-old virgin." And Keem said that was true. Brantley said that was true. Both of them said that Boogie said that. Originally, it was just Brantley had said that back, I think, in like July, and people were kind of like, whoa. People were confused about it, but it was clarified afterwards. But then Keem confirmed that he also heard it. So that's two people now saying that they heard him say that. Kid behind the camera, the third person, never mentioned it. He was tagged in it, never mentioned it, didn't respond. Kind of bit weird. Kind of a wee bit weird. The kid behind the camera didn't rush in to defend Boogie on that one. Bit suspicious.
Fuck it. Keemstar's gonna make me money. I'm just here to make money.
And you're okay with
Keemstar just wants to make me money. I'm here to make me money. You're the one who tweeted it.
Mad,
Didn't you point out that it was a private chat? Didn't you point out it was a private?
You're the one that mentioned it. You brought that private.
He quote tweeted it. He's upset that Muta talked about it when Boogie was the one who quote tweeted it and called out Muta in the quote tweet, and he's upset that Muta responded.
Chat up into the limelight. You mentioned "Be My Name" in that post. That's why I tweeted you. I wasn't going to mention a private chat.
Keemstar's asking me to save it for the locale podcast. I'm going to save it for the locale podcast. But have a good one. You did say that publicly. I said that she was 18.
I didn't say shit publicly.
Keemstar.
You did.
I didn't.
You did say that. You did right
I
there.
didn't make a public matter statement.
The tweet that he just.
Then you need to go back to a fucking school and relearn how to read properly.
Read that to me one more time, could you?
Please.
The part where he says that she's 18.
Yep.
Could you do that again?
I say that? I said people said that she was 18.
No.
You were referencing.
Read it again for me, real quick.
When you tell people a girl you met just turned 18,
See, I never did though.
When you tell people a girl you just met,
but I never did though.
That person
I never did.
Keemstar said you did. Your best friend. You got to the boxing match. You got to the local podcast. Apparently, he said you did. Apparently, Keemstar said you did. Keemstar still is arguing that Boogie did. Keemstar, even after they kind of calmed down, Keemstar admitted, yes, she is 20. I have seen her ID. She is currently 20. However, he still was arguing that Boogie definitely still told him that she was 18. He still was arguing it. So even after all this shit show, Keem was still saying, you actually did still tell me she was 18. Brantley was still agreeing with it.
Keemstar said it to us.
Have a good night.
Okay, so you're saying, all right, cool. Then he just fucking.
And then he just leaves. He just left.
Did he really just?
And that's pretty much it. There's really nothing else in the last couple of minutes here. But that's pretty much it. Yeah. He logs off, and he was online on Twitch doing this, and he was live for like another 6 seconds after this to pretty much be like, I gotta go, guys, and put out some fires, and then just instantly ended the stream. It was so crazy. And it's the thing is, Travis, like you're saying. Do I believe it's something Boogie might talk about? Yeah. I believe that's something he might flex about. We all remember Lucy Fox. Lucy Fox, the first time I think people heard about Lucy Fox was on the H3 podcast, where he was gloating that like he has a new girlfriend, and Ethan asked him what about, and he said, oh, yeah, well, she's nearly old enough to drink, and then started talking about how he's lost so much weight that he can finally like do it doggy style on a girl by lifting his belly and putting it on her back. And he's sitting there gloating about that. And then like, what is it? Like a year later, he's saying, oh, she's just some stripper I barely know who's blackmailing me. That's where it's gone from a girl, like his girlfriend who's like super hot, you know, barely fucking legal, she can't even drink yet, to like, oh, she's just some stripper, I don't even know her. She's just some crazy girl. It's insane. Okay, so yes, that was fun. That was fun. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, that was louder than I hoped it to be. Oh, it's actually working. I'll turn that down a wee bit. Oh. There you go. So it's actually working this time, guys. Okay, well, we're gonna watch this, and I realize we are an hour and 45 minutes in, but we're gonna watch through this. I don't think I'm gonna be pausing as much during this, but we'll watch it. I don't think it's gonna be nearly as exciting as that one was, because that one's great. That is Kino content. It's absolutely fantastic. Some of the best Boogie Meltdown in ages. In 2 years, there are gonna be new people, fresh onto YouTube, making documentaries on Boogie. You know, maybe like obituaries to Boogie, who fucking knows at this point, and they're going to make a documentary about Boogie, and they are going to reference that stream immensely. Oh, fantastic. Oh, what made you actually want to get back into Boogie coverage? Oh, okay, so, Sleepy, one of the reasons I want to get back into it was the documentary came out, which is obviously a big thing that I kind of knew about, and I was kind of excited for, and also at the same time, it is just like, Girl World is kind of dull right now. It really is just dull. You know, Amber Lynn's barely uploading right now, and she'll go like 6 days without uploading, and it'll be a Q&A, and they're just boring as all fuck. And I just like, well, I don't care about this. And Foodie Beauty is just doing like daily mukbangs where like it's just her eating, and you watch 20 of her mukbangs, and you're just like, I'm not even enjoying watching this anymore. I'm not even. Channel, I saw that Muta and Clum did a podcast. So Some Ordinary Podcast, by the way, guys. Muta had Clum on. It was filmed before all of this happened. So if you're interested in that, go watch it. I'm not doing it on live stream because I probably will have to take some notes during it, because I'm sure Clum will give some information on the documentary during it. So I'm not going to watch it on live stream, because then I probably have to watch it again afterwards to take the notes, because that's just how I operate, guys. But yeah, guys, it's just Girl World is just really dull right now, and Boogie is in the genuine full meltdown mode, and it is hilarious, and it's just, I don't know, maybe it's a wee bit cathartic, because I've been saying for ages, and as I said, a brand new person who wasn't into Boogie, didn't follow Boogie, didn't watch him back in the day, I think it's quite funny that I watched Boogie and very quickly clocked that he's just a bad person, he's a manipulative person, he's an awful person, but I always said people are too soft on him, and people have always been too soft on him, and now you have people like Charlie or Muta just outright coming out and saying he is a terrible person. And it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny to see people like the pendulum swing, and people like finally acknowledging that he is like genuinely a terrible person right now. I don't know, maybe like I said, maybe a wee bit cathartic. And I also did enjoy the documentary. I had fun with you guys. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Am I getting towards the point where I'm just like, there's so much shite I have waded through, I just want to get this video out? Yes. I'm off tomorrow, so I'm probably gonna just try and sit down and just get as much of it hammered out as possible. So I'm not going to promise you guys are going to see it in the next couple of days, because knowing me, I'll try and get it done as quick as possible, get everything to it, because I think I've more or less got all the evidence I need, and then I'm going to have it put up, and then more than likely, because we know YouTube is going to demonetize it, and then I'm going to have to wait till YouTube lifts the demonetization before I can put it up, because unfortunately that is just how YouTube plays, and it sucks, so... Okay, let's get into this one.
Hello, it's episode 361 of the official podcast. 362, minor correction right there. 362 of the official podcast.
Kayor, I could not remember his name earlier on. I couldn't remember his name because I remember that he had called out Boogie previously. I don't really know this guy too much, but Jackson calls out Boogie quite a lot. A November recap. I don't know. I don't know if a November recap, because it depends how much I cover in the documentary thing. It depends how much I cover in the November thing, and then like a lot of his drama is kind of connected to the documentary, so I'm not sure if I can include it there, but I might do something. But then some of his dramas to do with the Lolcow podcast, and hopefully by that point the Lolcow podcast will be out, so I might just do a video on the Lolcow podcast. So yeah.
It's a special episode.
Travis, you're right, yeah.
Because there's
yeah, Travis, you're right. He does absolutely hate Boogie. I still remember last year where like Jackson like tweeted about Boogie like once, and Boogie like tweeted like I think about 15 times about him in a row, and then Jackson responded like once again, and Boogie's like, "Oh my god, why are you punching down on me?" And Boogie just would not stop tweeting about him over and over and over again.
Clips from Kaya about the Boogie situation.
I get that channel, yeah.
New Boogie stuff going on.
Yeah,
there's some drama with Tommy C talking about how he took a swing at Charlie during the podcast, the Lolkai podcast, because he really didn't like something that Charlie said about Boogie in his video, where he's like, oh my god, he's totally misrepresenting him here. And I went back and actually watched Charlie's video after that to see like what was it about. And I couldn't tell what he was even talking about. I don't know if there's anything I thought like, oh, he's clearly misrepresenting him, or he's lying about something Boogie said there. I'm not sure, so I'll watch the Lolkai podcast and see what it is, but I didn't see it.
We were recording the. Yeah, we brought it up on the bonus.
And yes, Sleepy, it has.
You turned us onto this. What's the guy's name? What's the YouTube channel that made an entire documentary on Boogie?
Mike Klum.
Yeah.
Right.
Klum Zone.
You made an entire 50-minute or something documentary, which is very interesting. And I decided to tell Jackson to shut up during the bonus and let me pull clips for the next main episode, because I figured this could be interesting. And it kind of was. So I brought some clips today, Jackson, and if you're listening on audio, we'll try to, I suppose, describe some of the scenery. If you're on YouTube, it should be on your screen. So thank you to Mike Klum for filming Boogie over the course of 9 months, I believe, right? He said he just followed Boogie around.
Yeah, it was 9. So it was 9 months, but like I said in the bonus,
the thing was, it wasn't even 9 months based on the timeline, because it was from February to July, so that would mean 5 months. But they did say repeatedly it's been 9 months, but it hasn't been, because it's 9 months since February to its release date, kind of. You know, if you kind of squint at the wee bit of the numbers, it's kind of 9 months, but it wasn't. It was he filmed in February, then I think he went back in May, and then he went back after towards the end of July, I think it was, because that's when Dead was there.
When it's halfway through, I think he said he took a few months off because Boogie was just so depressing with his victimhood,
which
and
wasn't
all
the
that
initial
kind of stuff, that he didn't want to keep going because it was just so oppressive.
See, I don't know if I'm being a stick in mud when people say that, because everyone says that and just kind of buys it and just accepts that as pure fact. But I remember Boogie saying that was the documentary wrapped, and then I remember Klum saying in a later interview that they scrapped the entire second half of the original documentary, and that's where a lot of Boogie's extended cuts and all are from, like the house tour and stuff like that. Is he cut the entire second half of the documentary off apparently, and it was refilmed to include the boxing and Dez. And that's what happened, because he just went back and refilmed. But originally, it sounded like they actually had it sorted.
There actually is a scene of
Sleepy,
the guy sitting on the couch and saying, "I've never interviewed someone so depressing. Just nothing good ever comes out of his mouth. It's just such a bummer." And I don't want. He actually explicitly says, "I don't want people to think my channel's just a downer." Okay, I brought the first clip, which is Boogie in the bathtub.
Oh, sexy.
And he's showing us his bank account. Everybody has always been curious, how much money does he actually have, and how much did he used to have?
Remember, guys, this is I'm kind of saying, because I have a good number of people in here. Thank you very much, by the way. But I'm kind of saying this is probably going to be the quieter part of the stream, because I don't know how much. I've never really done this. This is kind of a test for me, because I very rarely ever watch something that is other people talking about Boogie, because usually it's me talking about Boogie. So I very rarely have seen this, so I don't know how well this is going to go, if I'm going to be able to add a lot. I'm honestly already at the point I might put this up to 1.5, and I don't know how entertaining it's going to be. So if we're getting to a point where it's just them talking for long periods and me not adding anything, I probably will just call the stream and just say, this is a failed experiment, I won't do this anymore.
Where did it all go? And he actually shows us here. He's playing with the rubber duckies in the bath, by the way.
Okay, so there we go. So now we had, in 2019, he had 750,000 in savings. That's what I just said. In 2019, Boogie was talking about the crypto was 2020. Already have a discrepancy there.
Yeah, so when it comes to financial approach, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. Money comes in,
Tadas, I do.
Money goes out. For the longest time, my ex-wife handled that shit, but then I got divorced. I don't know where my money is. I don't know what it's doing. The only thing I've ever done with it is I threw it into crypto and then lost a shitload of it. Well, here's everything.
That sounds about right.
If you want to see.
And now we've got starting value, because this is the thing with him trying to blame Klum for everything. He had final cut. Starting value 750,000, lost 600,000. Well, that wasn't your starting value. Your starting value was 250,000, but apparently you ended up breaking even. That's what Boogie was claiming there. So how is that a loss?
There's 2,000.
Okay, if I can pause this on semi-coherent frame here. At the bottom you see his mortgage, which is in the hundreds of thousands, actually 160,000 or something.
Yeah. 163,000.
Yeah, and his bank account's $2,800. That's all he has left. And he openly says,
"Why does everyone ignore this?
My wife used to handle."
Wait, is this weird? Is this American thing? I had to look up what a CD was, and apparently it's like a certificate of deposit or something like that. But it's like a savings account. Why does everyone ignore the 1,000?
that I don't know where the money comes from. I don't know where it goes. It just, I used to just get paid by YouTube.
Fingers is a lot of takes.
Shopping and stuff. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'll just put it all in NFTs, and that disappeared. As you can see, the bank account has no crypto tab here. So
for you audio listeners,
but in the extended cut, he showed his crypto bet.
Graphic on screen said that he used to have 750,000 in the bank, and he lost 600,000 to crypto. Which is insane.
Which
just utterly insane.
Real.
Which we have to take.
Which isn't even real, because like Boogie said, we went 750,000, and we went down to about 250,000 again. That's not a 600,000 loss; it's a 500,000 loss.
His word for. Because it's not on screen, it's not actually reflected in his bank account. Obviously,
I bet it was more.
He still has.
I would, yeah. So I would wager a guess. Boogie was at like the top of YouTube gaming for a while. Yeah, the rates for YouTube gaming, I imagine back then were probably a lot higher pre-adpocalypse, and he was crushing it back then. He probably had so much more, and he probably lost so much more on crypto as well because he went hog wild. If you guys remember that,
I don't even know. There's part of me that thinks Boogie just has extra money kind of hidden in the background. Like it could be that, or it could be that he has his debt suit as he claims, but it just seems too. It seems too coincidental for him that he has apparently been going bankrupt for literally a solid year now. It is a solid year of him claiming he is going bankrupt. And it's just like, it's a wee bit, it's kind of getting DSP levels of how long does it take for you to actually go bankrupt, dude.
Just the savings he had, so he must have obviously made way more in income alone. And we're gonna get to it.
I thought I had heard from somewhere, it might have even been in a documentary, not 100% sure, but I had heard that at his peak he was making about $500,000 a year. So that's a fuck
which is
ton of
not
money.
a small number by any means.
I think
that's an understatement.
Let's continue letting the big duck boy talk.
Tomorrow, when they take mortgage out, I'll have about $700 to live off of until the 20th when I get paid again from YouTube.
See, this is the thing with Boogie. Even when he said because this is meant to be accurate for the documentary, but he said when my mortgage comes out, because he said I've got $2,758 in the bank. When my mortgage comes out, I'll only have $750 to my name, which is Boogie saying that his mortgage is $2,000. But then he keeps saying, well, actually, it's $2,100. So why would you say $750 when you say $650? Like, wouldn't that make sense?
So I'm just going to live off of $700. And I'll probably sell some cards along the way and use that money to make ends meet as well. I have a credit card with them that I owe $600 on. And on top of that, I still owe $163,000 on my house. I think my net worth is zero. Once you pull the equity out of the house, get rid of the house debt.
I wonder if they're going to point out that this, like, even with Boogie's initial claim, like, it's a crazy thing that even with Boogie's initial claim, this is not net zero. And I just don't get how he thought this was accurate, or even how Clum included this. Like, because this is not how home equity works. He would not end up with $165,000 in debt. If he sold his house for $270,000, he would have the $105,000 left over. That would be his deposit on his next house. But they're acting like these cancel each other out. They don't. The house isn't worth $165,000. It's so weird that they act like he is net zero because it just makes him look like more of a victim.
Sell off all my collectibles.
But then we find out the house is worth $450,000. So
that puts me at $0.
Why aren't the collectible cards? Oh, it is actually 29,500 collectibles. Right?
That's too low. So Boogie has worked out through his own math that his assets and liabilities cancel each other out, and his technical net worth is $0, exactly zero.
Yeah.
So we're off to a good start.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I don't think that's true. I think Boogie has. I think he has money tucked away elsewhere, and this is just for the sake of continuing to be like the spectacle of poor, pitiful. Look at this kind of thing going on with me. More victimhood stuff is my prediction. I can't imagine a world
through his own math. Yeah, Taz, that was the most damning bit through his own math. Because by the way, I don't believe the 29,000 in collectibles. I watched. He does like a selling all my stuff video, which is also part cut where he's like walking around and he's just like pointing at things going, that's, I don't know, give me $1,000 for that. That, I don't know, $100 for that. And it's just him going around just pointing at stuff. And in the end, he just goes, oh, I guess everything's probably worth like $30,000. And that's his like estimate for it. But like I said, I saw him do whatnot. And he made $4,000 in 4 hours. So it's like, well, how does that make it, bro? How does that make any form of sense? How in 4 hours can you make $4,000 from just a small number of cards when he literally shows off during that? No, actually, it wasn't during that. It was during a different video where he was doing a house tour. He showed off like 3 giant boxes, like huge ass boxes that he pointed at and goes, that's where I keep my $1, $5, and like $50 rares. These boxes. I was like, bro, you could fit thousands of cards in each of these boxes, and there are 3 of them. If that's where you keep your $10 rares, that's like tens of thousands of dollars just in those boxes. Maybe more. Maybe considerably more, depending on how many of them, $50 rares or more. Then he has the Dojin Jin thing that's signed, which he claims is worth like I don't know, $3,000 unsigned, and that was a year or so ago, and now it would have gone up in price, and it's signed by the hour, so it could be worth maybe $5,000. So how would that be 1/6 of your entire collection just there in one thing?
I know where you're coming from, Jackson. I just can't imagine a world where
Thanks,
someone
Alice.
who enjoyed that level of success somehow squandered every single penny of it.
You're about to find out, apparently.
You're about to find out how it exactly happens.
hookers.
Don't worry. But before we get to where the money went, I just pulled this clip because he sounds like such a fucking creep. Listen to his voice.
But my best feature.
Hentai,
This is
so
the
much
one that
hentai.
ladies love.
So many body
I call
pillows.
it my meat.
That's his body pillow right there. He does. You know what? He actually looks like a what is it? What are they called? Like ugly bastards or something like that from like fucking weird hentai. Because he does look like an ugly bastard. Even has the glasses.
Apron. I have 2 meat curtains. There's a second.
Oh, here we go, boys. We're going low.
I have
You all
2
love this.
Oh my god.
glorious
look at
meat
that.
curtains.
Oh, thank God, it's still there.
I don't like showing it to people.
Oh, this
and people
hair.
don't like seeing it.
Yeah, of course it's hair. It's his pubic.
So
bit.
that's why I'm going to die alone.
This is fupa. Charlie just looks depressed. Everyone else is laughing. Charlie just looks sad. At that point, he just looks sad. Oh no, poor Charlie.
That's just more sad than anything, actually.
Yeah, see?
It is. But it's like a line from an Adult Swim show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a lot
it
of.
does.
You're going to notice a theme, as always, with Boogie is that, hey, I'm pathetic, look how pathetic I am, and he leans into
Yeah.
it so hard.
Yep.
He does. So during this part, I was watching this with my
I
girlfriend.
have to admit, I can't remember who it was. A channel, I think, maybe said it earlier on about how they give up on Charlie with the clickbait titles, and I do actually get that. I wish his titles were more concise, because I hate seeing something like "I can't believe this," and then I click on it, and it's like nothing. It's like him talking about like a band, his band, or his sports team, or something like that. I'm like, is that it? Okay. I like Charlie a lot. I really do. I like Charlie a lot. Some of his takes I think have been terrible. Some of his takes I think are genius. So on the nose. Incredible. But I really like Charlie. I have no issues with Charlie whatsoever. He in my opinion, he does earn like the king spot of just like random drama videos daily.
Or at least I was watching it in the room my girlfriend was trying to go to sleep in, and she looked over at me and she said, didn't he have a gastric bypass surgery? How
Yes, he did.
How is he like more fat than he was last year if he literally doesn't have like a stomach? And I had no answer.
Sheer willpower.
Yeah, see, Mark, about the humiliation fetish, I kind of get that. I've seen a lot of people say that. Part of me just feels like it's like a victim fetish. He just likes to be a victim. He just likes people to shit on him and to mock him, and I think that kind of gets him off a bit.
He has definitely packed on more since the bypass, right? I'm not crazy. That's
100%.
Yeah, which is
visual.
impressive. He should try Ozempic now. Anyway, where did all the money go? Well, it turns out hookers. And for some reason, this guy decided to wine and dine them all.
I am a former sex worker escort, and Boogie2988 was one of my clients. From LA, and I get a message on this website, you can probably guess which one, from this guy who looked a lot like Boogie.
It was Boogie.
I took women on vacations, and I took them out to
$40,000
Cancun,
a year.
and I took them to like Disneyland and shit.
Wait, you missed it.
Took them to like Disneyland and shit.
He took them to Disneyland.
Dinner, he got me a purse that we were talking about.
Gentlemen, chivalry.
And he got me a couple gift
The
cards,
sexiest
and
place on
we
earth.
spent well over $5,000 on just that night.
Yeah, so he paused on that bit. I was like, well, that's the exaggeration. This is the exaggeration. I didn't actually spend that much, because of course he did. Everything that makes Boogie look bad, he has to counter it. Even though this is him being truthful, guys, and showing the truth and holding himself accountable for everything. He's like, nah, actually, bro, that's actually I made that up. That's actually exaggeration. I didn't actually spend that much. Actually, most of the money I spent on myself. Actually, it was a very small amount I actually spent. And you're just like, bro, come on. Like, this is meant to be you holding yourself accountable, and now we already have you walking it back when you've changed the dates of your sugaring 17 times. So my favorite bit was when he claimed he stopped in 2019, and then obviously kept like going out to meet suspiciously young women over and over and over again, and people were like, okay, some more sugar babies then. And then, well, I think it was me who found that link to that Eki site, the actual, like, I think prostitution site, where like they said something like one of the users on the page that Boogie had visited said something like, I'd want to ID this one before doing anything. It was something like that, because apparently the girl looked so young. I couldn't see it because like the photos were like, it was like from a 31st of December 2021. And like this is Boogie claiming, that all my links are years old. I stopped in 2019 before COVID hit. And then it turns out actually, no, he clearly didn't.
Which is amazing. So he buys her gift cards, dinner, sure, whatever,
I love the
hotel,
gift
purse.
Why gift cards? Is she like an Indian tech scammer?
And why does it have to be a $500 hotel? And why Disneyland?
There's another one in there. $400 on dinner for 2 people? Jesus
He'd probably
Christ.
just went to a nice restaurant. Like that's
I know, but good.
Also, Boogie is one of them, so basically we might as well count that up to 3 people.
That's
no, and a nice hotel. Nice hotel is like at least $500. Yeah, this is all just him like
flashing the
he
cash.
treated these hookers like queens.
Yeah, it's very unnecessary and over the top, but I don't understand the gift card angle at all.
Can they sue him? I doubt it. Like, but it's like if he did actually take him to like a $500 hotel, which wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, with Boogie, it's because even when Boogie was talking about how he was just like, oh, I was giving them a lifestyle they don't usually experience. And it's like, bro, if she's getting paid $5,000 a fucking night, I guarantee she has a better fucking lifestyle than you do, bro. Okay, that's the first thing. I'm pretty sure she's used to that type of lifestyle. But of course, it's just Boogie trying to like flex. It's like, if you're spending like $500 on like a hotel room for one night to fuck a girl, you are trying to flex. That is just what you're doing.
That's Spotify.
It's how she accepted pay.
Oh, by the way, Andrew, as far as the restaurant fees, she does explain in the documentary that he always ordered 2 entrees.
Ah, there it is.
So
there it is.
Yeah.
Entrees are cheap though, aren't they?
Well, I mean, I can see that. Even still, though, it's probably just nice restaurants.
I always feel entrees are like the most expensive bit because it's always like the smallest part and they're still quite expensive.
Gift cards I can't even process. He's like, all right, and here's your $500 Best Buy gift card. Thanks for the evening, madam.
You have a better lifestyle, yeah.
Like, what is it? What is it? They're escorts, right? They're paid to,
yes.
like, are escorts...
Do you think he calls up at hotels like a job and she's, I'm an obese man and I need elevators and facilities. I'm also very depressed, so, like, it can't be, like, too high. It has to be ground floor, just in case I have a really bad fucking day.
Do they have sex? Like, are they the sex ones as well? Yeah.
So,
like,
the whole thing
again, like, all this beyond the dinner, I guess, and maybe the hotel's, like, super unnecessary.
Dylan, we are.
Oh, well, and the escort fees. But, like, yeah, gift cards and shit like that, like, why? You're gonna have... You've paid
all of this is unnecessary.
Sex. Well, yeah.
It's prostitution. You just pay them the fee and you have sex. That's literally it's then and there. It's not anyway. Yeah. Why does he pay all these women? Well,
but the thing is, Boogie has always claimed it was never prostitution. He says he doesn't do hookers, he doesn't do escorts. He thinks they're gross. He prefers sugars because it's not a sexual thing. It's about companionship. And just the girls seem to a lot of time just happen to decide to sleep with him afterwards because he's such a great guy. All those LA 10s, after going to dinner with him and seeing him eat 2 people's worth of food, were like, damn, I'm turned on. I'm going to sleep with you, even though I don't have to. That's how Boogie likes to portray this. But it's like, it makes much more sense if they're just prostitutes. Because why would a sugar baby decide out of the goodness of their heart, especially if it's a one-night thing, like this one apparently was, why would she decide to sleep with you? Especially if she's going to regret it so bad, she's going to leave. Why would a sugar baby do that? Doesn't make sense.
Because he deserves these women.
Yes, this is the line I loved.
I also want to point out, you'll only see it on video, but Kaya, I appreciate your file names. You named this one Pay Pig Idiot. It's pretty
good. He is. He's paying $500 in gift cards.
Okay, let's continue.
It's not a revelation. I like beautiful women. I like to hang out with beautiful women, fuck beautiful women. We all do. I never got to do that. The women I dated were pretty, sure. But they were like Arkansas 8s, not LA 10s.
Well, Mama D, to be fair, I could find a luxury hotel for $500, no problem. I have, but when we were planning the next trip to Japan, I was sitting there going like, you know what, I might splash out and go for one of the really expensive ones for me, just like one night, you know, like a really nice, like Rakuten, I think they're called, like a traditional Japanese onsen, like inn, you know, where it's like traditional food, tatami mats and stuff like that with like an onsen attached to your room. I was tempted to do for something like that. And yeah, that would easily set you $500.
With sugaring, I got to fuck some LA 10s, and I think that's cool.
I think
he just sounds so insufferably douchey there.
Yeah,
oh my god.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
This guy used to be called the Mr. Rogers of YouTube.
Yeah. I really want to find evidence of anyone ever actually calling him the Mr. Rogers of YouTube prior to people saying he used to be called the Mr. Rogers of YouTube. I've never heard someone say he is. I always hear people saying he was. Like, that's it.
I used to think he was so friendly. What he just said is extremely conceited and extremely dickish.
Chauvinistic, more so than anything.
Yeah.
That's fucking brutal.
Well, also, oh no, an Arkansas, an 8.
Yeah.
An Arkansas 8. Buddy, have you seen yourself in the mirror?
Yeah,
you should be
exactly.
lucky for like a 1 from any state.
It's also missing the point.
Jesus.
It's also missing the criticism.
Kaya going hard, and he's right. It's what I said. It's clearly just Boogie. Even saying, even before I paid girls, I was getting 8s because that's Boogie. That's his mentality. He wants you to think that about him, and it's like, bro, we have seen you.
Entirely. People aren't chastising you for wanting to sleep with beautiful women, Boogie. They're chastising you for spending all this money to do it and then still being like, oh, I just gotta keep doing it.
Yeah.
If it was a one and done thing, fine, but he just keeps doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, because he's an internet celebrity, or he has all this money.
Like he's entitled to it. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's the entitlement.
Exactly.
It's so disgusting.
Dude, we're gonna get to the entitlement. It's so annoying. Dude.
Yeah, it ties so deeply in his like personality and stuff. It's like that entitlement is.
I bet Jackson is having the time of his life that he's getting to twist the knife here with Boogie.
Well, he did make an incredible Francis video that day, so he did.
That's a good point. He deserved it. He deserved it.
No, it's subtle, but if you pay attention...
He said, "Hi guys!" And that just got them wet.
Notice that Boogie is fat, and she brings up the sex.
Oh!
Overall, the experience...
Oh, here we go.
I don't mean to fat shame or anything, but...
I am aware that this is not Boogie, which I was very depressed about hearing. This is not Boogie. This was a stunt double. And their name is Dennis, if anyone's interested. I'm aware of this information. Clum said it.
There is rules upon rules upon rules, and it took me a lot of time to find a stick.
Yeah, it's a stunt double. I was really disappointed, because I was like, oh yeah, bet he really enjoyed filming that scene. And yeah, it was a stunt double. It's a Boogie body double. He's called Dennis. Clum told me.
I have 2 kids, and sleeping with Boogie is one of the reasons I quit sex work.
Good for you. God. The gift cards weren't enough.
Oh
Boogie saved this woman's life, maybe.
Yeah. He traumatized her so hard she dropped out.
Mistakes and the miracles.
Actually scared straight right there. Literally like, I'm getting out of this industry ASAP. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Will, you love it.
All right, so, well, at least he says no fat shaming, but I don't know if you guys noticed this too, but Boogie, even though he is fat, he's kind of haughty about it. And he fat shames
I
the woman.
think this girl's really cute.
Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah. She's definitely a little thicker than I necessarily would always go for, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, you piece of shit.
Oh my god. Oh, you piece of shit. And it's true. It just, yeah, he just is. I was like, oh, she's a bit thicker. One thing I noticed here, and maybe I'm schizo. I've never used...
Boom, Iris, I just got you a subscriber.
He just got me a subscriber. Technically he did, because we're watching his documentary. Thank you very much, Clum. Gonzo, was it? Thank you very much, dude. Is that how her name is spelled? That's not how you spell Charlotte. That is bizarre looking. But it says view conversation here. Doesn't this imply he's already talked to her? Doesn't it? Doesn't that imply he's already, like, spoken to her? If it says view conversation, doesn't that imply there's already been a conversation?
I deserve to go to Disneyland with a beautiful girl, right? I deserve to go to New York and explore Times Square with a beautiful girl, right? Like, I deserve that. And I want that, and I've never had it.
What the fuck, man?
What a complete lack of self-awareness. This man just pointed out to us he has a second roll of fat under his roll of fat. And then not 5 minutes later he goes, oh, she's a little heavier than I go for. Fuck you.
Can we put this in perspective, entirely in perspective? This guy just said that he lost $600,000 on crypto, spends $40,000 a year.
AVR, do you know what? You're correct. The doc has been a success so far for Boogie and Clum. Boogie has lots of views this month, plus people talking about him. Clum got his channel monetized with the first view, 100k views. Now it's at 2.7. I don't even know if it's actually monetized. I watched it fairly recently on like my TV when I was taking notes, and there was no ads. So I don't know. Clum has directly said he doesn't care about getting it monetized because he's a multi-millionaire. He doesn't care. You know, he has lots of money. He doesn't care about it. A YouTube video with a couple million views will get him a couple $1,000. It's not even close to what he paid Boogie $2,000 to drive to Ohio to take a picture for the thumbnail. He paid Boogie $2,000 to do that. I think he's okay. I don't think he's that worried about it. But yeah, Clum has got what he wanted, in my opinion. Like I said, originally I thought Boogie may have paid for this or whatever. But watching back, I think Clum was wanting to make Tiger King. And I think he wanted to film someone who has no sense, who is too stupid to realize they're making themselves look like a fool, and he just filmed it and just let them go. And it's like, oh yeah, actually I think it worked. And I think he wants to get into something like into actual documentaries, like Netflix documentaries and stuff like that. I think that's it. And he's shown that he's very good at editing everything. It's very cinematic looking. It looks great. Obviously there's some flaws in like the information and stuff like that, but for like the normal everyday guy, you're probably not going to notice that. I'm schizo about Boogie, I guess, so that's why I know he's lying so much, because I actually have a bit of knowledge about him. And yes, it has worked out for Boogie that he has got a lot more views than he usually would. However, is it good? It's like I said when the begging video happened. How does this matter? You know? Does this matter? Does it matter that Boogie got 350,000 views for this? Because after that, his view count dropped because he put people off. He pushed people away from him. So in this time, what's going to happen here? Okay, so like if we're going to talk about like, oh yeah, his last few videos where he's drip feeding out the documentary content, well, how long can he keep doing that for? Before people just go like, I don't care anymore. Yeah, his Spider-Man video did pretty well. His GTA video did pretty well, but like the like to dislike ratios aren't great on them. Like I just think over time people will drop away again once he's stopped being a freak show, and then he's going to hope to like get another drama going, which is what I said last November, that. Now we're going to see every month is him trying to start a new drama about himself to try and get relevant again. That is what he's going to do every month, and I think I've been more or less right.
Prostitutes, has rubber duckies around his bar and stuff like that, showed his 2 fat rolls, and then said that he deserves to be banged by an LA 10. Like, what? Oh my God. What is this disconnect? The entitlement.
it's such wasted everything too. He could have gotten away with this if he just kept his mouth shut. His channel still, after all this, has 4 million subscribers. If he just didn't tell people this shit, he could have had this sleazy lifestyle he wanted.
No, it's beyond repair. It's beyond repair. There's no repair.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot. Twitter literally ruined.
He will throw Clum under the bus. He's already working towards throwing Clum under the bus. He's blamed him for like every inaccuracy so far. He's blamed him for everything that's gone wrong with it so far.
This guy, he couldn't help himself but share every. Yeah, Twitter and Reddit, but like he could not help but share every single like facet of his life.
That's the one thing I joked about is like I said, how long until he claims that the whole documentary was an Andy Kaufman thing? I think I even said it before the documentary came out. And we already have had the first one where he said he was doing Andy Kaufman when it came to the job interview. He's already made the claim. I already knew it was coming, and I was already right. We've already got it for one segment. How long until he does it for the next segment with the girlfriend or something like that?
But he was still a bad person at the core.
Is Clum independently wealthy somehow, or has had success before in filmmaking or another film? He is independently wealthy. He owns like a marketing company, and they film like promotional videos and stuff like that for different companies and businesses and items and stuff like that. And his company's worth like several $1 million. And he has a team of like 28 people working for him, something like that. So yes, he's successful. He claims that he was watching a Sunny V2 video one day. It was the one about Boogie's downfall, and he said, I would love to make something like this. I'd love to make like a follow-up to this to see how he's doing now after this video. And I have a production team. I could just go and do this. So he did. Because he has lots of money. You saw he's gone and dropped like $50 in my reaction to it. I think he did like $50 in Johnny Fox, someone said. He did like Review Tech USA, he dropped like 50 as well. I think with H3H3 he dropped a couple hundred, which by the way, Clum, like come on. Are you saying Ethan's worth like $200 and I'm only worth 50? Clum, I thought we were friends. You did say I was the greatest YouTuber. I'm just saying. But like, he's just going around dropping money for anyone watching it. Even though he wasn't getting money, he isn't earning money off the documentary. He's like throwing money at people, being like, thank you for like spreading this and showing it off to people. That's what he's doing. He's more than happy.
I think
he dropped the thanks in years.
In real life, he's still ashamed of being perceived as broke by all the people in the city, which is why he still shows out money.
I'm selling magic cards on Whatnot. I'm selling collectibles on eBay. I'm selling.
And yeah, he's doing like live streams. I remember I gave a shout out to a guy called iCritic who did an interview with him, and that guy has like he has more subscribers than me. I think he's like 5,000 subscribers. But I think there's like I don't know, like 2 or 3 people watching. When I joined, I only joined for the last couple of minutes, but I think there was only like 2 or 3 people watching, and Clum was more than happy to go and like talk to them and do like an interview with them. Like. I don't know. I kind of like Clum. A lot of people said he has an ego to him, and he does have a bit of an ego to him. But I don't mind people with egos. That doesn't bother me. There's a big difference between like someone with an ego and Boogie. I don't like what Boogie is because he's like manipulative and he's like narcissistic. But like someone has an ego about him. It's like okay, well he's like a 30-year-old multi-millionaire who's a hard worker, and he went out and he like decided he wanted to do something and he did it. I don't mind someone like that having an ego.
Arcade machines locally. I'll sell it all, and I'm going to sell enough to help with mortgage. But I'm also going to sell enough to be able to play Magic tonight. Because I don't want people.
Oh, I wonder if they're going to show the bit where he has the fucking $300. He goes and I have to spend money to play Magic tonight. He buys like a $300 collector's box set of fucking Paraxia.
Wondering why I'm not there. I don't want people like knowing I'm broke. Like that's embarrassing. I can't afford $30 to play Magic, so I'm spending $30 to play Magic tonight.
Boogie, do you know how the internet works? Like, all of those people are going to hear you're broke eventually because you're spilling it on a documentary.
Yep.
Let me step in with an expert opinion as well. Having used to play Magic and gone to card stores regularly, you do not want the approval of those people. You do not need the approval of those people.
Exactly.
Trust me.
Well, I don't know about his. Well, another thing is, I don't know about his local card shop, but at mine here, you can just like ask them for a deck, like a pre-con, and let you play for the night. You don't have to spend money to play it.
No, I think he was saying like you have to.
They review it. I'm sure they review it, but it's one piece of footage with him going and he sells his cards obviously, and it's a big. In my opinion, that's a skit because the guy he's selling to is a friend of his, possibly his business partner from when he claimed he owned part of the store. So it's all silly. No, there's like one shot. No, they price check? No, I'm sure they do price check. I'm sure they do price check because Boogie even price checked and it wasn't correct from what I saw. But I'm saying in one shot of the documentary, sitting on like the table, right in the corner of the screen, there is a Paraxia Unleashed or whatever it's called, collector's edition box set that's worth like $300 that he definitely bought that night. It's like, you're making such a big deal about having $30 to play, but then you buy like a $300 box set and accidentally leave it in fucking screen so I can see it.
buy tickets?
He's probably doing a draft or something where you have to buy entrance.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. But either way, if your life comes down to I need the approval of random schmucks at my local card store, you're not doing great.
Yeah. I'll show a picture of the Paraxia box in my video of it, because I can't remember what part it's in exactly.
Around in logic to justify, I can spend this purchase on recreation. I can play in this hobby. I can feel fine about it.
I'm schizo for that. So it's like, weirdly, I got into Magic the Gathering at just the perfect time. Because remember when he claimed he had COVID after the cancer thing, when the cancer thing didn't go too well for him, after his big freak out afterwards where he threatened to sue everyone, when he then pretended, like, I guess, to suddenly get super ill. 1 second he had the flu because some woman said, when I have the flu with polycythemia virus really bad, and he was responding, oh, that's so weird, I have the flu too, and you're correct, it's so bad. And then later he claimed it was COVID, and he claimed he got it like 2 weeks ago at Friday Night Magic, and then I checked, because obviously I was into Magic at that point, I was like, wait, that was the release of the Brothers War? That means you were at pre-release, even though you said you weren't buying Magic anymore, so why were you at the pre-release for a box set? Between that period, he also bought a box. The collector's box was like $440, I think, for the Lord of the Rings crossover with Magic the Gathering. But this is a guy who claimed he wasn't doing it anymore. But he kept saying over and over again, I used my store credit to get this, guys. I have lots of store credit, and I used my store credit to buy this box set to open for you guys. The pre-releases are cheap. They're like $30. Because you just get the wee pre-release box with like, what, four boosters in it or whatever it is. It was so fucking silly. Because he kept telling us, it was like I got this, guys, with my store credit, and it's $440. It's like, well, if it's $440, why don't you sell it on eBay for $400? And then you've turned your store credit into actual money, which you need if you're broke.
What's the term where you've like got no, like you're bad at not spending money?
Being Irish.
Compulsive spending.
Impulse control issues. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Anyway, so he's trying to sell. We should have been describing these clips a bit more. Sorry, audio listeners. He's holding a Mario Pikachu deck of playing cards or something that he's trying to sell. So he's now head in hand. He's head in hand begging at the mercy, at the feet of this Goliathan Chad card player.
So
trying to buy
I need from you about $1,000 to make mortgage. So I need you to pick out like $1,000 for stuff. Like there's a couple of cradles in there. There's a City of Traders in there.
Well, I can do 200 apiece on this.
What?
That one got Charlie.
Oh, that was like a Pawn Stars moment. Best I can do is 200, but and he's like, excuse me, what? That's my cards though.
I like how he towers over him, like this the negotiating table as well. It's great.
Yeah, the classic boss tactic of like, my guest is gonna have the lower seat, so I just subconsciously never see him as the bigger man. I call this one.
Is $200 a card good? Is that good for Magic?
Yes, it's super good. What the fuck?
Yeah.
He continues to explain that these are like, well, he says these are special whatever editions.
I looked up the card that he's talking about, which is City of Traders. If it's in good condition, it can go for about $300. So a card store buying it for $200 makes total sense.
Yeah.
That's pretty solid. Yeah.
So why was Boogie?
That's weird, because when Boogie talked about it on his live stream, he claimed it was going for $600 now. Oh god, because I didn't look it up because I don't care. I don't particularly care. I think that whole bit was a skit, so I don't actually take it that seriously. So I didn't even look into it. But yeah, he also claimed that his wasn't even in good condition. His was in played condition, which would mean it would be worth less than $300.
So like upset then.
He probably expected full value for the card from a card store, which is the stupidest fucking thing you can ever think.
Yep.
They will never pay you full value.
Especially when Boogie has a Whatnot store where he sells Magic cards. So why would you go to sell to a third party? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you get a middleman to sell your card for you when you already have established your Whatnot where you can sell cards online? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
He upfront gave him like a target. He needs $1,000 for mortgage immediately, like putting a responsibility on this man to keep Boogie alive by giving him $1,000 basically.
If only he didn't spend all his years using all of his money on collectibles and trinkets like that, and instead actually use the money to like pay off the mortgage.
Yeah, also, the front went out the window completely, didn't it? I don't want people to know that I'm broke. Also, my mortgage is due. I'm going to be homeless. Please buy my Pikachu cards.
Oh my god.
Telling the person he's trying to negotiate to that he's extremely desperate. And will take anything.
He's also trying to do it with a card store, which is the worst place you can sell your cards. They will give you the worst fucking deal.
Well, where are you meant to sell it then? I don't know what else you would tell. eBay, I guess. Yeah.
Whatnot.
Online, there's tons of online card selling stores, and stuff sells there quick, like within hours.
P-Player, is it?
Well, the thing is shipping. So that's probably why he's
Player?
doing this. That way he doesn't have to deal with like shipping and all of that to avoid that cost.
Shipping's not really like that ridiculous often, and a lot of people include shipping in like the fee.
Yeah,
and like scams, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, Sailor Moon.
Speaking of shipping, can we? Sorry, real quick, can we talk about things that will get shipped straight to your door to help you throughout your life? Just real quick, before we dive back into this cesspool, if you will. So something that you can.
Sorry, guys. Guys, go and actually watch this and get their ExpressVPN. There you go. I've shown it on screen here. There you go.
To Boogie ruins his life.
Sorry, boys.
Back to Boogie ruins game nights with his friends because he announces to them that he can no longer pay for all the food that they consume.
Okay, so I have $1 million question.
There's a meeting about it.
Every Saturday we get together. Every Saturday I order what? Pizza, chicken fingers, tacos. Those are the things I normally get us, right?
Oh, very healthy.
Like, I normally spend like $100, $150 every Saturday to like feed us.
It's so funny watching the Kino Casino react to this because they laugh at his friend here. He goes like, I usually don't eat snacks when I'm at home. And they just burst out laughing.
And like I showed
If you have ExpressVPN, can you get Irish whiskey cheaper? Potentially. Potentially. If you, I don't know, if you buy it from like some like Russia or something like that, I'm sure they sell Irish whiskey pretty cheap.
My bank books today, and I'm not like, I've never wanted to burden you guys with this, but like I'm at a point where saving $300 a month would be useful.
I also just love that math. $150 a week. If I stop doing that, I save $300 a month. And it's just like, God, how the fuck math worse than I do?
Start cooking.
$150 times 4 every week.
Yeah. Start cooking.
$600 first of all, not 300. He's not gonna cook.
Telling you for years that you don't care about food that much. Yeah. Like don't get me wrong. I like having snacks and soda when I'm over here because I don't eat those at my house.
Yeah, you don't look like you eat those.
I mean, throughout the years.
I wonder, everyone has made fun of that. I wonder, a part of me was like really tempted to get like a supercut of everyone just laughing at that. I feel bad because this is just like Boogie's friend, I guess, but like I guess he decided to be on like his fucking documentary. But it's just like, bro, why would you say that?
Like,
I don't like snacks. Okay, bro.
Anyway, so when are we gonna start bringing girlfriends around?
This bit's so weird.
What does it have to do with anything?
Boogie doesn't mention that, but when Boogie does his live reacting to this, he doesn't say a fucking word about this. He thinks this is a totally normal conversation.
When are we gonna start having some pussy around here?
What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm gonna be very charitable here with what I think he meant. Maybe he means like so the girlfriends can cook us food because I feel like that's what's in his head. Like girls.
That's very like woman get in the kitchen.
That's so sad. That's so sad that's charitable.
How are people still in his
corner? Travis, yeah, you're right. Boogie has claimed that actually, well, usually we try and cook at least one meal a day. I mean by that, because we're broke, we cook every meal a day here ourselves. And he also claims Chad does all the cooking for him. And so like what the fuck are you talking about?
Corner. He says just blatantly mean shit.
I think that's what he's getting at. Like I can see no other explanation.
No,
for
he's just
asking.
a dick, Charlie.
Or even worse, he expects them to pay for food.
Oh, or that, yeah.
Yeah.
No, rents were 26 minutes in.
But then there's more mouth to feed, so more costly food.
And this is our second video of rinse as well. We've already done one video.
When are we gonna
do chapters once we're done here?
Also, when are we gonna start bringing girlfriends around that aren't hookers?
Oh.
That's all I brought around for 5 years.
Bro, does that mean, okay, what else is Boogie saying? That's all I've done for 5 years. Boogie has claimed that he sugared from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. That's 4 years, which implies that he sugared into 2022 as well. I'm just saying that is what math usually does. Also, like imagine you're buying sugar babies. You're paying for sugar babies. He calls them hookers here now, which is different from a sugar baby in his mind, but I guess whatever. So there's going to be... No, it's not. We're going to get through this one quick. But it's like, okay, so... Imagine you're at the point where it's like, I'm not taking this one to fucking Disneyland. I'm not taking this one to Times Square. I'm not taking this one to a $500 amazing place. I'm bringing this one to fucking Magic the Gathering night to show her off to my fucking neckbeard friends.
That's
Jesus
you.
Christ.
That's so cringe.
Dude.
So it was even worse. I see.
Yeah, he's paying to flex on his friends. He is.
I really didn't know it was this bad. Like, Jackson, you've come to us with tales from the Boogie lore, and I've sat here and I've clapped my hands and giggled, but seeing it in person, seeing it in my face, it's just, this is such a cesspool of existence.
He's so
He's just a piece of shit.
He's so silly.
Yeah, he's a piece
I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I'm going to quickly say, because I got in pretty late, because I said I went and watched the movie and everything, I didn't think this was going to go like crazy and there's going to be so much to say. I made a pizza before this started. And don't worry, I did take it out of the oven. It's not on fire or anything like that. But I've had one slice, and the pizza has been sitting here beside me for 2.5 hours. And I haven't touched it because I feel really rude eating on, not camera, I guess, but on microphone because I don't want you to hear me chewing. And I don't like, potentially going that long without talking. So I have my pizza just chilling here beside me. So afterwards, I'm going to have to go warm it up or something like that. And it's midnight. What kind of pizza? It's just like a meat feast. It's a meat feast with some like peppers on it.
And also, this is just Boogie masks off now. This is what he's always been like.
How are people still in his corner? How does he still have diehard fans on YouTube? I don't get it.
He's gonna win you over, and
because they're mental and they're pathetic. I'm sorry. I'm at that point with Boogie's fans. Sorry, Uncle Chris, if you're here, by the way. I know you talked about me to Boogie and donated an extra large amount to him for some fucking reason. Maybe you're trying to make up for it. But, like, because his fans are just weirdos. His fans are like, oh my god, Boogie, you're so cool. You got a 20-year-old girlfriend. That's so cool. Because it's like, fans are creepy. They're like, so many of them are like incel-y. Like, when he was ranting about, like, women only want to marry you so they take half your stuff. Because he's like, weird, I guess, because he seems to think women can't like contribute to like relationships, I guess, in like financial terms. So like his fans are like, yeah, you're right. It's like when he said about I spent $100,000 back when he's claiming he spent $100,000 in sugar babies. His fans are saying like, that is cheaper than having a girlfriend. It's like, bro, what the fuck? What girlfriend have you ever had that cost $100,000 for like a year?
Drew, check this out. This is totally on topic. This was literally a smash cut to the next scene.
The N-word is just a word. You guys left, and these cameras weren't rolling, and I was sitting here alone in the dark.
Oh my god.
And I said the N-word.
Okay.
There's no magic power to it.
Let's finish.
Oh no, I'm not going to say it on camera where it could hurt somebody. I like to turn that camera off, jokes. I say
so I can say it all I want.
I think the darker something is cancer, rape, murder, child abuse. The darker.
Think I could get Goober for $100K a year? No. She's worth more than any girlfriend, and my girlfriend probably does actually know that. probably directly told her that she's the number 2 girl in my life. Like with the N-word thing, Boogie makes such a big song and dance about this on his live stream. Like he says, guys, prepare to get offended by this, but like, and he tries to explain himself, and he pretty much says exactly the same thing here. And he says, guys, I'm gonna mute my microphone here, and I'm gonna say a racial slur, and then he mutes it, and then he says, I don't know if YouTube will be weird about me saying this, so I'm not going to, but like, you know, the way I say crack a lot, that's good, crack. It's like the plural version of that, but it's not actually a plural. It's like So he says that muted. And I was like, well, you obviously don't believe your own bullshit if you're not willing to say it when you muted it. He didn't mute it and say the N-word. He muted it and said about, yes, biscuits, as Tatis said. He said that. So it's like, you obviously don't believe yourself if you weren't willing to say the N-word. You obviously don't believe it. So why say it? It's so fucking weird.
It is pretty funny.
The more important it is to make jokes.
And see, Travis, you say he wants to be based so badly. I don't even think it's he wants to be based so badly. I think he is arguing for this case so people can. It's like I said, remember when we were watching this live, and the second this came out, I said, this is going to lead into him talking his like online drama. I knew he was going to lead into the online drama with this, because he wants people to think that he is fully like free speech. You can say anything because it means he can't be held accountable for him saying shitty things. That's what he wants to say. But he can't, because then he turns around to someone like me and goes like, oh, that potato guy, he's a dick because he said I'm a bad person. He should have his YouTube account closed down. So it's like, you don't hold the values you're pretending you actually hold.
You're not a hero, Boogie. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is he yapping about?
You discovered what stand-up comedians discovered in the 70s. It's important to joke about controversial issues.
The difference is those comedians had like tact and
that's
like
a joke.
Yes,
and they were making a
just
point.
Saying the N-word is funny.
The difference.
Yes, that's the thing. It's one thing, because everyone who's watched me long enough knows that I really like Mr. Medicare. Got to rep the Irish boys. I really like Mr. Medicare. But when Mr. Medicare came out and started like live streaming, I think it was on like Rumble or something like that. He started just doing live streams where it was just like he's not on YouTube anymore. He can just say like the N-word this or the T-word that, whatever, you know. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to fucking get bother, obviously, but he was just like dropping like slurs and, you know, hard R's and stuff like that constantly. And it's like, I don't get offended by that stuff. It doesn't offend me in any shape or form. I don't actually particularly care. But honestly, thank you, writers. But it was just like, he wasn't saying it in a funny way. Because I think you could say shit like that in a funny way. I think everything can be joked about. I actually do believe that. I think everything can be joked about. I don't get offended by like pretty much anything. If something's not funny because I think, oh, it's a bit too far, I'm not like, oh my god, I'm so upset by this. I'm like, oh, I didn't really enjoy that one. But it doesn't destroy me, you know? So I'm okay with people saying a lot of things, because I'm like, whatever, it doesn't fucking bother me that much. But like, he was just saying it because he could just say it, because he was on Odyssey and he wasn't going to get banned or kicked off or anything like that. And it's like, but there's no joke. There's no joke there. You know, it's like when I have someone like come into the chat, and I've had it before where a guy tried to spell the N word out. You know, where you do like N and then the next letter and then the next letter, and just like, you know, if it's a slow day in chat, he tries to do that. And it's like, okay, cool, bro, I guess, you know, it's I don't mind people trolling in my chat, but it's just like, but that's not even like, it's not even funny. You're just saying the N-word. It's not a joke, you know. If you somehow try to turn that into a joke, it might be funny. If you don't get offended, start the Cat Girl Discord. Well, do you know what, Rince? I can't argue with that.
The difference between good edgy shock comedy is they made a point. They made political opinions. Boogie just wants an excuse to say the N-word and other terrible things.
Yeah. Charlie.
The funny part to me is,
wait. Yeah. Did you notice that the logo on his shirt is the Godslap logo?
Wait, no. Oh my god, it is.
It's dangerous.
What it's from? We already knew this, but what that's from is Skyrim. It's the.
Oh yeah.
That's why it says we know.
knowledge. Yeah,
but they have the energy also of like a little child lying on the ground talking to an adult. Like,
it is, yeah. He's lying like a weirdo.
It's like a children's sleepover.
I want to believe it's because he was tired from a long day of filming.
Copper Ginge, if you haven't heard the Boogie rap, the Boogie Hitler didn't do nothing wrong rap, I would highly recommend it. As funniest thing Boogie has ever actually, like, unironically, the funniest thing Boogie has ever done was during his, like, what was it? Was it a divorce stream? I think it was during the divorce stream. Was it that, or was it during the I'm going to end my life stream? I can't remember which one of the two it was. But he just rapped, and he's actually not a bad rapper. It was fucking hilarious. It was so I was cackling the entire time, because I remember I was skipping through it because I was like, I don't want to listen to him just do his karaoke bit, and I remember skipping, and I hit it, and it just got, right before skipped again, I just heard Hitler, and I was like, what? And I went back, and it was just him rapping about Hitler and Goebbels and him being a straight white man. It was so funny. It was so good.
Even though he probably did nothing, so he's like, can we just do this next one where I'm lying down in a bed?
The birthday stream.
My favorite part is him going like, the N-word doesn't have a magical power, It's only bad because people give it that strength. Okay, say it then. Oh no, I'm not gonna kill people. I hurt people by saying it. But it seems Boogie only is this way because he has trolls on Reddit who go after old clips of him.
It's never his own fault.
Yeah, I know. And he never gets away from it.
I still can't get over the last clip, to be honest. I'm still stuck on him just saying, when are we bringing girlfriends?
One guy spent like a month of his time gathering every link, every video clip, everything I'd ever said or done since 1998, and he compiled it into this one huge mega thread. It's like 10, 15 pages long. And every time my name
there was a part of me that was tempted, because guys, I'm going to show you. All right, Eggbun, have a good one. I'm going to say to you guys, and you're gonna hate me for this, because you're going to say, well, you're a terrible Boogie historian. I have never sat down and read through the Salmon Talkie Reddit like mega thread. I have never sat there and read through the entire thing. I have never done that, because I like to do my own research. I have never sat down and just read through the entire thing. I'm sorry guys, I'm terrible at it. Part of me was tempted to do that, actually, because there's obviously archives of it. I was going to just go through and just like make a video or a live stream where I just go through point A to point B and just go through the entire thing and look at the evidence, and then tell you if I feel or edit the original. Well, Loot Bitch, I'm going to have to look at it now, where I feel like I go through and just look at it and see if the evidence still holds up, and just go with that. Because this is what Boogie said. He has said both that the Megathread was nothing. If you look at it, it's literally nothing. It's like all fake and all made up. But the other point he said was it ruined his career, and Christopher Tom beat cancer solely to ruin his career. So I'm kind of tempted just to go through and maybe do a video where I just look at it and like rate it. Maybe should do a tier list. Oh, that'd be funny. We should do like a tier list. You're gonna do a November recap. We'll see what happens for the rest of November here. But right now it's kind of been going crazy enough. Maybe. But also, I'll probably disappear for a little bit once I get my new computer, because it will take me some time to get everything changed over, set up, everything like that. But my new computer probably isn't still going to be arriving for, I think, towards the end of November. So we'll see. We'll see about that. But yeah, no, maybe I could do a tier list. That'd be funny. Go through a tier list and like rate on the tier list what I think is like the best or the funniest or something like that of the evidence. Who knows?
Get mentioned on Reddit moving forward, they would all link to that mega thread. People on Reddit began to bombard.
Vox racial minorities, he actually did.
Okay, so to read this to audio listeners, just 1 second. I've read the mega thread. I've read the mega thread.
It'll be Windows 8 or Windows C. I haven't decided yet. I still have to buy the Windows code for it, because it's cheaper if you like do a boot disk, pretty much.
He's talking about ages ago. I read it when it was coming out. Also, they spelled Holocaust wrong there. Anyway, I read the thread, and it like 99% of it is like just honest like clips of things that he's done and said. It's like evidence-backed stuff. And now that it's deleted, I think he got on Reddit's back. I don't know this for sure, but I feel like it's true. Yep. I feel like he reported it so much that the thread eventually got deleted.
There is rumors. I don't know. Like I said, this is allegedly. There is rumors because apparently he had contacted Wings to find out how to take down a subreddit, and it pretty much is to say, like I said, allegedly, to pretty much say to Reddit, I will end myself, and it will be your fault, and I will name you as the reason because you support it. Kind of like what people did to try and take down Kiwi Farms. You know? Kind of what they try to do to Kiwi Farms by saying this is causing people to die, shootings, everything like that, and that's what they're trying to push to get Kiwi Farms taken down. It's to do that with Salmon Talkie, is to say, well, this is going to cause me to blow myself, which we like the timing, came out in May, and then Boogie started going really hard on I'm going to end myself right after May. That's when Boogie started doing all that. Well, obviously after Etiquette too, which was in June that year.
And then he was able to kind of like manipulate how it was viewed. But I've read the thread before, and it was like 99% accurate, which is crazy now that he's painting it as this just something that's completely wrong.
Oh,
read the
That's
list
why he hates Jackson.
of things that are on screen according to the Reddit thread.
You expect to be on the farms? It's on archive.org. It's still on archive.org. The whole thing was archived.
Okay, so apparently he abused his wife. I don't necessarily believe that. I believe he probably emotionally abused her, definitely.
Yep.
But that kind of makes it sound like he physically beat her or something. I don't believe that. Supported child abusers, had attraction to minors, mocked racial minorities, lied about mental health diagnoses, claimed good things came from the Holocaust. Threatened. Again, that was. There's a clip of it, Boogie. Threatened to kill his own dog, used his friend's death to promote new channel, made fun of a child for having divorced parents, threatened suicide to guilt fans into support. Oh my god, these are all true. Faked harassment emails to gain sympathy, flirted with his friend's widow after his death, misused Patreon funds and personal toys, manipulated his sugar babies and.
Just toss us an S tier to get your beak wet. If I was going to say, out of all of like the Boogie controversies, especially ones that did not get the attention they deserved, because at the time I was literally the only person talking about Boogie, is definitely him saying he wanted to go to Uvalde a few days after the shooting to film. That was what Boogie said. He wanted to go, and he changed it obviously afterwards and made it like, how dare people do it? Because he deleted all the original posts, and then it was like, how dare people say that about me? But he said he wanted to go to Uvalde to film around the memorial. A couple days after the school shooting.
Friends, literally every single thing there probably is true.
And no one talked about it. And it was like, back in June, I think I had like 300 subscribers, and I made a video about it. And this was back when, like I said, I had 300 subscribers. So no one knows about that. And it is crazy. It is actually insane. Because I remember doing a breakdown of how he treated like other major tragedies and stuff like that. And it wasn't even out of character for him. It wasn't even out of character for him.
Like, and he's saying that it's not true? There were clips, there were evidence of these things. You can find
He's
links
saying
to
that
this
people... Well, I'll let him...
To make me look as bad as possible. Every time I got a new sponsor, they would bombard me. And eventually they dropped me.
And so his sponsors would periodically get these videos and they would drop him, which is why he just does not earn any money anymore. The next clip is one of my favorites. He sprains his ankle walking.
I might have sprained it or broken it or something.
Okay, see, I'm really weirded out by this because Boogie kind of keeps making a point about how he hurt his ankle during this. But I remember specifically that he claimed that he had got a bad leg infection during it. And I don't know why he would claim something different. Because he claimed he got a really bad leg infection during filming. And because I remember laughing at him because he was like, oh, I can't do like Twitch streams. I have to take a week off here. Because everyone's like, why aren't you like trying to monetize this, you know? Wasn't there a donation to Uvalde and never got sent? I don't know if he didn't send it or not. That's the biggest problem. Because he said he would go and donate it in person. Kind of went all over the place, especially because the money for Uvalde was meant to be the money for Ukraine from his t-shirt sales. However, then he was acting weird because he said how much he was going to donate, which is $140, but that was only for March, because that's what he would have earned from just March, which is where I got the $1,400 figure that he earned for March from, because it's 1% of that. Sorry, it's $1 off that then for each t-shirt sold. So that didn't make any sense. But it was like, but you advertised it in April and May, so why aren't you selling giving the t-shirt money from that as well? So it's all over the place. But yeah, he claimed he got a leg infection, couldn't do videos or uploads or anything like that afterwards, even though it would have been great to do after he announced the documentary. But then like he showed himself going to like Ant-Man, Quantumania and stuff like that, and it's like, so you're too sick to do like a Twitch stream, but you're okay to go to the cinema.
I was walking to the bathroom in there, and
no, he's waddling.
There was a loud snap sound, and things kind of shifted in one direction. And now my foot is swelling into my shoe.
I believe you.
And it hurts really badly.
What happened? How did that happen? Just walking to the bathroom? Was he galloping? Like, I don't understand.
Have you ever walked to the bathroom, Charlie? It's pretty hard.
He's fat, yeah.
Oh my god, he's fat.
It must have been like a slippery floor, I guess. I don't know how he just like lost his balance on the way there.
No, he didn't lose his balance. He just said he stepped and then
gravity lost it for him.
Charlie, those legs are not made of concrete. There's only so much weight that a human leg can support. And not only that, I mean, even aside from his feet, Boogie's health is in bad shape, and he tells us. Oh, well, oops, wrong clip.
Oh, this is the clip I saw.
Here's everything that's wrong with Boogie: low testosterone, testicular hypogonadism,
oh, I love the gonads.
Sleep apnea, swelling due to blockages of lymphatic flow, seborrheic eczema, chronic back pain, protein in urine. That's from kidney damage, folks.
So what I'm reading in my expert diagnosis as a medical professional is lose weight, lose weight, lose weight.
Yep.
Oh, and lose weight would help with that one too.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it was Mutahar what he's talking about, because I think his like wife is like a medical professional. Big balls, baby. No, itty bitty baby balls. That's what it is. Yeah, no, it's. I think Mutahar said his wife is a health professional, and pretty much everything he listed there can just be fixed by just losing weight, which is obvious. Like, everything Boogie's talking about, even like his depression and his anxiety, are also connected to his depression. If he just lost weight, if he just did what he said he was going to do 100,000 times by now, you know, he would actually have lost weight. It is just crazy when you see him going to the boxing match in May and looking pathetic and admitting he did like no real training for it and just being like terrible. And then trying to say, oh, well, Wings trained harder than me, Wings is taller than me, I didn't stand a chance. It's like, well, no, Wings had like 2 months to prepare for that fight. You said you were training from the May before that. You were training a full year, and you did nothing. You're the one who's claiming you spent 2 hours a day in the swimming pool. And somehow you came heavier than last year.
It continues, you fat-shaming dick.
High blood pressure, history of gastric bypass, intestinal malabsorption, vitamin D sufficiency, because like most gamers, I hate the sun.
He loves the D, though.
Morbid obesity, major depressive disorder, major anxiety disorder, history of diabetes mellitus, blood pooling in veins.
I have to look, because someone said that's not a real disorder, but I don't know. But I have to look, because I just assume it means Boogie's mad.
Varicose veins of the legs with complications. Degeneration of lumbar or lumbosacral intervertebral disc. That means my back don't work so good. History of basal cell carcinoma.
That's cancer. Like I said, I think it's so weird that he did not mention polycythemia vera because he did not want to tell anyone I have cancer, because that would mean everyone stops like supporting me and they all abandon me because I have cancer. That's cancer, folks. Like, what? You literally just included that you have cancer in the thing where you said you didn't want to include having cancer because you think it might turn people off you. Didn't include, he has claimed he needs his right knee replaced. He claims he has arthritis in his knee and also in his hip, I think it is, he claimed as well. I'm trying to remember, off the top of my head, these are all allegedly because I don't remember exactly from all the vast changes of information he's ever given us here. Autism. God, I think he's claimed bipolar before. Has he claimed ADHD before? I think he's claimed ADHD before. PTSD. Surprised that he did not mention his PTSD, which apparently that upset Tommy C immensely. Like when he apparently during the Lolcow podcast really upset Tommy C because he suddenly mentioned that he has PTSD. The big polar of course as well. I think Nikado isn't a legitimate. He's not a legitimate Lolcow. Nikado is a performance actor. Nikado is doing everything for attention. I thought it was obvious the first time I saw him, but then I saw people go like, "Oh my god, he's having a freak out." It's like it's a performance piece. It's pretty obvious. More like obesity. Yes, exactly. No, but he's claimed PTSD, and apparently whilst having a go with Tommy C during the Lolcow podcast, Lolcow Live, he brought up his PTSD as like a defense, and Tommy C is like he's like a combat. Is he a combat veteran? He was in the army, Army Marines. I can't remember exactly which one. I don't really watch the guy, but I know he served because I know he did a breakdown of Onision when Onision got left the army or whatever it was, and he said he's lost people, and it's like and Boogie's going to him trying to claim I have PTSD. My PTSD is so bad, and apparently Tommy C was absolutely fucking livid with it.
Cancer, and of course I can't breathe so good, so asthma and allergies as well.
Why did he throw the phone like he's a badass?
Yeah, that's
a mic
like
drop.
90% of his net worth. He shouldn't throw his phone.
Exactly. Like I said, it's a mic drop because Boogie's smiling his way through this. It's like, oh yeah, look at all these excuses I have why I'm such a poor uwu victim.
Like Charlie just said, like a mic drop.
Yeah.
Like what? It's not impressive, Boogie. You're fucking so unhealthy. Like,
well, that's the thing with
him.
He thinks this is like, I'm gonna list all of the reasons that I am pathetic. Feel bad, don't you? Isn't it crazy just how sad and pathetic I am? Just how sick I am?
Yeah.
Feel bad for me.
He has to think it's fun. He has to think it's fun. He has to think all of this is a lot of fun.
He loves it. It's like when you saw Amber Lynn recently came out and confirmed that confirmed, massive air quotes on that she's finally been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. I think it was. I think that's the one she claimed she had. I don't remember because she just changes her claims constantly. Like she only claimed recently she had PTSD, but like she'd been claiming it for like years that she has PTSD, and she was so happy. She was smirking when she was saying it because she is literally just saying, "You can't criticize me. I have a borderline personality disorder. It explains all of my bad behavior for the entire time I've been on YouTube. No longer can you guys actually criticize me in any way." And she was smirking. She was loving it. She was so happy. She thought, this is it. Mwah. Perfect. You can't even criticize me here anymore, guys, because I have this. That's how I view Boogie. It's how I view Boogie. I view Boogie as, it's like when he came out randomly last year and started claiming I have autism. And then recently he suddenly was like, oh, I've finally officially been diagnosed with autism. But he'd been saying it for like a full year. He said Charlie bullied him for having autism, even though Charlie even wasn't on the podcast when Boogie got criticized.
Virus, I just got you a subscriber.
He just got me a subscriber. Thank you very much. So yeah, it's just crazy that he went so hard. That is Super Sloth Pants, I believe. Thank you very much.
No, it's not. He doesn't. I doubt he thinks it's fun. It's just like the only strategy he knows to get like attention and feel good about himself is if other people feel bad about
There's got to be some level of in his game he goes, oh yeah, if I do this, this will make me look really, really like something, like a piece of work.
He reworded covert narcissism. You know, covert narcissism is like kind of like worming your way in to make people feel sorry for you so you can control them. You know, we can kind of like control them so like that like they will be nicer to you, and you're like manipulating them to like feel sorry for you. That's what Boogie claimed. Like, well, that's what covert narcissism more or less is. I'm not a doctor, but Boogie, when he was talking about it recently on his reaction, described covert narcissism, and it was pretty much it's where you wear your patheticness on your sleeve and just like be honest and just show everyone the real you and your real weaknesses. But unfortunately, bad people exist, and bad people will still pick on you, even at your most pathetic. So I've realized being a covert narcissist doesn't work. And he makes it sound like covert narcissism is a protection method. He makes it sound like it's a shield, as opposed to a manipulation tactic. That's actually how he took covert narcissism. Jesus Christ, did he actually talk to Clum? That he got that clip? I was in a live chat, and I showed up, and he was excited to see me. So yes, he may have called me the king of Boogie content. Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm sure he said that to about 50 other people, though. I didn't know he's in everyone else's live streams, donating to them too. I'm a jealous girlfriend now.
Sympathetic.
Yeah. Like, yes, there is that angle of he's trying to play up sympathy, but he has to enjoy finding the most sympathetic outcome, you know? Going, aha, now I've got
it doesn't mean that he thinks it's fun having...
He called it atypical narc. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was a vulnerable narc, I think the Dr. Grande called it. I think he called it like a vulnerable narcissist or something like that. I can't remember, but he used another word for it apart from covert narcissist. He called it another thing during the dark. I can't remember what it was. You're the first girlfriend, though. To be fair, I wasn't. I was like one of the last people to actually cover it. I really should have done a watch along, but like I said, I was out for Halloween, so I couldn't. And I'm not going to cancel my real life plans to do a live stream. Sorry. So I think I was one of the last people to actually do the cover. Vulnerable narcissism. Okay, thanks, Travis.
Asthma allergies or anything.
Yeah.
He's just more
should
addicted.
You get a gyro or a half-pound cheeseburger? Gyro, I say that because you can get a half-pound cheeseburger everywhere, but I don't think I've ever had a gyro. I just think I've ever had one because we don't really have Greek food over here.
The sympathy he gets.
And let's look at this clip, though. He just listed off a whole list of ailments and illnesses, and he throws the phone like he's a badass. In his mind, he's probably going, take that, haters. Yeah, look at how pathetic I am.
Did anything notice he didn't mention cancer?
I bet it's something more like, so take that. You should feel bad for not liking me because of all of these things.
Yeah, take that, haters. That's what that is. Take that. You're shitting on me now. Here's why.
He's throwing his phone, going like, "Look how bad my life is. Feel bad for me." That's what I think. That's how I feel.
I'm taking it as he's throwing the phone because he's like, look at all these problems I have that justifies the way I act.
Oh, it's a naked cat.
It's probably
Sphinx.
a mix of both, but
yeah.
I think this is somewhere around the documentary now where the guy cuts to himself, the documentary maker Mike, and says, "Dude, this is just too much of a bummer for me." And he arranges Boogie an interview with one of those agencies that like help you get a job. You go talk to them, and then they try to kind of figure out like what your malfunction is and how they can help you get a job. So it's not. Yeah, it's not itself a job interview, but they just try to help you. Here's Boogie listing all of his accomplishments and qualifications for potential jobs.
But guys, this is just a skit. I was being Andy Kaufman.
And then physically, I am morbidly obese. I have no references.
I'm just going to say, at what point in his existence did he think he said, you know what, I need to sit down and I need to inform this woman that I am physically morbidly obese? At what point was that, I need to let her know, just in case she doesn't know?
No work history and no education.
He actually listed cancer was the second last thing on his list was asthma. The last thing was allergies. The third last thing was cancer. Ockham. Okay, yeah, acting like this is only the 9th, 10th possible time I've seen this. Yes, it was his skin cancer that he mentioned. He didn't mention his polycythemia vera. He said he didn't mention his polycythemia vera because if he did, people would stop watching him like they did with Total Biscuit, which is an obvious lie because people supported Total Biscuit immensely when he announced he had cancer. Boogie is just saying, oh, this is a private battle. Oh, don't worry, you don't have to apologize. I'm just messing with you. I'm joking around. He came out and pretty much said, oh, like, polycythemia vera, I'm not going to talk about that because if I come out and talk about that, people didn't believe me anyway, and people will stop watching me because it's too depressing because I have cancer, because they did that with Total Biscuit. Everyone stopped watching him when he announced he had cancer, which is the exact opposite of what happened. People supported him immensely. But it's just Boogie. Boogie just decided to leave out, maybe because he didn't have an actual confirmation. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying. It's weird, he showed all the quote-unquote confirmed things, but for some reason he didn't mention that, but he still was happy to mention that he has like a history of skin cancer, which is also him mentioning cancer, you know? Boogie constantly comparing himself to Andy Kaufman is annoyingly cringe as fuck. Yeah, Copper, you're right. That's like Trisha Paytas does too, and that's another person who is getting a documentary from Mike Clum. There are two people who unironically refer to themselves as that, and it's just kind of like, weird. It's just like, oh, okay, bro. Like, my biggest issue with Boogie claiming it is didn't Boogie shit on Total Biscuit after he died? He did it in such like a bitch way, where he said something like, he's such a loyal person to the fans and to the consumer that he even whilst dying, he took time out of his day to throw me under the bus. And it was entirely him shitting on it. He was trying to say, oh no, that was me praising him, that he was so loyal and he was so like such a good guy that he would call me out on my bullshit. Even though I'm his friend, he would totally call me out. And it's like, no, you were shitting on him. It's the same thing he did with H3H3 last year, when H3H3 suddenly went to the hospital, and Boogie randomly tweeted, I know a lot of people don't like Ethan, but I hope he starts to look after himself better, you know, and for his family. Some bullshit like that, and Ethan was upset about that, because obviously, rightly so. Because Boogie is just being like, weird, why are you bringing it up? I know lots of people don't like him, but hopefully he starts, like, treating himself better and focuses on his health when a 400-pound man is saying that to you. Ridiculous shit.
And when you Google my name,
yeah, no, Sailor, he said that in November.
You might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I'm also a pedophile. Should mention I'm also a felon.
Okay.
I love she's like, okay.
Aggravated assault.
How old is it?
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. But the one thing that annoys me about the Andy Kaufman thing is that he claimed that about everything, like 2019, everything. All the bad stuff he said was, oh, I was just being Andy Kaufman. But I realized it didn't work, guys, and I realized I just came across like an asshole. And then the next time he looks bad, he's like, oh, I was being Andy Kaufman that time too. It's like, why are you being Andy Kaufman that time too when you realized it didn't work last time? That doesn't make any sense. Because you've already said that you realize you just come across like an asshole when you're doing it, so why are you doing it again? It doesn't make sense. You could use that excuse once. You can't even really use it once because everyone knows it's bullshit. But you could use it once at best, because if it backfires, why would you do it again? But now every single time he gets called on anything, it's just like, oh yeah, that was Andy Kaufman. I've been Andy Kaufman against. Like, why? It didn't work the last 16 times.
About 2 years.
This is like a sitcom. It's like something I see on a TV.
Yeah, Rinse, I'm really bad for it. Honest to God, I'm really bad on live streams. I need to start writing down my bullet points, because I came away from my live stream yesterday after talking about the Tommy C thing, where I was like, fuck, I was about 7 things I wanted to talk about, and I forgot to talk about anything because I do get distracted really easy. I'm sorry. I'm Irish. I have a very simple mind.
I know. Yeah, I thought this was just like a skit that he was doing when I watched it originally.
Yeah, I mean,
It kind of cut off quite a bit of it, but basically in the beginning he's still going through other like awful things, and at the very end she goes, do you really think that mentioning your porn industry history is smart for a job interview?
And you're using weight and disability. I can't. If that is the attitude that you're going to have when you approach everything, then you can't. Then you won't.
I did work in the porn industry for the better part of 7 years, so I mean...
Be real with me. Do you really think it would be a good idea to go to a real interview and reference porn?
It depended on the job, I would think.
God, he's such a fucking creep, man. I hate him.
He's such a fucking creep. See, that bit, I think, might have been Boogie joking. Yes, that bit, I think Boogie might have been joking. But just that bit. Like, because the biggest problem is Boogie saying, oh, I'm being Andy Kaufman. I'm being Andy Kaufman, guys. Oh, I was doing this. I was meant to deliberately go in and torpedo this. That was the point of the whole skit. All that kind of shit. That's exactly the same stuff he was saying on Twitter last year when people told him to get a job after the begging video. So that's my point. This is why I don't believe this is him being funny and, like, you know, messing around, stuff like that. He actually believes this stuff. It is what he said when people said, get a job last time.
It's no self-awareness. That's
no. He's gonna be like self-sabotaging it just so that he doesn't have to get a job.
Oh yeah, for sure. So now we get.
I think that entire scene was there because Boogie wanted to include that, so he could get turned down on camera, so he could then say to the haters, "See, guys, I told you." I think that's what Boogie was wanting to do there.
Into the hateable, the reasons why he's so annoying and hateable. I don't know if you guys remember at some point.
I don't know Paul if he was faking it or being real. Okay.
Into I think Keemstar's podcast. And I don't know if it was them or Keemstar's co-host or whatever, and they said, Boogie, you need to get a normal fucking job. You're not too good for a normal job. And he said, well, I can't. I don't, you know, I'm trying. I'm not saying I am too good for a job. Here he is in the documentary saying he's just simply too good for a job.
I'm not going to walk into some...
Okay, there's the poll up. Was this a fake scene? So, yes, if it was fake and the whole thing was meant to be a skit. No, if Boogie went in and just actually looked like a fucking dildo.
Job. When I have 4 million subscribers on YouTube, I'm one of the original YouTubers. What I'm going to do instead is go back to making content.
How would any of his conditions stop him from seeking employment designing websites again? It wouldn't. That's the problem with Boogie earlier on in the documentary saying, I sit here for 68 hours a day trying to save my career. It's like, wait, so you can sit? The employment scene, yeah. So I sit in front of the computer for 68 hours a day trying to fix my career. It's like, so if you can sit in front of your computer for 68 hours a day trying to fix your career, why can't you, like, I don't know, Do a job.
Go back to telling stories and entertaining people and making money doing it. You want to check back with me in a couple of months? Let's see how things are going.
Boogie's hot take. That is a hot take.
And everything went downhill, as you all know. But did you hear? I'm not just gonna walk into a job, he says.
Yeah, for audio listeners, the documentarian is the one listening to that voicemail, and the look of exasperation on his face the whole time is unreal. The man just clearly is fed up.
Can you believe this, idiots? Can you believe this, idiots? Can you believe what you're hearing right now, Cam? And I'm not gonna just walk into a job. I'm one of the first YouTubers. You're not good at it. Yes, you have 4 million subscribers, but that's because you have a first mover advantage. You've been there from the beginning, but you're clearly not good at it. Being a YouTuber isn't just I was there from the start. It's also, oh, the rules change every day, and you have to adapt. You sucked at that last part.
He sucks. He definitely sucks at content. His image was all that he had, other than the friends and stuff, like the friendly kind of goofball that you.
I think looking at this, I think I probably did the poll totally wrong, because we got like 62% saying yes it was a fake scene, 30%, but I'm seeing people saying like yes it was fake, because Boogie was going in to deliberately sabotage it, stuff like that. So can we shame Potato into better thumbnails? No, you can't. I can't suddenly get better. I'm sorry. I can't suddenly stop sucking, guys. I'm really sorry about that. My thumbnails are genuinely awful. I'm bad at them. Every once in a while I try. I think the one for the actual reaction to the documentary wasn't too bad, because I went and I made my potato guy look a wee bit like staticky and blurred and stuff like that, like Boogie's face did. I tried that one a little tiny bit. But I'll tell you what the thought process for me is I make a video, and generally in the time it takes for the video to upload to YouTube, I then make the thumbnail. I then make it. Because I'm just not very creative or artistic in any way. I'm just like, oh fuck it, I'll picture my potato guy, I'll take a picture of Boogie looking weird, there we go.
We would want to listen to, but now that the facade is gone and he's just like a
video idea theoretical way for Boogie to recover his career and make a decent living off YouTube. I have actually talked about this already, Tatis, and I do not believe that is possible. I think he is so mired that he just can't. He has said himself that he would rather end his life, he said that recently, than be like Wings of Redemption and just be bullied for a living. So, you're just taking a piss, Vince, it's fine. I'm also okay. I am more than happy to talk about my feelings, because that doesn't bother me. YouTube's a hobby, so I'm not I'm so sorry guys, my thumbnails are shit, because my thumbnails are genuinely shit. Did you see Boogie on Review Tech USA recently? Are you talking? Yeah, we reviewed that at the start with him and Muta. We reviewed that at the start, mate. So you'll have to go back and watch from the start, because we covered that and it was great fun.
Straight up evil.
See all through it. Not even a theoretical way. I don't even think in a theoretical way, apart from just to turn into a lol cow, like Wings of Redemption or DSP, who just gets money from being bullied. I just don't think so. I'm sorry. I think that's the best we have.
Person, I'd say just
and how long has that been going on? 5 years where he's been on this downward spiral? At what point does he realize it's not working anymore? It's all
I need Charlie titles, I do.
There's no way it's been since...
Boogie hits rock bottom. Is this the end for Boogie 290? That kind of stuff. Yeah, no. I don't like DSP, so I won't cover him.
To 2018, 2019, probably would be
the downward trend?
Yeah, well, not so much that, but more his mask coming off.
Well, it happened pretty quickly after the divorce, I think.
Oh God, Thomas B, you're right. I actually laughed about that, because I actually was looking back through, and I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said to them that it's just this is just dog shit, but I enjoyed how bad it was, that I'm not ever going to change it. It is my Thanksgiving one, and it's literally just a picture of 21 potato recipes or something like that, and I didn't even add my potato guy to it. It does not look like the drama live stream. This is so bad. It is the worst thing I've ever seen. DSP is boring. Yeah, DSP is boring. Because Chantel does mukbang with that. Right now I'm not covering Chantel because she's so boring. But DSP is boring because DSP streams so long, and so much of it is just awkwardly sitting there quietly. And to cover DSP, I think to do DSP and Wings and stuff like that, because they stream so much, it's better. And also King Cobra and all. It's generally better to cover them through a clip channel. And I don't do clip channels. I don't do clipping. I watch clip channels, certainly, to keep up with the little guys, but I don't do them. I like to talk over it. I like to try, because clip channels are debatably fair use in a lot of ways. Whilst for me, I like to actually go out and talk about it and do a bit of research. I think that's fun. But with King Cobra JFS, you do a clip channel with DSP clip channel. It's just way better.
That was, I think, in 2016. I could be wrong, but I feel like... Actually, no, you're right, because we had him on the show... Wait, we had him on the show after his divorce, which was 2017. Right. So yeah, I think it was 2016. But regardless...
It's really not important specifically. What's important is all of what he has now on YouTube is inheritance. It's not growth. It's not anything he generates. It's just what he's pulling in from his old audience. That's it. So at what point does he realize I'm not producing anything? It's all just things that I had left over, you know, trickling down, trickling away.
I mean, it's people hate. It's 90% people hate watching him. Like,
it's not. See, the thing is, it's not even 90% people hate watching him. People say it all the time. Boogie says it all the time. Yeah, I've got such a hater base. All these haters who watch me and hate on me. But like before his like the documentary, since the documentary and since the girlfriend, his like to dislike ratio has gotten worse. But before that, his videos usually had like a fairly positive, like probably about a 90% like to dislike ratio, because he's too boring for most people to hate watch. You know. It's just that people just don't care about him enough to actually hate watch him. But whatever, he'll claim that so he can make himself feel like an extra big victim. Like Wings of Redemption has an actual hate audience. DSP has an actual hate audience. King Cobra JFS, Chantel, Amberlin, they have actual hate audiences where like 90% of people who watch them genuinely don't like them or just watch them to laugh at them. But Boogie, he actually has a fan base.
Me and like 10%. People who just don't care, I guess, and somehow still fall for it.
Yeah, Thomas B, yeah, like it'd be easy to do. There's like I could probably like easily just like watch like every video Boogie puts out and like react to it and just like talk about it and make it like 30 minutes long and monetize the hell out of it if I really wanted to. But I just don't. Like, it's just I'd rather try and do like a longer form video and do these like live streams just to kind of keep things ticking over. I'll do a reaction every once in a while, but it's like a big video, you know? Like a big video might get a reaction, like his proof video or something like that. But if it's like, I don't know, just like, it's why I just stopped covering him during like the kid behind the camera arc, because that's all fake shit. I'm like, why would I cover fake shit? You know? This is all fake scripted shit. Why would I cover it?
Manipulations.
Well, if you read the comments, I just read the comments on his most recent upload, which was the house tour.
Hi,
a lot of them are just always
I feel you there, but
like,
I feel you there, but
rooting for him to get better. So I think it's
but I like
a lot of people hoping for like a satisfying conclusion to his story, like he gets it together and everything's great. So I think it's a lot of people
which he does not deserve, because when you watch this stuff, he's very clearly just a jerk. He's just actually a jerk.
I'm telling you, he's not a good person. He's just not. I don't think he's ever been a good person.
He's just a jerk.
Speaking of being a jerk, now in the documentary, it switched to his new girlfriends. She has a whole segment in this. No. As you might remember, he's not.
It is nice to see people like saying, "Oh, he is actually just a bad person," because he is, which is what I find, like I said, kind of a wee bit cathartic, because I've been saying it for like a year now, and people are saying, "He's just a bad person." It's like, yes, he is. He is just a bad person. It's why I will not engage with him. Why I will not talk to him, because I just know he's a bad person. What would I ever get from having a conversation with that man? You know?
Now dating a 20-something, actually literally a 20-year-old.
20-year-old, yeah. And they met when she was 18, apparently.
Oh, got in there just in time.
Has he become more controversial and disliked than Wings now? We'd have to wait to see that, Godzilla, because like at this very second, yes. At this very second, I think Boogie is currently more controversial and disliked than Wings. At this very second. But we'll wait and see, you know. We'll wait and see how long it lasts, because Boogie is too boring. But like most people just drop off watching. He is too boring. He doesn't have a big enough hate community where they keep a perpetual hate cycle about him going, which keeps him somewhat relevant, like Wings of Redemption. If Wings of Redemption's trolls got bored like Boogie's trolls did and moved on until a big drama happened, Wings of Redemption would he'd be gone. He would not have sustained his income online. He'd already be gone. Boogie doesn't have that problem though, because he does have a viewer base. But he doesn't have like a hate viewer base that are just sitting there constantly talking about him, which keeps like a hate community around him. Like honestly, when like I you know, you guys, you know me, I don't really like to suck my own dick here, like, but when I stopped talking about him, how many people were talking about him? I think Duty does a stream every once in a while. Who else? Who else really talks about him? I think Johnny Fox talks about him, but I think he's only recent, because I don't think I saw him back when I was covering him previously, so I think he's fairly recent. So when I stopped like covering him, who talked about Boogie? His hate community pretty much disappeared, like overnight, you know, because like people are just like, who gives a shit about him?
I randomly hit him up on Instagram, and I told him that.
And they have a screen of her typing on her
Johnny
phone.
Fox is no, yeah. I think I didn't recognize the name back from when I covered him.
Let you know, I'm always here for you.
I support him, and that I'm always here for him and stuff. And so it started from there.
I don't normally respond to fans, but you're super cute too. And then there's a bunch of selfies of her.
I think, isn't this the image of a girl with like, you know, body image issues? You know, who's like, you know, very platonic relationship with Boogie, where it's like really holding hands and nice and romantic. Isn't this like the type of image you would expect for that, for like the would love to meet you as the initial post? Like, admittedly, this could be a recent picture taken to make it look like that, but like this doesn't look like a let's meet and hold hands and talk about our trauma, guys.
Really add up, right? It doesn't make sense on paper, but then practice and reality, there was just something there.
Now, even he can recognize the red flag of a 20-year-old girl who's into someone like him. He's like, wait, that doesn't add up.
I have a very important question.
Go ahead.
Why is it that with all the cancel stuff and all of the like outrage on the internet of creators manipulating fans and working over younger fans, why are people not up in arms going, Boogie, you very clearly are just playing mind games with a...
Because Boogie's fan base are losers. That is simply that. Is that Boogie's fan base are like... When you see his like friends come out to defend him, I don't want to be a dick here, but like it's like they all look like Boogie. They're Billy the Fridge, kid behind the camera, Barnacles or whatever the fuck the guy's name. They all look like Boogie. You know, his fans that are all talking about it. So like imagine 12 years later or whatever, 11 years later, well, I think we're 12 years now, unironically going to Boogie at a conference and being like, did you drink my Mountain Dew? And that is like, for you, you're rolling on the ground. That is hilarious. You know? Like, I think Boogie's fans are okay with it because Boogie's fans are weirdos. Boogie's fans are like, kind of, a lot of them are like weird incels who like agree with him and how he treats women. Like, because the more I watch Boogie, the more I just think he doesn't like women. He just thinks women are props. They are like possessions. The more I watch a Boogie, the more I get that feeling about him. Because like, where he used to talk about like Des, his original ex-wife, pretty highly. Like now he's gone. I'm not sure if any of you guys have seen the clip.
Boom, Irish, I just got you a subscriber.
He got me a subscriber. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the clips, but he was like comparing Des 1 and Des 2 recently. Wings of Misogyny, thank you very much for the subscription, follow, whatever it's called. I can't remember, my head's fried. It's like 1 a.m. here now. But he was comparing Des 1 and Des 2. And because people said, do you not think it's weird that your girlfriends are so similar? He's like, they're not similar at all, even though they do look very identical. I've already told the story about my girlfriend being like, I thought you didn't cover her, and it turned out it was like a picture of Des from like a year ago. But he described her as being, as Des 1 is angry, whilst Des 2 is like really easygoing. And Des 2 is really thin and pretty, and he claimed Des 1 is plus size. Well, quite plus size. She's quite plus size. What the fuck is he talking about? Des 1 was not plus size at all, especially when compared to him, who at that time was like 550 to 600 pounds. Like, what are you talking about?
Very young fan of yours.
Yeah, it's just he has nothing left. Yeah.
I'm going to explain why I thought the segment was genuinely unfunny and just sad. Chad is saying she's a gold digger. It's actually way sadder than that because he's broke, so there's no gold to dig, first of all. There's a little segment here about how them talking about potential marriage, which, again, they've known each other for like 2 months.
3 months.
I think
They've been dating for 3 months, yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, no,
very cool.
At the time of this filming, yeah.
Very
I can see myself getting married to Boogie.
I could definitely see us getting married. In fact, we may or may not.
Yeah, it's weird because I've been looking up stuff because I'm like, how far should I go into this? This is my biggest problem when I start doing videos on this. Is how far should I go into this when I want to talk about his attitude to women? Because like, you know, how can we believe him with anything he says about women? When he's lied about Lucy Fox, he claimed Lucy Fox was his girlfriend. All those other super hot like 19-year-olds he apparently was dating, he claimed all of them were girlfriends, but they were always there for like one video or one picture, and then they disappeared again afterwards, almost like they were a sugar baby hired for that one event. That kind of shit. And then he talked so highly about Des, his ex-wife, constantly, and how he's just protecting her, he's just looking out for her. And then he was really weird, and he ended up hating me because I got him to unblock the birthday live stream where he phoned her, and it made him look really fucking bad again. But then suddenly he comes out that she's threatening to sue him if she's featured in the documentary. He's talking about how she's fat and angry, that he's under NDA but she's not, and how like he can't talk about the issues in the relationship because he's the one under NDA, implying that she was the bad one in the relationship. All that kind of shit. I'm like, how far do I want to dig into this? You know.
Talked about it a little bit, and we may or may not sit around fantasizing about it and thinking about what it's going to look like. And
gift cards everywhere.
The other day, you loved it. You're so there for it. If I proposed right now on camera, what would you do?
I think it's so weird.
That's a good sign.
I would say yes.
That's a good sign.
I don't know why he even dangles that in front of her. Like,
where do you think her parents are?
Who knows?
She talks about in the documentary that she was abandoned by her father.
Growing up without a father figure has its challenges. Like you just don't have that support system that you would and the advice that you need. And so it's just difficult.
I mean, who the fuck would say yes to Boogie? When she's 29 years younger than him, by the way. He's 49. And here's where it gets sad. This is a girl who's fatherless. Right, fatherless, young.
Apparently, based on the docs, like I said, I don't really do the docs, so I won't be showing any docs or anything like that, obviously, in my videos or anything, but apparently she is not, like, fatherless. Because Tommy C, hey, that's not even close to docs. Like, Tommy C fucking talked about it in his, when he was talking about Boogie. He was talking about issues he's had with Boogie, and then someone rang in and mentioned, it's like, yeah, because she grew up without a dad. He goes, wait, but what? And he goes, oh yeah, she grew up without a dad, she doesn't have a dad. And he's just like, she said she doesn't have a dad? Okay, well, I guess that's another thing Boogie's been lying about. So he said something like that, which, you know, implies that she did have a dad. I don't know why they'd include that. it makes it look worse. It's so weird. I don't know why she would say that. It's so fucking weird.
Woman, and she just doesn't want to die.
I don't ever want to be alone. That's another thing. Maybe that's why I have stuffed animals. I don't ever want to be alone.
It's so creepy. Why?
Company.
Why?
That's pretty much the qualification that she seeks in a man, is I don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
Which is so fucking sad. Like, that's just, I feel so genuinely bad for her.
Oh, it's
boy, DK, it's at the point where, like I said, like back when I first ever talked about this, I said there were 3 options for me, and it's why I didn't want to talk about it. Because I could have made videos on it, I could have covered it in depth, and probably made bokus of cash. But I was like, no, I'm not covering it, because there's 3 reasons this is about this. 1, this is just entirely a skit. It's like the Grave Ghoul shit. It's entirely just a stick. It's not actually even a sugar baby. He has just got some girl who wants some social media attention, and she's pretending to be his girlfriend for clicks, for views, to give him a boost in popularity, especially when he immediately started working with Kid Behind the Camera. I was like, okay, this is fake. This is just fake. So that's one option. Second option is it's a sugar baby, just like so many of the other ones, and it's just exactly the same. And it's just weird and creepy and pathetic of Boogie to try and flex like that. Or the third option is the worst option, that it is real. And if it is real, it is depressing, it's dark, and it's not something I really particularly want to talk about, because if it is real, I can only really see it as a 50-year-old man is controlling some 20-year-old woman who has vulnerabilities. Boogie himself said that she is autistic, and she has daddy issues, and he is out here being a fucking weirdo, talking about how he's working through her issues with her like he's her savior complex, everything like that. All creepy. And that's not fun. And I talk about things for fun, which I think you all know, I'm just here for fun. And if it is the third option, that's really creepy. She's autistic, sleepy, yes. Boogie said she's autistic. Boogie said that she is on, he said she's on the autism spectrum, I think. I don't know how autistic she is, but he also claimed he was autistic for ages before finally apparently being diagnosed as autistic, so who fucking knows, honestly. But I say, that is the third option. And if that is true, it's just sad. It's just sad and creepy. And yeah, what I would say should happen to Boogie, it would probably get me like in trouble with YouTube, so it's just sad. We'll leave it at that.
Definitely not a healthy foundation of a relationship.
Prince Justice is the second video
that you're coping together. That sounds fucking terrible. This is gonna end poorly.
Yeah, it is.
If you date a man
if it's real,
over twice your age with like 2 feet and an arm in the grave, barely holding on, the issue is he might die on you any moment.
He's the only one that I love and I care about, and there's only one of them, and so I'm not just gonna up and leave him for money, because money's an issue.
Oh, he was asking her, would you ever leave me if we become homeless, and she says no.
Because I love him, and just imagining a life without him.
I love him! That's still my favorite bit.
I mean, my biggest fear is dying on her. If I die in the next 2 or 3 years on her, that's just going to ruin her life.
If I die on her, that's going to ruin her life. It is like just placing yourself on a pedestal. If I die, it'll ruin her life. Oh, she'll be so sad if I die. It's like a fantasy for him, near enough. That's how it comes across. If anyone doesn't remember, because he's changed his dates and his information about when he's going to end himself 100,000 times. I did a whole video on how often he changed his information for when he was going to end his life, apparently, in July 2019, around the VidCon thing. And one of the things he said was he was going to do it at Christmas 2018, but he saw Sammy, and he decided, nope, I can't do that to my dog, because what'll happen to my dog? And so I don't want my dog to suffer by me dying, so I'm going to try and live on. It just sounds like this again, you know? Also, the Sammy thing, 100%. I remember he was talking about it on H3, and I think it was Gila Klein. Sonny just said, like, oh, that's like that show Afterlife, the Ricky Gervais show, and he's like, I haven't seen that. I was like, you just stole that idea from Afterlife. That's so cringe.
And yet you're doing it.
Yeah, and
you're investing her into you. You're stringing her along. You are going to die in the next fucking 10 years probably. And she's still going to be only 30. 20 years from now, she's going to be 40.
He's so selfish.
Yeah. This is the same guy who...
Squid, you're exactly right. I've always said that Boogie and ALR are very similar. Like, Boogie is worse than ALR in my opinion. But yeah, like Boogie and ALR are very similar people. That's why I thought it was funny when Boogie tried to imply that I was fatphobic. Because it's like he only there's certain channels out there that only pick on fat people for some reason, and like, which is not true because I pick on like loads of different people. Not pick on, I provide fair criticism to loads of different people. But like, maybe it's not a body shape I'm going for, Boogie. Maybe it's a personality type, and maybe you're a bit too similar to Chantel and ALR. I'm just saying.
Earlier in the video was like, hey, when are you guys going to bring your girlfriends over? That aren't escorts,
that aren't
by the way.
hookers, yeah.
Yeah, bring the hookers over.
He doesn't care about her. He doesn't fucking care about anything more than just the
she's a prop.
I assume, or
just companionship.
The hams.
That is the impression I get of Boogie.
Yeah.
All he views women as is like sexual conquest, which is why when he brought that up earlier, like when we bring the girls over, I really thought it's because he had this view of them that all they do is cook for him. So like, I don't want to spend money on food anymore. Bring your girlfriends over to cook for us. Like that is the impression I have of him.
Yeah. I'm sure Kaya's got the clip of her doing the housework coming up, right?
He seems blatantly misogynistic.
He literally does, yeah.
Whether or not he'll directly admit to it, he just seems blatantly misogynistic. Like there are things he's not saying that he is like.
Hugh saw me getting punched 6 times. Unfortunately, because of my changing to get ready for my new computer, that has been moved to a different folder, so it doesn't link, and I can't be arsed going looking through the folders for it. Sorry, but yeah, I feel I'm not. I think you guys know by now. I'm not a person who goes like, "Oh my god, you're a racist. You're a this. You're a this. You're a this." Because I'm not like a really pearl clutching. I generally don't think people are as bad as people like to portray them as often. I think calling everyone like a sexist or a racist or a Nazi or whatever, I think that just takes away from an argument. But like the more I see of Boogie, the more she's like, bro, you really don't seem to like women.
About women.
Again, it's not new. It's like there's been clips of him talking about splaying open vaginas with scalpels and joking about that. And then of course, the early 2000s and late 90s, he was a fucking porn. He hosted a porn website. He's a webmaster on a porn site. And you should have read the comments that he was writing then. It was the most disgusting, just deplorable shit about women possible.
Didn't he, he's saying just like bad shit about women, but didn't he say like black women smell like horses or something like that? Then wasn't that one of his claims? And then he got called for that, and then he denied it, and then people like were able to prove it, and then he was like, oh well, that was like an Indian person wrote that because I had outsourced my porn blog to India or some nonsense like that. Even though his porn blog didn't really seem to be very big at all, but he claimed he outsourced it to India, so it was an Indian person who said that black women smell like horses or some bullshit like that.
And this was 10, 15 years. He was in his 30s when he wrote that. It was like 10, 15 years before the whole YouTube nice guy persona. He's always been like this.
Jesus Christ.
As you know, I pay attention to Boogie somewhat. I know quite a bit about him, as much as Jackson probably. I would say that he's simply not the kind of man who would tell a young girl, look, this isn't right. I'm not the right guy for you. You're wonderful. But 10 years from now, I will be dead. I think he thinks, oh, she's hot, and when I go to Disneyland with her, all the guys are going to look at me and be jealous.
Yep.
I think that's literally just the extent of it. Flexing a chick in his arm.
Yep.
Here's this fucking young, vulnerable, mentally ill girl who I can manipulate into doing whatever I want. And
talking about the length of minors' skirts, was that the bit where he was like talking about like, he's like a 15-year-old. It's like, firstly, why do you guys have to be so hot? And secondly, why don't you do it all up here in my face? Or some shit like that. Which I have to admit, I do think I think that's him trying to be edgy and trying to do like edgy jokes. I don't really think that's like I said, I don't call him a PDF file lightly, because I kind of wait for people to actually show something. I think that was him trying to be edgy, especially because that was like 2007 or 2008. He said that.
I can behave however I want towards her, and it's an easy source of sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. She continues crying, by the way. He apologizes to her for being infinifat and dying soon.
I really wish I had taken better care of my body.
Sleepy, I love it. It's been really fun.
I'll never be ready for it, but I know.
Boogie lives like he's been dead for 30 years.
Yeah.
I want you to be alone.
Okay.
I bet he's like so happy internally right now. This is like.
Yeah, this is what he wants.
Wait,
he just wants attention and sympathy.
Do I think Boogie just expects to die? I don't think Boogie expects to die. I think Boogie thinks he's the Messiah and he will ascend afterwards. I honestly think that. Like, I'm sorry, everyone keeps saying Boogie talks like he's going to die. I think Boogie talks like that because he thinks it's an easy way to manipulate people. I don't think Boogie actually thinks he's that bad off. Because, I'm sorry, all the shit he's listed is not the worst thing in the entire world. The 20-year life expectancy for polycythemia vera is longer than he should have had anyway for his morbid obesity. So, I'm sorry, I think this is all really silly.
Andrew is absolutely right, though. He talks as if he's a spirit who's already dead. Like,
yeah,
he talks
yeah,
already
Sleepy. The mood video was great.
Take care of himself. It's not too late.
He's hallucinating him.
Yeah, he's like a force ghost.
His entire life for the last 20 years has been living like he's defeated, accepting defeat. That's his entire existence.
The ghost of obesity past.
He's stuck in limbo.
Oh my god, dude.
Move on, you're right.
That's 100%. Like, I've never thought of it that way, but you are right. He literally acts as if he is already dead.
Yeah.
Just a whiny ghost.
There's no chance that he'd ever get better.
No, like, because if you bring this to him, if you
he has main character syndrome, he does. He has main character syndrome. Even when he talks about like how life is a video game, the way he talks about it, he's like, I'm currently living as the entity known as Stephen Williams. Next time I might be living as the entity known as Moist Critical. And he talks about it like that, but it's like he is the main character and he is just transferring between these different forms to try them out. You know, that I am the universe and the universe is me. And it's like, bro, you probably do actually fucking feel that way.
Any of this to him, Boogie, you talk like you've already died. You talk like you've given up. You don't try. He's gonna go, do you think I want to be like this? I just have so much to overcome, and it's hard. It's difficult for me to get over it. And it's, oh God.
He has said exactly that.
You cannot help him.
In the job interview segment, it's the same thing. It's where he's like constantly putting out that negative energy. He doesn't want to change. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want to be better. He likes this kind of lifestyle.
I think we need to go the reverse direction on Boogie. We need to fuck him up with drugs because we need to just give him a positive outlook on something.
Spoiler alert, that happens actually.
God damn it.
I know. The dumbest... what a coincidence, Andrew. The dumbest fucking shit that you can come up with, he is doing in real life.
Boogie's headcanon that he's God. Boogie's headcanon is that God caused a car crash to talk to him. And when Boogie said, what am I here for? God said, to suffer. And then he asked, is there anything else I have to do? And God's like, no, you have fulfilled your purpose already. But try and lose some weight, because you'll inspire so many people. That's God's opinion. That's Boogie's opinion on his conversation with God.
And thinking it's gonna work.
I know AVR, they're awful.
Anyway, the girl cries, and he isn't enough of a man to tell her, look, this isn't good, right for you. I'm gonna break up with you. So they stay together, and she's crying the whole time because she's just damaged, because she's fatherless and she's sad and doesn't want to be alone. So he's gonna move
She's
off of
20. She's 20.
We're gonna get to the...
Fuck.
She was 18 when they met.
As
you know what's hilarious about this, Andrew? Just wait.
See, that's the thing. See, out of all this, that is the one thing Boogie will talk about. Look at that guy. Guy is smirking. He knows he told a wee fib there. But that is the one thing Boogie could watch this entire video and be like, oh, he's lying there. Actually, she wasn't 18. She was 19. Thank you very much. That is how Boogie would see this. That is all Boogie would take away from this entire fucking podcast, is that he said 18 instead of 19. That is it.
What's hilarious about this is, like, 3 months before they got together, he was bagging on Keemstar for also dating someone in her 20s.
Yep,
like, he made a whole Twitter thread. It was like replying on Twitter about how Keemstar is like abusing this girl or whatever, or like it's irresponsible for him to date a 20-year-old.
Yep.
And then like 3 months later, he's with a 19, 20-year-old himself. It's so fucking...
He said that because he said, like, later on someone pointed out during the leak, it's like, why do you care what Keemstar thinks? He's dating a 20-year-old too, even though I think Brantley is like 23 or 24 now. And he's like, yeah, I do think it's kind of funny that he's calling me out for that. It's like, you called him out for that already, and then you did it.
Such a hypocrite
It
as
wouldn't
well.
be nearly as sad if her explicit goal wasn't, I just don't want to be alone. I want someone to love me and somewhere in the world, and just she's stuck with this fucking idiot. Anyway, you guys remember the Keemstar fight that he set up for Boogie and Wings of Redemption, and Boogie didn't throw a single punch. He got jostled around a bit, got bonked in the head, and
he threw one,
lost.
guys,
and then he said, I got paid 10 grand for this, but I made nothing off of it because of all my expenses joining this thing. So he actually talks about what the money was spent on.
So since you guys were here last, I did have a bit of a windfall, which bought me some time here.
He's sitting in front of his like arcade machines, by the way, in his living room, and there's literally like 17 of them.
So much waste which, if he sold all of them, he could make a pretty good chunk of change.
The problem with that is I spent more than 10,000 getting that fight together. So by the time all that was done,
right. So let's go through flights. 1,250, boxing lessons 1,500, physical therapy 2,000, MRI twice $1,000, meals 2,000 bucks, hotel 1,750, gloves and wraps 150, boxing shorts 350.
What?
Why do you need $350 boxing shorts?
And they didn't even work. Remember, they fell off him halfway through the fight, and also boxing lessons.
You're right.
You didn't learn how to punch it.
Yeah, those machines are worth it. People do kind of focus in on them because they think they're actual arcade machines, and they're not like board machines, like with just like a LED board in them. Pretty much, there's no actual mechanical function to them. And he got them all for free, but apparently they're worth like $100 maybe. But that's like new. So Boogie would probably be just as well to just like do a Francis sketch and take a sledgehammer to them and smash the shite out of them. He'd probably make more money doing that than he would actually trying to sell them.
Oh, how did you...
Yeah, so Wing said he bought his for $250, I think he actually said. But the thing is, Boogie had like gold, like the golden like embossed name across his, with Wings were a lot more plain. So I do understand. I actually think that's probably the only thing Boogie put on that list that may be accurate, because remember he got an embossed version of it compared to Wings, and also last minute he had to get an emergency tailor to do an overnight job on it because his were way too small and he had to get them taken out because he never tried them before, because he didn't even get them shipped to him. He got them shipped to his hotel room in London to wait for him, and when he got to London he realized they were too small, so he had to get some tailor in London to take them out for him. That's why they didn't fit right for him.
Spend almost $2 grand on a hotel room for yourself.
Well, these are made up numbers. Like,
yes, Thomas. See, I think he's toxic parasite. I think Keemstar is kind of necessary for a lot of the drama sphere. Like, he caused the fight to happen, he caused the Lockhart podcast to happen. So I don't dislike Keemstar, but I don't know as much about him as other people might. So maybe there are reasons. But yes, you're right. There's reasons people might like Keemstar. He looks younger than Boogie, despite I think he's older. He is thin. He's attractive. He's fast as fuck boy. He's like a multi-millionaire. There are numerous reasons why you might like Keemstar, but then you look at Boogie, because Keemstar you might say, okay, well, despite his age and everything like that, and his very obviously dyed beard, he's like, I don't know, maybe like a 7 out of 10. Boogie's like a 2. Like, he's like, oh, Keemstar's only 43. Okay, well, similar enough age. They're in their 40s, you know. Keemstar's 42. Okay, well, he's early 40s, Boogie's late 40s. Okay, but like, even at that, that's still closer. It's not a 23. It's a 23-year age gap or 22-year age gap as opposed to 29. So it is closer. He's also way richer. He's more charismatic. He's thinner. He's more attractive. Everything. No, I don't want to sound like I'm sucking Keem's dick here, but like when you look at him side by side with Boogie, it makes sense why it would make more sense for Keem to be with someone 23 years old than Boogie to be with someone who's 20 years old. It makes sense.
There's no such thing.
Guys, you're just making Keem younger every single time. He's 43, 42, 41. Oh, see, the problem with Keem is he's only 31 years old.
The $150 glove wrap. Like, I'm looking up even the highest end brands for glove wraps that you would have access to. Is just
Wings of Redemption said the glove wraps were given to them by the fighting company.
Normal consumer.
So they didn't even have to buy
those above 25. I thought just maybe then. I thought it just said glove wrap.
I don't know where the money went, but I absolutely do think that he spent all that $10,000 almost.
Keem's 19 years old.
Yeah. Well, because that's his mindset, right? He goes, oh, I'm a big YouTuber with 4 million subs, and this is my big comeback, my event. People are going to be watching me. Why would I stay in a cheap hotel? That's not right. I'm a big celebrity right now. I have to stay in a fancy hotel.
It goes even more simple.
Keem's only 16. Brantley's the predator. Brantley's actually the one with the minor.
It's just, I deserve it.
Well, no, it's because of what he said earlier in the documentary. He wants to extrude that image. He wants to go, look, I'm staying in this fancy hotel because I'm a big YouTuber. I can tell everyone about it. Yeah, I stayed in the Ritz-Carlton for that flight because, I'm a big fucking YouTube guy.
Yeah, I spent $2,000 on 5 meals somehow.
Yeah, it's insecurity. All of this stems from him being so concerned with other people think. It's nuts.
Do you think it helped Boogie's career or worsened it? I think it actually might have worsened it. I don't think his numbers really did any better afterwards. I actually think it may have worsened it because whilst it did, because like admittedly you can't trust Boogie ever because Boogie lies about everything. But Wings outright said that the trolling for him is so much better after the boxing match. Like there's a lot fewer trolls. People seem to support him a lot more. Boogie claims it has been way worse for him after, which you can't believe because Boogie lies about literally fucking everything. But like, I think people look at the two because I watched like EFAP. EFAP did a breakdown of the match, and I like EFAP a lot, and it was really fun to watch them talk about it because they usually do movies, and here they are talking about this fucking lolcow boxing match, and they pretty much said Wings looks good. Wings looks good from this because Wings actually went out, he worked hard, he actually trained, he lost weight. You could see that he had lost weight, and he tried, but Boogie didn't even try. Boogie didn't lose any weight. Boogie was pathetic. So I actually think that might have hurt his career because like people may have gone into it hoping for an actual match, and then Boogie was pathetic, and I think it actually may have hurt his chances. But if he'd actually taken it a little bit seriously, people might have actually cared.
I don't understand how this event is like comped. This is not supposed to be taken out of your paycheck. Generally, the venue provides you with the hotel and all the stuff, and transportation and such. They don't just go, hey, here's barely enough for you to break even if you join this fight.
Let's look at the big red flag though.
Just being stupid for accepting.
Let's look at the biggest red flag, though. The man somehow spent more on his meals than his hotel room. That's fucking impressive. Yeah. How do you even do that?
I assume he was saying meals throughout the entire training process, maybe.
Still. Like over the course of the month or whatever, maybe,
Yeah.
How many days was he there?
I would love if Amber and Boogie started like a frenemies podcast, and it's entirely just bitching about me. It'd be funny as fuck. I was like, a victim podcast would be fucking hilarious. But yeah, good to see you, dude. Haven't seen you out wee well.
I don't know. I think there is a chance, though, like, the promotion maybe didn't like comp all of the travel and the stay. I think there's a chance that that's accurate. They made him pay out of pocket maybe, and the 10K is definitely
that's what I'm
low,
saying.
But
That's his fault for being too just dumb enough to accept those terms, right? Yeah. Actual talents wouldn't accept that. They wouldn't go, why the fuck am I paying for my own hotel? You're the one that invited me. You're paying me, stupid. Anyway.
Yeah, Arkham, based on what he showed us as the meal he had during that vlog, it was literally just like a sourdough sandwich. That was it. And like chicken goujons.
We got a new list.
My health insurance is $800. I have $500.
Yes, Mark, you're right. Boogie did apparently say, well, I can't remember who it was who said, but yes, I think it was Muta. Muta confirmed that he actually did get paid 11 because they got the $1,000 on top of that for MRIs. Boogie, however, said only one of his MRIs is paid for because one of his MRIs cost $850 for some reason.
$100 worth of medical bills. I have $500 worth of utilities. I pay for doctor's visits, physical therapies, labs constantly. I still have to pay for the car that I drive. I still have to pay for car insurance. I still have to pay for health insurance. Diablo 4 came out. I had to buy it. Here's the Kingdom.
But Boogie claimed the reason he said he had to buy it was because I did a video on it. Even though like the Diablo 4 ones, I think was just like a Francis skit, which didn't require him to own it, and I don't even remember him doing one on Tears of the Kingdom. And he's like, oh, on Final Fantasy 16, well, yes, I didn't do a video on it. However, I didn't actually get the $90 version. that was his only takeaway from this.
I had to buy it. That's $400 worth of video games right there.
What do you mean you have to buy? Also, where did $400 of video games come from? You got like a $60, $70, and a $90. How the fuck is that $400 worth of video games?
I know.
You like how casually he snuck those in there? I actually burst out laughing. This was my nice palate cleanser after the sad girlfriend stuff. He goes, yeah, my mortgage, my car insurance, Diablo 4. It's like, whoa, wait. One of these is not like the other.
It doesn't even end there. He puts Final Fantasy 16 and Tears of the Kingdom on there as well.
Well, he also puts the deluxe edition of Final Fantasy 16 on there.
Also, I bet that I can go on like I don't know, True Trophies or whatever. Look at his achievement, like his PlayStation profile, and I've done this in the past for games that he's bought and talked about on Twitter. He usually only plays them for like an hour or so, and never.
Well, let's start from the beginning. How the fuck do you spend $800 a month on health insurance? What the fuck?
Boogie claims his health insurance is going up. I think he said it's like going up to $1,000. I think he said it was going up to $1,000 from like next month onwards or something like that. He said, actually, that's low. It's actually going up again. I'm in the highest bracket. Some bullshit like that.
He's morbidly obese. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's always visiting.
Yeah. It's just. I
See,
don't
this
know.
is the biggest problem because I'm not American. I can't really talk about this. I just don't know. You know.
I mean, also, don't they set your health insurance according to your health at the moment? I mean, what health insurance is going to see this guy in their office and go, yeah, we'll give you the cheap plan?
Yeah, I'm surprised that he has health insurance in general.
I wasn't saying I don't believe it. I'm just saying it's more like how bad is your life that's the fucking thing, you know?
Again, like
I don't believe the grocery prices either.
Neither. He was making $800 a month. No way. He was making $500,000 a year. How does he still have car payments? How does he still have a mortgage at all, man?
Yeah, very true.
Crazy.
Again, I bet he rationalizes himself into buying these video games to, well, I'm a streamer. These are work expenses.
Yeah.
I have to buy Diablo 4.
You didn't even stream
I don't know
them, though.
if Jackson is saying is true that if he doesn't even play them. Which, for most of the streams that I see, he doesn't actually play games. He just plays with his magic cards, doesn't he?
It probably also goes with the impulse control thing.
Except Mario.
Doesn't he? I think he streams every now and then on YouTube. Like, rarely, but every now and then.
It's very rare.
He doesn't really stream on YouTube because I always remember laughing at him because he really pushed for people to start like joining his membership on YouTube, and he start doing more YouTube streams, and then he just never streamed on YouTube again. And I was just like, okay, you're just like, it's like you're scamming your fans at this point, because if you say, guys, I'm going to start streaming if I get hundreds of members, he gets 100 members, and then he just doesn't stream. I think that was it. I used to make a joke because he used to stream like once on YouTube and once on Twitch every month. It was like he was just keeping his pay pigs ticking along with their memberships and subscriptions. If he just did it once each, he could then make that claim. And he'd always be on being like, oh guys, I never really stream on YouTube, but I love streaming on YouTube so much because when I'm here, you guys are so great and you support me so much. But the thing is, on Twitch, Twitch, I get more people watching and I get more donations. So it's hard for me to stream here a lot, guys. Like, hint, 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 guys, donate more and I'll do more, YouTube streams. And then he'll do that. And then he'll go to Twitch afterwards, and then he'll say exactly the same thing, just in repeat. He say, "Oh, I was streaming on YouTube the other day, and it was so good, guys. And they were, I got so much support and all. So I don't know, maybe I'm going to stop streaming on Twitch and start streaming on YouTube instead." And he just does that. It's just a cycle. He just did that for a while.
But it's also going to go with the impulse control thing.
That is true. Sleepy, I don't know any of those.
Oh, I've had a really stressful week. I've had all this stuff I'm dealing with.
Sleepy, you've seen my computer. Do you think I could fucking play any of those games? I don't know, Tears is for like the Switch, but like my girlfriend doesn't have it, so there's no way I'm playing it.
Deserve a treat.
Oh yeah,
I deserve to buy Diablo 4.
Says that at the beginning of the episode. He says, "Well, I have a TV and I need to unwind sometimes, and so if the sound of my TV breaks, of course I go on Amazon and buy a new sound bar. Like, I have to have TV."
And that's all impulse bullshit. There's so much free entertainment on the internet these days. If he's paying for internet every month, which he is, he has access to thousands and thousands of hours of totally free entertainment. Yep. But he just has terrible impulse control.
Yeah, I also just double-checked. Sorry, just to double-check his must-buy games. He didn't do anything with Final Fantasy 16 at all. Not a single video, not a single stream that I can find unless he's scrubbed it.
What a fucking...
So, I don't know what he's buying them for.
Can you see if he even,
It is Sleepy, yeah.
I can check it in a second. He also didn't do anything for Tears of the Kingdom either. And all he did for Diablo 4 was a rant and then a meme.
Well, you have to buy it, though, Charlie. He has to buy it.
He has to buy it.
He budgeted for dates.
Just the thing, I literally said I couldn't remember him doing anything for Tears of the Kingdom, and I was right.
Which, look, a 20-year-old girl isn't going to have the foresight to say, look, you are broke, and I would rather you not spend $750 a month on me. But that's something that he should know, obviously.
And wait a minute, he has that girl who they've already said are apparently so close they're about to get married. If he talked to her and said, hey, I can't afford dates right now, she should say, I understand. Fine.
Boogie said that was like one of the only bets that was fudged was the dates, because I don't spend $750. We maybe get like a $3 Starbucks every other day or something like that. That's what he says. He spends like $0 on dates pretty much, because he obviously wanted to counter that point, because everyone is saying, well, you're spending $750 on this girl a month. Is she a sugar baby? Why are you spending so much money on her per month?
Fucking good relationship is.
Jackson, what is his PlayStation?
Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping you'd be able to find it. I don't know.
There's a couple people
it's
claiming to be
Uberwolf.
him.
I think it's Uberwolf.
That's the first one that comes up, but that can't be him because he's only played 2 games this year, which is Forspoken, which he got 0 trophies on, which means he turned it on and turned it off. And then Spider-Man 2, which he's got 11 trophies on.
Well, to be fair, knowing for
that's probably is true because the only game I've heard Boogie talk about was Spider-Man this year on the PlayStation, so that actually might be him.
Spoken, I too would just turn it on and turn it off.
Yeah, I believe that for Forspoken.
I know, I believe that's probably him, Charlie. So I doubt he's even played Final Fantasy 16.
I find it so hard to believe. No fucking way.
He's just fake.
You guys are gonna love this.
His
life is in shambles. His girlfriend is crying constantly that he's gonna die, that they're gonna be homeless. How does he fix this? Drugs. They found a shaman in the middle of the forest to conduct basically a seance with him and do shrooms with him and be his spirit guide. So when I heard this on screen, saw the text, I thought, oh, they must have found some Native American on a reservation somewhere grifting whiteys. But no, actually, the shaman is some fucking yuppie hipster cocksucker who just
the emotional stuff is going to come out, trauma's going to come out, but afterwards your atoms are going to go back into their original positions. That's why. He'll be mind, body, and spirit all one together.
Just look at
all
him.
Connected.
Look at that
get
chair.
To a certain point of understanding inside your intellect.
Look at that chair. Come on, boys.
That connectivity
that chair.
Like USB.
That's the best bit of this entire documentary. Like, Clum, I really appreciate you got a picture of that chair, but for some reason he never sat in it. I think even though that's like the Abraham tanks of chairs, I still think he didn't trust it. He sat on that log instead.
These are done.
Get a wee
it's
bit of a
crazy
rub
that
there.
something that just grows out of the ground has so much power, and I'm actually holding it in my hand.
Okay, we saw Boogie eat one of these. Boogie, in his reaction, claimed he ate all 5 of them, and that was 5 grams, I think. And apparently that's like a super heroic dose or something like that. But we only ever got to see him eat one.
He's holding shrooms.
But here we go.
And he takes a bite, and they are genuinely, it's the middle of the night, and they're just in some random spot in the middle of the woods, and the shaman, who's dressed in a plaid shirt and a baseball cap, is talking to him about how his hands and feet are USB ports and the quote-unquote inside intellect mind, whatever the hell that means.
I love the intellect mind.
I think they just found, maybe it's Mike's friends, that they decided, hey, you know what would be funny? Boogie on shrooms. You want to pretend to be a shaman? And he went, yeah.
I really want them to reveal after.
I love that he actually does really love the word shaman, because he used the word shaman for the guy who got him DMT at VidCon 2019 as well.
It was a portobello mushroom, and all Boogie.
Clump said he pissed himself, did he? I didn't see that. Oh god.
Yeah, he's like, fuck, I'm seeing shit, boys.
Oh, I'm going to the ninth plane of existence.
He gets very high.
He would have. Yeah, but I reckon he's playing it up as well, Kaya. I reckon he's playing it up. The effect he has.
Maybe.
Also, I did check. Boogie made a tweet about his gamer tags, and it is Uber Wolfo, meaning he has played 2 games this year. Forspoken
and Final Fantasy. Yeah. Okay.
And Spider-Man 2. He didn't even play Final Fantasy 16.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So there we go. So that's a lie then, right?
He said on stream he pissed himself. I don't remember that.
Or maybe it's in my
notes.
On his girlfriend's account, possibly. I think there's a chance there. But I mean, regardless, he didn't
give him excuses. Don't give him like a wiggle room. He's gonna start coming to you for advice on like what to say next.
There's no way he'd be spending $90 on a game and activating it on her account rather than his own.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, here's Boogie High, and I would like our comment section to help me understand how this helps him get a job, because I still don't see
how this helps him get a job.
I've driven balls. I have no clue where the fuck I am or even who I am, and I don't give a fuck. I reckon.
Oh, he's about to experience.
Like I said, unfortunately, the biggest problem is I don't really know. I don't think I've ever seen anyone shrooms. I've never dealt with any. I don't think any of my friends like take shrooms or have had shrooms or anything like that. So like, unfortunately for me, I this could be real, could be not real. I don't know. I've seen both people say both so far.
The realization of letting go, and we're gonna get to the other side of it. I told you they'd come. It's gonna get nice and bright in about 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
And the reflection in the water is really cool too.
It's like 2 bumps talking to each other around the trash fire. I could dig the reflection of the water.
Wiggling his fingers in the
air.
air.
Do you guys think that he's like playing it up?
I don't think so. And I have
Sleepy, if they're legal where you are, I don't know, and you need them medicinally, I don't know. Maybe try them. Tell me if you turn into a USB and realize why you created Francis.
Explanation for why I think that, because he becomes the generic insufferable shroom user. Anyway, here's a little bit more of him being high, talking to himself.
Parents are just crazy. They're broken people.
Parents?
Yeah. Stewards. People who are like trying to oh, okay. Okay.
His inside intellect is connecting to the USB.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Talking to himself.
What?
I still love his. Yep.
I mean, that shit doesn't matter.
See, I really think it's played up. I really think it's played up. I really think that's what he thinks like being on a shroom trip is like, and so then he's just played it up.
I doubt it.
I just don't know why they would have to. Why he would have to play it up. I mean, shrooms aren't.
Yeah,
you can get your hands on shrooms.
Well, I just think he wanted to pay.
Well, he claimed he didn't pay for them because it was a religious ceremony. They had to do prayers and stuff like that, and because they did prayers, they were allowed to have them. So I would have preferred to see the part where Boogie did like a prayer, like a Native American prayer or something like that. I don't know. I bet if you'd asked, he probably would have done a rain dance. Boogie would have done anything because he is Native American, as he tells us frequently to explain his red skin.
In a picture like he's having like some kind of realization, and that's what's going to save his career.
That's all people that do shrooms. It is the most objectively just the most insufferable drug that people can do, because every single time they do shrooms and then they come out of it talking to you about ego death and how it gave them a new perspective on the universe, and it's like, shut up.
Yeah.
But anyway,
he
he
did
wakes
that
up the
with
next morning, and I thought this was super funny because
afterwards.
Watch what he does right after waking up. He has a CPAP machine on. He's waddling.
He's
jiggling.
Guy goes after him every time.
That's his alarm.
The legends return to life.
He wakes up.
It's like a mummy leaving like a sarcophagus.
Puts on his glasses, takes a sip of Mountain Dew.
You got a better way to start the morning. You got to do the do, or else the day is doomed.
I can't imagine waking up and taking a swig of Coke. That would taste so fucking bad.
Think of your teeth, man. Think of your fucking teeth.
Yeah.
Well, he has veneers. His teeth rotted beyond repair.
But you still have to take care of those too. You still have to do something for those.
Well, to be fair, they also have to probably claim that they're called Flaming Star and pretend to be Native American as well to do the religious bit. Yes, Lisa, I am.
Is it that hard?
We're nearly done.
You do. No, you do. My brother's a dentist. He's talking about patients who get teeth ripped out and replaced with that kind of stuff. You don't have to do the same exact stuff, but you do have to take care of them. You can't just abuse the shit out of them.
Yes.
Can you just get a replacement?
I suppose.
Yeah. That's so cheap.
I don't know how much.
Anyway, now he talks about
That's fair.
How nothing matters, man. Fuck everything. I'm on a higher level of existence.
It's just all bullshit. None of this matters.
He did get new teeth. He got
it's all a construct.
teeth.
It's all a simulation. It's all
screwed directly into his head.
You know when you die? I think I died last night.
Oh my god.
Taylor's asking if the shaman wasn't native. Really? For fuck's sake.
Playing it up, man. I think I went back into the void we come from.
This is the worst part of the whole documentary.
He's hitting every trope.
This he's playing up.
Yeah.
This he is playing up.
How does this help? Well, here's how it helps. He's finally not worrying about money anymore.
Oh, that's
just something I normally worry about.
Probably worry about
my
money.
finances, worrying about my internet, worrying about what people think about me. It's also incredibly.
He's so happy in the bath. Look at him.
It's all just bullshit.
Sitting there with
money. Yeah, he says, I don't worry about money anymore. I don't worry about what people think about me. If you're a content creator on the internet, you should worry about what people think about you.
Wait, Irish, if you can you break down the actual timeline in this documentary? Well, from what I know, the problem is a bunch of it was filmed in February. Some of it was filmed in June. And I think some film in July, if I remember correctly. But what should be the timeline is the start of it, when he's talking about his finances and everything like that, and his medical issues, going to the card store, everything along those lines, and then the shroom bit. That is that happened in the first segment. So the shroom bit shouldn't be at the end; it should be in the first segment. Then the boxing bit, it shouldn't go from there to the girlfriend, and then to the boxing. It should be the boxing into the girlfriend. The girlfriend is the final part. She was the final part filmed for this. So like I said, the timeline was played around quite to make it seem like it was like a happy ending, like it was he's on the upswing. He started off down in his luck, broke, worried about money. Then he gets the girlfriend. His life starts to go up, but then he has to dip again when the money from the fight really isn't what he needed to cover it. And he's worrying about money still. And then he finds out about the drugs and he tries out the shrooms, and that fixes him at the end. That's how they went into. But boxing was in May. The girlfriend didn't move in until June. So. That's when he claimed that the met up was in June. So the boxing should have been May, and then June was when she met up with him.
You used to be the Mr. Rogers of the internet too. You should worry about your finances if you're broke.
Yeah, that is what it's funny about it. It's Sleepy. Is this ends with him being happy and yay, the shrooms cured me, guys. I'm so okay. And then I have screenshots of literally 2 days after he claimed he was cured. He was having full arguments with people online because he was upset that people said he couldn't play Hogwarts Legacy. He was having full meltdowns about it because people said he couldn't play Hogwarts Legacy. And then he filmed that weird video of Emily Saxton sitting there with a mask on in a red room, giving him permission to play Hogwarts Legacy because he was so annoyed people said he couldn't play it. That's just after he was cured. It's 2 days later he went fucking nuts because he wasn't allowed to play a wizard game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway.
I don't have money problems because I'm not thinking about them. It's like when you cover your eyes, it's everything else is gone.
That's what he's been doing this entire time, though. This revelation led to nothing. His grand revelation is to keep doing YouTube videos and do the same thing. Wow.
His whole fucking drug trip's entire combination was just relax.
Sleepy, that is real. He did a video where he asked Emily Saxton, because Emily Saxton is a trans woman, he asked her permission to allow him to play the Hogwarts Legacy game if he donated the equal amount to charity as well. It is so fucking silly. It is so silly. She's in a red room with an eye mask on, sitting talking about how it's okay because well, J.K. Rowling might only make like 2 cents off the sale of it, so it's okay as long as she support the LGBT charities. It was just like so fucking weird. It was just so weird. I thought it was fucking hilarious. But it was like that was like a couple days after the shrooms cured him, and he went straight into arguing about that.
Nothing matters.
He said he didn't want Chris Pratt to be in the new Zelda movie. He probably said that because he thinks Chris Pratt ruined the Mario movie. I'm assuming that was the joke. I haven't watched
that yet. Bro. Just like kick back with a dude.
Yeah. Just take it easy.
I bet his girlfriend loves hearing that, by the way. He's like, don't worry about the money. What? No,
this is the solution.
Well, it doesn't matter because Boogie's opinion is probably she's a woman. She'll never understand this. She'll never figure this out. Such an asshole.
Go back to the store and get me the next case of
Mortem, the entire thing of Hogwarts was just something. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those kind of boycotts just in general. One of my biggest issues was like, I watched like HoloLive VTubers. Like Mio was probably one of my favorites. Okami Mio. I like her because she's just really chill. And she really likes witches and wizards. Like she plays little like games where she like makes like potions and stuff like that. She really likes witches and wizards. And like people went after her and were like trying to boycott her and stuff like that and going nuts. And it's like, bro, she doesn't even speak like a single word of English. She has no idea what you're talking about. And people were like upset. It's like, oh, she is supporting a transphobe and she's so evil. It's like, bro, she is like a Japanese woman in her late 30s. She has no idea what you're talking about in any shape or form. It was pathetic. It was like, bro, it's so cringe that you're trying to force your political opinions and your thoughts on like random Japanese women who don't even know what you're saying to them, but you're trying to boycott them. It was fucking crazy. Mama, you never watch me anymore. Damn you. I'm a busy boy. I don't watch a lot of things anymore. Even with Mio, who I just mentioned there, I watched like the 3-minute clips people make of her live streams.
I do. Yeah.
Who is this VTuber Irish? The VTuber I like? Okami Mio. She's like HoloLive gamer. She's been doing HoloLive for like 5 years.
No clip.
Shut up, Rents. Yeah. Shut up,
I got 29 clips. That's all of them, and that's where the documentary ends as well. Pretty much. He tells Mike, the producer, "Look, watch. I'm on a higher level now, man. I did shrooms, so my channel is about to take off." And then Mike does a quick fast forward of Boogie losing subscribers. So that's where we are. So definitely worth checking out if you want the long form version of this. Thank you, Mike Klum.
It was a great doc. It was very funny.
Are there things in there we didn't go over?
Yeah, there are a few.
Okay, cool.
I'm surprised, for example, you didn't go over the part where he revisited like his high school fucking baseball field, and he like looks out, he gazes out over the baseball field, and he's like, little did all those people know that I would become Boogie 2988 internet celebrity.
God. With 4.5 million subscribers.
He says something like that.
Hundreds of students, and how many of them became famous on YouTube with 4 million subscribers? And he says, 1, Stephen Williams.
Yeah. And then gives it like a little smirk. He's so fucking
It's awe-inspiring.
That's so awful.
I know. How could he have such an ego?
Oh god, I love that so much because I don't even remember that from his bit where he went home. I was intending to do like a comparison piece where I go and watch his original one of him going home to watching his new version where he went home again recently as his final goodbye. I was thinking about doing a comparison piece to see how he's changed and how he's different between the two of them. I think that would be pretty fun. I've been having fun with this. Like, I don't think it's like as good content me watching people talk about Boogie without me actually watching Boogie. But I've actually been having a fair bit of fun with this. We've only got a couple more minutes to go. And then I'll be wrapping up. We're probably around 4 hours in.
Everything. He's got like every dislikable trait, honestly. And he was the Mr. Rogers of the internet. He has a game award from fucking Jeff Keighley himself.
Well, it is
Jeff
nuts.
Keighley should bust down the doors and take it from him.
It's so nuts how if he just shut the fuck up, he'd probably be doing okay.
Yep.
He'd still have the same image. If he never found Twitter and Reddit, he would have the same image today, I bet.
Exactly that. I've always said that. If Boogie actually followed through with his threat and deleted Twitter, he like the hater community would disappear. Because so much of what people like call Boogie out on is his contradictions. Because he will say one thing, because he plays to different audiences, his Twitch audience, his Twitter audience, and his YouTube audience, all vastly different audiences, and he will say different things to each of them. And if you just pay attention, you will see that all of them are different.
Shut the fuck up. If he did this kind of stuff, if he did this kind of rant on the videos, people would go, Boogie, I'm so sorry you're going through this. I can't believe you have all these issues and you're still making content. We love you. But he just has to talk about everything and reveal everything, and it just puts him in such a bad light.
He doesn't change either. It's crazy. People have given him the solution millions of times, and he just does the same thing. Shrooms didn't even fix it.
He literally will tweet like twice a week, like, man, if only I would stop tweeting. Man, things would be so much better if I'd stop just saying everything about my life. Fuck, man, it'd be so good. I actually saw a tweet from him during this episode where he said something to that effect. Hold on, let me pull it up.
He unblocked me. I can look it up now.
He's just a nerd who's flexing.
Who's the YouTube local you're more fascinated in, Boogie, Foodie, or ALR? ALR is probably the least one. ALR is one I haven't been watching for nearly as long, and I've never really gone into deep dives on her or anything like that. I don't even follow her on like TikTok or Instagram because I don't really have either of those, so it's kind of hard to do that. So I just kind of watch her YouTube videos when they come out, and I like occasionally hear drama from other creators, so I never do deep dives in them. So hers is probably the least. Foodie I've been watching for a lot longer, but I also don't really follow her intently on a lot of things. Boogie's the only one I would say I would know about. You know, if you said like, I know it's not like a degree I'd hang on my wall or anything like that, but if you're like, bro, what YouTuber are you like an expert in? I would say Boogie probably more than anyone because I actually know a lot about him. But that's about it. But that's not really like, I wouldn't praise myself too hard for that.
On other nerds, like, yeah, I fucked an LA-10, and I bet...
Yes, okay, Sleepy, that it is true. Boogie said someone threatened to dox Des, that's why Boogie revealed her and decided to make content with her. Sleepy, he claimed that suddenly someone contacted her, and it's like, I know you are Boogie's girlfriend, and I'm going to reveal you. And somehow she had time to go and show him, and they decided, oh, well, we're going to get ahead of it, and we're going to full dox her ourselves first, and have her, like, appear in, like super short shorts and shit like that on YouTube to own the trolls or something like that. And I have never heard anyone say we somehow worked out, because the people at that point didn't even think Boogie had a girlfriend. People thought, because Boogie kept claiming from like literally 2 years straight he was always pretending to have girlfriends. I remember at the end of 2021 in November when I made one of my recaps, he said like, I've had 2 long-term relationships this year alone, and the last one just ended there, and I'm talking to another girl already, and that might have been Des. But like, you're sitting there going, bro, you have not had 2 long-term relationships in this fucking in 2022 alone. You have not. Just stop it. It's fucking silly. So like, people didn't actually believe he even had a girlfriend, but he's saying people somehow worked out it was Des. Just somehow they just knew, even though he hadn't given any information about her. Somehow people just worked it out. I haven't seen it. It's like when Boogie was claiming that there's like a secret Boogie troll Discord that's obsessed with him and makes plans about him. And I'm like, well, I'm not, probably not anymore, but I was like, back then, I was like the biggest Boogie detractor, quote unquote. And I was like, at this point, I probably would have known about that. I probably would have been invited to it, but I've never heard of that before. I think Boogie was just making it up.
All of his fat, like, Magic the Gathering friends probably think that is cool, but to the rest of us, you just sound like an even bigger loser.
You think they think it's cool?
Yes, the instant he explains that he has to buy a $30 entrance to a Magic tournament is the instant I knew that everything he's doing is just irrelevant and desperate attention. Like, people at card stores are, let's face it, socially inept on the whole. Like, it's a stereotype, but it's true a lot of the time. They are not people that you should aim to impress. But that's what he's doing. He's playing to a denominator that doesn't have very high standards.
Oh, no, yeah. It's just he genuinely thinks he's flexing on people, and instead it makes him look cool. And I think that's why he also at some point started leaning more into the bad boy persona of, yeah, I'm going to make edgy jokes. I'm not Mr. Rogers, actually. I'm a cool guy. And it just doesn't work because you are a fat dork.
Well, he's also just a bad person. Like, he's just a bad person. Yeah.
He is. I think I do think he's seething, though, internally, that he lost his...
See, but yeah, that's the thing. I'm probably the lightest troll on him. I don't even go overly hard compared to, like, other people who cover him, like, sparingly. I don't even go that hard on Boogie. And I've always said I disagree with, like, in real life stuff and doxing and stuff. So it's not something I'm okay with. But like I said, it's not like Wings, like where Wings has, like, the Lion's Den, where there are people who genuinely just sitting there planning stuff to do against Wings. Like, that's something that actually goes on. Boogie, there's nothing like that. People don't need to plan to do or say anything about Boogie. Boogie just does shit himself. I'm not going to stop Keto. I love it.
Nice guy image because he wants people to like him desperately. Definitely.
Like Boogie,
he's
just let him talk.
Okay, people no longer
all the time.
see me as a good person or as this nice guy. So now I need them to think, oh, here's why I'm not. Here's what made me fucked up. Now they'll pity me and sympathize and see, oh, I'm not a bad person. I'm just a person of circumstance. It's not my fault.
He's a person of circumference. I don't know. I hope that girl gets out of there.
Me too, man.
Agreed.
I'm wishing the best for the girl in that situation.
I mean, I hope
truly sad.
I hope she gets out of it with as like little damage as possible. Honestly, he's had like I remember when one of the fucking girls that he flew out to live with him for a bit, who was a sugar baby. Surprised I didn't go into in this video, but he flew a sugar baby out, and basically like she made an exposed video on him after the fact, claiming that he was sorry,
the red-haired girl, right?
Yeah, Lucy Fox, her name was.
Yeah.
She had to call that video afterwards, and I mean he tried. I'm pretty sure he tried to discredit her after the fact, saying that he doesn't like see hookers and stuff, and he didn't know her, he didn't abuse her or whatever. And now it's come out, he's basically saying that he spent 40 grand a year on hookers.
With Lucy Fox in particular, I remember him mentioning that she was unhappy with the amount of money she got because she wanted more than the I think 13 or 12 or 13 grand that she got from him for the 3 months that they were together. And she apparently wanted more than that, and that's why she was an evil blackmailer or something like that. But he apparently claimed he spent 12 to 13 grand on Lucy Fox for a couple months or a time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one that said that, like, Boogie's the guy that put me out of...
Yeah, Johnny, like, Wings' trolls are, like, one of the reason I don't even find it funny to, like, troll Wings or, like, watch a lot of troll stuff on Wings, because his like, actual diehard trolls, not the people who like, make, like, documentaries and videos on him, like, you know, like, Freddie Knudsen and stuff like that, like, those are funny, but, like, when you watch, like, actual, like, his trolls, it is, like, genuinely, like, they hate him. And it's like, I always say, I don't like hate Boogie. I laugh at Boogie. I don't hate him, you know? I think if you're at the point where you, like, are angry and raging about someone and, you know, absolutely hate people, it's like, bro, lolcows, like, the clue's in the name. You're meant to laugh at them. It's meant to be fun. You're meant to have fun doing it and watching this stuff. If you aren't, then don't. It's like when I got bored with Boogie, I could have just sat there and kept making, like, videos with, like, no effort in them, just to make money if I wanted to, but I didn't care. I was bored. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm okay. Oh, Girl World's more fun? I'll go make Girl World videos instead. That's what I do. That's what if I'm not having fun, what is the point of YouTube? That's what YouTube is for. What happened to Exposing Boogie 298 and the other guy? I think the other guy was called, like, Exposing Boogie 298.2.0 or something like that. I think one of them is back. I don't remember, but I know one guy got I know, like, at least one of them got yeeted off YouTube because they had already been banned before, I think, and they came back. But I think there's one of them still floating about. I can't remember what their name is. But I was never a big fan of those contacts. I remember mentioning it a few times before because there are some people who, like, outright just, like, clip him out of context, and you're just like, it's, come on. Like, it feels nearly like a psyop. It feels like nearly like you are Boogie on an alt trying to do this to, like, say, look how crazy my trolls are. Look at this guy. He said, like, I want to touch kids or something like that, and it's like a 1 second clip of, like, a middle of a sentence to try and make it sound bad, and it's like, that's cringe, bro.
Hookering or whatever, prostituting, because he was so bad. I absolutely believe he is terrible to these women. Absolutely terrible to these women.
I can see that too. I think so as well. I absolutely think he just does not have any real respect for women whatsoever. He just used them as conquests for sex.
Or conduits for his pleasure.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
I wonder if his girlfriend has seen clips of how he talks about women and things of that nature.
I don't know. That's the thing that I wanted to mention is, you know, they talked about marriage. From his perspective, I see no downside. He gets a live-in maid, right? He has no assets to lose. So even if she does divorce him the next week, who gives a shit? She can't take anything. And from her side, it's nothing but downsides because, again, she doesn't even get anything if he dies, which he will soon. What would be the point? He would only be inheriting his debt, right? And a home that is possibly in shambles. So get out if you ever hear this. I don't even know her name. I didn't catch it, but get the fuck out.
Des 2.
Yeah, sincerely. Like,
she's called Des 2. That's what we call her.
Yeah, get out. It's going to lead to damage.
And stop seeking a father figure. You're not going to find it in creepy online men.
It's the perfect culmination of lack of self-awareness on both parties. She clearly has whatever going on that she can't see this is a terrible idea, a terrible decision, he's not a good person. And he clearly is just living in this denial and ignorance land where he sees no problem with meeting a very young fan and immediately hitting on her.
She's emotionally damaged and he's narcissistic enough to abuse her. That's what it is.
I think it's worse than that. I think he fully knows what he's doing is creepy. Because in the documentary, he even says, I don't remember if it was in any of the clips I played today, but he says, yeah, I know it's creepy. I know I'm 49 and she's literally 29 years younger than me. I know that's wrong. I know I'm going to die on her and it's going to ruin her life. He's aware of it. He literally says it. He voices
it. But he deserves it, goddammit. He deserves it.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers, 4 million subs. He went to high school. Deserves all of it.
He doesn't even have to pay this one 40 grand a year. It's free.
Oh, God, you just brought up a point. There's probably an angle of him that also says, hey, with her, I can get this for free. I save money being with her.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know if it's a if it's a sugar baby thing, because, like I said, the timing is weird. That, you know, she shows up suddenly in June. Suddenly she's there in June, and he just got a big payday from the boxing. He literally just got 10 grand. Suddenly she's there. He just got, because, like, one thing like Boogie suspiciously has gone quiet about is the Lolcow podcast where he was apparently meant to get 50 grand. Like, where did that, like, that just disappeared? Where did that go? He just suddenly, boop, it's gone. 50 grand, you know? So, like, he suddenly gets, like, 10 grand from boxing, 50 grand from the Lolcow podcast. She suddenly shows up. Bit suspicious.
Of course.
Gross.
I'm sad you didn't pull the video. I'm sad you didn't pull the clip of her out in the fucking yard, fucking mowing the lawn, clipping the trees and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
While he's sitting on the fucking, like, inside watching TV or whatever.
Yeah, she does the housework. I mean, I don't know if they played it up for the documentary or she actually does. I would imagine she does. I don't know if she works or contributes anything financially to him. But yeah, she does the housework, which in and of itself is a job, is being a housewife, right? If that's how they want to live. But on the other hand, he's a house husband, if that's how they want to live. He's at home anyway. That should be his fucking job. I think at some point he says, well, she can't help me. A 20-year-old can't help with my mortgage. It's like, well, I mean, can't have it both ways. She is an adult. She could get a job, right? But for some reason, he genuinely doesn't think of real jobs as an option at all.
No, he's above them.
See, I don't know if the 50 grand was cancelled, because like, well, what would be the incentive for you to do the podcast? Like if someone, it's like, okay, basic business. Someone came to me and said, I'm gonna give you 50 grand to do this, you know? And it's like, okay, cool. And it's like, actually, well, I was gonna do it, but only if this guy joined. Never mind. I'm gonna give you 20 grand to do it. I'd be like, no, bro. You've already made the offer of 50 grand, because that's what you were willing to pay me to do the exact same thing. No, no. You're paying me 50 grand, or I'm not doing it, because you've already said that's what I'm worth. Like, so I'm assuming Boogie got 50 grand. If he didn't, that is on him. Yes,
he feels the real job is just.
Goober is like, I think she's done with this, and she's like, Dad, come the fuck on. Come on, bro. It's been 4 hours. I think she's very done. So we're nearly done. We've got literally like a minute left of this, and then that'll be us.
Beneath him.
Yeah, he's a giant YouTuber.
Shut up, Prince.
He was one of the first.
Yes,
how could he get a job?
Goober.
How could that ever go away?
He's also got like no skills as well. He's spent the last 30 years.
Well, if you listen to him, yes.
Nothing.
Yeah, but do you remember even the recruitment lady in the interview was like, it's gonna be tough, but I'm sure we can do something for you. And he just had to whip out, yeah, I also used to do porn and people call me a child molester.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is going too good. He's like, this is going too good.
Starts sweating. I might get a job. Won't say anything.
I did porn.
By the way, porn industry.
Did you? If you look me up, you might find out I'm a pedophile.
Yeah.
What did he say?
On the way in here, I stole your pens.
There are jobs that he could do. There are jobs that anyone can do. This is why Walmart hires the disabled to just stand by the door and say, "Have a nice day, sir." That's it. He can do that. But no, instead he just sits there at the dinner table. I wish I'd clipped this, but he basically tells her, we might have to go back on disability. Really? Like, this is...
It's weird that he's... also, people point out, it's weird that he said, we have to go back on disability. Like, I realize he's probably meaning that because, like, he supports both of them, but it's weird because it implies that she was on disability. But if she's 20, did she not have a job? Like, I realized that she, like, apparently lived on her family's farm. That's what he claims. So maybe she worked around the farm or something like that. But, like, what? What? But yes, guys, that's pretty much it here. Goober just ran out of the room, so I think she probably wants me to go take her to the toilet. But, guys, it was just over 4 hours there. I hope you had fun. It was an experience. Like I said, I don't really do these where it's like not covering actual Boogie content and watching other people talk about Boogie and kind of adding my 10 cents in along the way. So I kind of enjoyed it. I'm not sure if you guys did. Hopefully you did. But hey, she's back. She's back to remind me, like, Dad, I'm going out here to take a shit. So I think that's going to be it, guys. Yes, it is like 2 a.m. here, so I'm going to go to sleep. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and get a bunch of stuff done for the video, and I might try and get a quick video out for the Marvels. So make sure you watch that, and like and share it, spread it to your friends and stuff like that. But yes, guys, thank you very much for coming. Hope you had a good one. Take care of yourself. She is bouncing away here because she wants to go poop. Have a good one, guys.